25 traffic, 4925 Eastern clear. Yeah, at 4645 Ocean, 4645 Ocean at the Bay Tree Apartments hit 315.
That's 9014.
$500 million from your budget?
The craziest thing I've ever heard. They spend $5 billion.
It's
no and Hyundai announced that it will invest $21 billion in America. If you want to buy electric, you can buy electric cars.
Fortunately, some have become violent. Some have even committed mass shootings.
And
the partner of one of them assassinated Charlie
You should be
Kirk.
given the option buy the
Director
electric
Patel,
car, buy a
is the FBI looking
buy a
into the
hybrid,
role clinics may have in recent attacks in
that when it blows up your gunzo, it's over.
$178,000 annually for these services that we provide to seniors. Meals 5 days a week, both in our congregate setting and on the Meals on Wheels program. So the Meals on Wheels program is about a $200,000 budget, and then $379,000 is in the congregate setting. But every little bit helps, and we're proud and happy today to announce the $75,000 grant.
$9 billion they spent for eight little hoses. $9 billion. Now I'm sure they could have done it for about 1/1000th of that, but even if they did, it's unaffordable. They approved Governor $9 billion they spent for eight little hoses. $9 billion. Now, I'm sure they could have done it for about, 1/1000th of that, but even if they did, it's unaffordable. They approved Governor $9 billion they spent for eight little hoses. $9 billion. Now, I'm sure they could have done it for about, 1/1000th of that, but even if they did, it's unaffordable. They approved Governor Gavin's ridiculous is so ridiculous. By the way, you would, if I didn't bring the military in, $9 billion they spent for eight little hoses. $9 billion. Now I'm sure they could have done it for about 1/1000th of that, but even if they did, it's unaffordable. They approved Governor
401B 10-8 from York.
00C area of 1108. Fire dispatch at 854. 0466 110.
911, go ahead.
Call for CPD.
You want to sample 2337 Burger King on 110.
137.
LES. Wait, can you copy 2800 Dunbar?
Northbound and Leopard flying to the Chili's. Delta 350, Delta 3. Alpha 10, Alpha 30, Alpha 40. Disturbance of the weapon, it's 4137 Knowlesford, 4137 Knowlesford.
0557. Should come back to a Joy Nathaniel Porta.
Delta 250, Delta 2. 020166. 008151. I repeat, 41 008151. 0160.
FM 624, Highway 77, not on the vehicle. 3CC.
666 it's going to be a gold
1008. Working off of fire dispatch at 1302.
Sorry, 174. Bravo, 111 drivers.
Negative. I was just thinking if you were set off that call phone. I'll show you other station.
Delta 260, clear.
And I'm pretty certain. On the pursuit, they were told by the Air 20 that you guys were on the pursuit for Norton coming up to Cambridge.
And we're on our heading back towards Houston area. No injury and no physical damage to any of the vehicles.
708, working off of EMS 1 at 1347.
The shows are off of Belmar East Campus on a fuel off.
1 and mileage 87.
0106.
111422, number 22.
7.
Medic 11, ESC 3304, 3304 for an unconscious call at 2618 Bronner Street, correction. That's going to be 2618 Brannan Street. I'll show you working off of EMS 1 at 1254.
11, show status, show line.
711 at 75 out of South Louis, Texas.
11110106. 25111101.
0123. Repeating last 4. 0123. Charlie 130, Charlie 230, burglar alarm. 5142 Cape Fear. 122, yes,
0152.
001. 3069, radio check.
011720.
101B, 244. 400557. Repeating 20400557.
Should come back to a Joy Nathaniel Porta.
Delta 250, Delta 2. 020166.
008151. I repeat, 41 008151.
0160.
FM 624, Highway 77, out on the vehicle. Copy.
666 and 1833. It's going to be a gold BMW. License plate Williams, Red Spoon, 7008. Charles Williams, 7008. Possibly headed back towards Rossdown. The vehicle's red 3245 into Cindy Lane. 455 to Cindy. 401 at 1820.
Sorry, Tyler, at Ross Beckett.
9733, I'm clear. 10-4, doing rock. Where's the agent?
Charlie 350 Worth.
Charlie 370, I'm 58.
304. Night 14, I'm Charlie Closure.
Charlie 310.
304.
3056, radio check please. 3056 to 3057.
4749 Perry Lane. 3749 Perry Lane. EOV 2007. Question to Rebecca. We're off a fire dispatch for now.
00141 8951.
Charlie 270, clear my park.
03 3175.
03 South Oso Parkway. 5603 South Oso Parkway. The caller's name is Brad.
03.
Help me out. Dispatch for ladder 2.
032-969-23-007.
I'm with you.
The first page I brought in my packet is the memo that was given to the manager from the fire department regarding the things, the accusations that I did, that I accused them of for the...
Contact with Myra.
Easy conversations to have at school. This is not something new.
I'm
0391. 04 to units responding.
No fight. I'll be clear.
Sound vehicle in entrance vehicle 040 52 2303 and 0 license. 905 Anastasia. 305 053
053852 1505. Last name is going to be Garcia. Common spelling. First name Jane.
62 having that area.
72 Charles 250-6782.
Boy 7068.
207 Wait, 007255510-4.
09916283. 09916283. Flores. Copy second.
590746 0259 07
094 plus 80.
1700.
23
Number 29. I'm calling so you can get the information. I'll call the PD and give them an update on it.
2511 you see us on first page, you got
1000 Brazewood on Robert Sam Henry 0660.
1006.
2008, negative 29, copy deal number. Early 220, copy plate.
Robert Henry Charles, 6573. Now we're keeping forcing our heads up vehicle.
31 Catalina, ESV 7013, Crosswest Center, work off EMS 1 2026.
20th to the right track on my word off William Sam.
1,000 firearms off the streets. 6,000 guns are no longer in the hands of criminals in 7 months. We've identified and found and located 4,700 child victims. That is a 35% increase year-to-date last year. We have arrested 1,500 child predators. That is a 10% increase year-to-date last year in just 7 months. We've assisted our partners with countless counterterrorism operations around the world. We've captured at the
1,000 deaths. He said 600 people die.
Contact with the port party at 12 South 11. Rooster, and for both, 92, dispatch rate 523 scope. House, from the location, house, pretty,
Yes, I have a customer here.
This is our current email. That's 420 area.
Yeah, we just did our
Hi guys, I just want to share a quick and simple technique that anyone can use to lower their
1,000 violent criminals have been taken off the streets, which is a 125% increase in penetration.
Now we're seeing one very clear reason why you want to build a political FBI. The Epstein files. You want an FBI blindly loyal to Trump and to you as his enforcer so you can continue your cover-up of a massive international sex trafficking ring with more than 1,000 victims betraying all of the survivors.
High electricity bills. His energy provider was charging him over $165 a month. It was insane. So he decided to do something about it. As an engineer, Carl knew the power grid we're all connected to isn't perfect. Millions of tiny energy spikes are constantly flowing into your home's grid.
Gavin's
These spikes send
ridiculous.
excess
It's
energy
so
into your
ridiculous.
devices.
By the way, you would, if I didn't bring the military in, $9 billion they spent for eight little hoses, $9 billion. Now I'm sure they could have done it for about 1,000th of that, but even if they did, it's unaffordable. They approved Governor
401B. 251 102 5901 5905.
Hunter Blocker Staples, Robert David Sam 1250.
No times 4, CCS at 15. Chief complaint of leg pain. Current vital show 98 temp, 123 over 70 blood pressure. Setting at 100% on room air. Be at your facility in 3 minutes.
100 temper. Vehicle parked at the stop sign in Avenue I and 4th. Describes a white van that's been stopped there for some time.
100% behind you right now. They know they're going through some soft sales period.
It's true.
What's your message to thousands of auto dealerships across this country that are kind of navigating through this tariff?
Yeah, they're going to do better than ever before. They're going to sell cars in America at levels that they've never even thought of before. And they're going to make more money than they ever made before. It's going to be great. They're going to be selling a better car, too. It's going to be a better product.
And they're behind you, 100% behind you right now. They know they're going through some soft sales period.
It's true.
They're in it for the long haul. What's your message to thousands of auto dealerships across this country that are kind of navigating through this tariff?
Yeah, they're going to do better than ever before. They're going to sell cars in America at levels that they've never even thought of before. And they're going to make more money than they ever made before. It's going to be great. They're going to be selling a better car, too. It's going to be a better product.
107, again, that's at that kind of reporting ratio. This is why people are outraged. And what people are denying.
100 extremists were identified in the ranks of 3 million.
693. 1009 radio check. 12 1070.
2103. 410121 Kingsbury.
10, advise you were going to handle it. Did you just want a unit to go on there?
10-4 at 1042.
10.
10-12 radio check.
1028 when ready.
10-2033. And TP21, I copy Tom Frank X-ray 3222. 10-4.
Charles Henry 9608. Tom Charles Henry 9608. 188 times 10. 10.
4 1044 32. Is there an event going on today there? And it's a 10 for commercial along with the Queen. 4 5 4 and 12 for national. 24 call fire. 17.
617.
4 thank you. Delta 185 we're arriving.
Engine 1 Medic 3. Engine 1 Medic 3. Echo 1 10 Martin Luther King Drive. 10 Martin Luther King Drive, apartment B, EC 004, working off of EMS 1 at 1205. 10 for me. 10-9?
10 years ago, 15 years ago, now it's a mess. And we have great support in San Francisco, so I'd like to recommend that for inclusion, maybe in your next group. You'll get great support. Every American deserves to live in a community where but we are certainly looking at land now because we've got the sea very well under control. We've had a couple of days where there isn't a boat to be found. And that I view that as a good thing, not a bad thing. But we had tremendous amounts coming in by boats, by very expensive boats. They have a lot of money.
1024, you copy?
Charlie 262, Charlie 2 back to them.
334.
131.
103 and 204 in service.
10-4.
10-4, I just got both of them loose. I'm on a...
Hi, good morning, everyone. I'd like to call this meeting to order. Welcome to our council chambers.
10-4, thank you for your time.
Presentation will be given by Pastor Robert Sines with Primera Asamblea de Dios.
10-4, this is in
Thank you. Apostle Paul wrote to young Timothy, chapter, verse 1, and reads, I urge then first of all the petitions, prayers, intercessions,
Still, 2500 103 and 204 in service.
that we may live peacefully and quiet lives
10-4, I just got both of
in
them
all
loose. I'm on
godliness
a
and
heavyweight
holiness.
just
We bow our
a
heads as we pray. Father, we come to you in the name of Jesus, your Son.
10-4, thank you for your time.
To ask for guidance in the city council meeting this morning, especially for our mayor, our city manager, and all city council members. Grant us wisdom, courage to do what you've called us to do, which is to serve our city and its people. We pray for endurance, diligence, and commitment until every task is fulfilled to completion. We ask all of this in the precious name of our Savior, Jesus Christ. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Pastor. And our Pledge of Allegiance to the flag of the United States and to the Texas state flag will be led by Caitlin Cantu. She is a senior at West Coast High School, an A honor roll student, and she will graduate with an associate's degree in liberal arts from Del Mar.
107 traffic. 107.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Nonpartisan and non-political,
Mr. Wiggins,
and that we should
honor the Texas flag.
depoliticize
I pledge allegiance to the Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
Thank you, Caitlin, and good luck in your studies.
Go Bears.
Go Bears.
my first thoughts were...
Ms. Huerta, would you please call the roll?
Mayor Paulette Guajardo.
Present.
Councilmembers Roland Barrera. Sylvia Campos. Eric Cantu. Gail Hernandez. Kaylin Paxson. Everett Roy. Mark Scott. We see Miss there he is, Mr. Scott. All right. Carolyn Vaughn. City Manager Peter Zanoni.
Present.
City Attorney Miles Risley. Mayor and Council, a quorum of the council and the required charter officers are present to conduct the meeting.
Thank you, Ms. Huerta. Okay, we'll go to section E, our city manager's comments and update on city operations. Mr. Zanoni.
Okay, great. Thank you, Mayor. Mayor, members of the council and the community. We have one item today on the city manager's report, and it's to highlight a $75,000 donation for our Meals on Wheels program. And so we know with the recent federal government shutdown, they're back open now, and with the holidays upon us, the topic of food security, especially for those that are less fortunate. And today, we're going to have a presentation from HEB, a strong partner of ours in this community, who is giving us $75,000 toward our Meals on Wheels program. So the Meals on Wheels program is part of the city's elderly nutrition services program, and we do both homebound delivery meals, and then we also do meals at our senior centers. And in total, our budget is about $578,000 annually for these services that we provide. Meals 5 days a week, both in our congregate setting and our Meals on Wheels program. So the Meals on Wheels program is a $200,000 budget, and $379,000 in the congregate setting. We're proud and happy today to announce a $75,000 grant for the Meals on Wheels program. The Meals on Wheels program serves individuals who are 60 years of age and older. And not only does it provide meal service, but we also do welfare check-ins on the seniors, making sure that they're okay each day at their home. This donation from HEB will directly impact our community with approximately 9,600 additional meals through the year, benefiting those seniors. This is the largest one-time donation that the city will have received for the Meals on Wheels program. And as the city manager, I want to thank HEB for continuing to be a strong partner in this community, both in terms of financial contribution, but just being a visible, consistent partner in our community and many things that we do year-round. So Beth Datamo was here. She spoke recently about the free admission program that HEB is also funding at our museums here for the next 2 months, all through the holiday season. And so she's going to come and say a few words, and then I'm going to, after that, Beth, I'll announce, and with us in the audience are our staff members who prepare all these meals. You recognize them, and then Beth is going to hand the check
for report for an unconscious call at 2618 Bronner Street, correction. It's going to be 2618 Brandon Street.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Council members. So excited to be in front of you again. And I really appreciate your thoughtful comments, Peter, for the great things that we get to represent today. You know that HEB has a strong commitment to our community, but not just to our community, also in our hunger relief efforts. And you've seen us show up time and time again. And right now, during this time, it's really, really important that we show up. So you may have seen a few weeks ago that we made a commitment to our food banks as well. So our Coastal Bend Food Bank also received a sizable donation but we wanted to make sure that we include some of our most vulnerable citizens of our communities, probably some that hold very dear and true to your hearts every day, and those are our seniors. And so we are really excited today to present $75,000 to you, Peter, and your Parks and Recreation team. We're honored to work with them on multiple fronts. And if I can just tout too, we have Feast of Sharing coming up on December the 20th, so we would love to have all of you there, of course, Peter, you and your team, but really just to come and celebrate with us and have a hot holiday meal. It'll be from 11 to 3 at the Hilliard Center just down the street, so please join us for that. We hope to see many of our Corpus Christi community members there, and thank you for just letting us come today, and we would love to do a quick picture if we can with you and your team.
That's great, Beth, thank you. Stay right there, because what I'm going to do is just to let the council know, if you didn't know, our city still employees prepare the meals each day. Many cities have gone to contracting this out. I must say, having seen some of the other cities,
we know that was
meal
mishandled by the past director and by the past FBI. There were family members here.
So we still do that. Our city
God Almighty, we want to get to the truth of that. I ask you, please,
so there's a lot of high quality nutrition that's served each day. So we're going to recognize these employees. Are going to come up with Beth, and we'll get a picture of them one by one.
And it was the deadliest anti-Semitic attack. So do you admit that happened?
So Shelby Houston, Brandis Eaton, Kimberly Ramirez,
who posted a manifesto about a Hispanic invasion,
of the city
walked into a Walmart in El Paso,
every
Texas
day.
in 2019
Caleb Strange,
and began firing.
Andrew
He murdered
Morris,
23 people
Oscar
that
Sanchez,
day, and the youngest was
Lena
15.
Herrera, Laura Charo,
11.
Aaron Applewhite, and Belinda Stinson. So these are our cooks, folks, that help those seniors every day, both in the congregate setting and then on the Meals on Wheels program. I've seen their meals, and they're pretty good. So, right. Yeah.
Once the foreign terrorist organization designation was labeled over to the Mexican drug cartels, we can now do that here. And in Mexico, and in Colombia, and in Venezuela, and anywhere else they are. And so that's the best analogy I have.
11 you'd have a book that thick, and the hearings would literally run all day long. Go through in detail. That's kind of like to do here tonight. It's not all day long because we only have the afternoon, but we're going to get into a lot of detail here. Dr. Scott, you did mention you treated about 100 COVID patients. Can I just ask you, what did you treat them with?
4, 11 were shot. I would say, and that was not a bad week for him. Okay, that was not a bad week. He said somewhere 18 or 19 were murdered. And you know what his excuse was? Yeah, but that was a long weekend. Okay? Can you believe what he said? That was a long weekend. He's bad. And the mayor is worse. I mean, that mayor is worse. Low IQ, very low IQ. And we don't need low IQ people. We need people that are going to take care. And I love Chicago. And
1148, gas station 5, ESB, rate address 1312 4 line, have a Thai dental, we're going to dispatch 10 feet. Will be 1 made contract RP, 1 made contract R, 3 made contracts, 5 educate, and 5 1 2. You came back only 168, Lincoln 55.
10. So Mayor Good, thank you for us.
13
all these employees and this program and HEB and the donation. So with that, we'll turn it back over to you.
Thank you. So as we begin today's meeting, I want to take a moment to address that this council chambers is a place of public business, a forum for civic discussion, decision-making, and service to the people of Corpus Christi. It's not a stage for personal attacks, for disruptions, or vulgarity. We will not tolerate violations of decorum. There have been repeated instances of individuals using profanity, shouting over others, and showing blatant disregard for the rules that govern our proceedings. I've allowed space for differing viewpoints, and I will continue to welcome respectful disagreement, but I will not allow this council or the public we serve to be disrespected. We are here to do the people's work, so we will proceed in that spirit. If you would like to speak on a specific agenda item during its discussion, you don't need to sign up beforehand. I will ask the public comment. I will ask for public comment when the council considers the item. At that time, you may come up to the podium and speak. At this time, I'd like to ask our City Attorney, Miles Risley, to review the council meeting rules of decorum that will appear on the television screens above. Mr. Risley.
1065.
All citizens must be courteous, polite, and respectful of one another, including the city council and city staff. The mayor and council members shall be referred to by title and/or title surname. All remarks must be addressed to the mayor and city council and not to the council members as individuals. Citizens are only permitted to speak on city-related subject matter. Speaking on any non-city-related matter is prohibited. Loud, boisterous, profane, or obscene language or behavior is not allowed. Citizens must refrain from any disturbing noise, demonstration, or other act disrupting to the city council business.
Thank you, Mr. Risley. So please state your name and the city in which you live before beginning your comments. Citizen comments are limited to 3 minutes, while non-resident comments are limited to 1 minute. A visible timer positioned near the city secretary's desk will help manage that time. And if you have a petition or any relevant information, please present it to the city secretary before you speak, and she will distribute it to us. So we will move on with our council agenda, and that puts us at section L, our consent agenda, items 2 through 17. Any council member want to pull any items 2 through 17?
Repeating.
Number 4.
25.
Okay, number 4, number 11. Any other items pulled? Would the public like any requests from the public to make public comment on any items 2 through 17?
Of course, 170, I call you, Derek.
121, you can go and show me clear. I'm going to give you a call right now.
Yes, ma'am. That vehicle is already on the highway. You can show me clear.
Roll
for Medic 7. Medic 7 for backup for PD.
Okay, anyone else?
Eddie westbound and Carroll. Eddie westbound
okay,
and
with
Carroll.
that, I will entertain a motion to approve consent agenda with the exceptions of items 4, 10, 11, 14, and 15.
Carroll 1147.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye.
Radio from the yard.
Any opposed say no.
Can we see Mr. Scott, please?
I'm sorry?
Mr. Scott?
Oh, Councilman, yes.
Yes, Councilmember Scott, just if he wants to, but we have to see him. Thank you so much.
Okay. Item number 4 was pulled for public comment. I'm sorry. Was that yours?
119
Councilman
0033.
Oh.
That's 251 119 0033.
145
Motion carried. There was a motion and second.
Councilman Scott.
I voted, yes.
Okay, item number 4 is an ordinance to amend the city code of ordinances to make changes to the city boards and commissions. Councilwoman Vaughn.
I don't have a problem with any of this. It's just that you're discontinuing some of these boards, and then you're changing them to another. But the sister city, the chamber's going to take that, so you're going to be using taxpayer money. So I just want you to explain that so the public knows what is required of them.
Yes, ma'am. So there's a $20,000 that's being provided to the Sister City Committee. That's what historically has been given to them, in addition to $8,000 that were remaining funds from last year. What we've set up in the agreement that the council passed on September the 9th of 2025, they're going to submit semi-annual reports to the city, and they're going to detail their activity and financial reports. That'll be submitted to the city manager or his designee. He has designated Ryan Skrabarczyk to work with the committee. Reports twice a year. Each financial report will be prepared and signed by a certified public accountant. So we're sure where those funds are being sent. By May 1st of each year, they have to adopt an annual work plan in an annual budget. And in that budget, they'll include all sources of revenues, revenues, expenditures, fundraising that they have. All that will be included in that budget. The chamber will provide a copy of the proposed annual budget to the city manager and comments and staff comment prior to their adoption. The term of the agreement is for 1 year,
2025,
and it
just
does
2
include
days
something called a
after Charlie
non-appropriation
Kirk's
clause,
killing, that
and
the
what that
DOJ
means
removed that
the continuation
report
of
from
the
the DOJ
agreement,
website. That's why
after the close
Americans
of the
are
fiscal
concerned
year
that
of the
there
city,
seems
and
to
our
be a
fiscal year
separate
closes
system
September
of
30th.
justice.
It's subject to
If you are a
appropriations and budget
Republican,
approval.
and you
that
are
means
attacked,
the
you
council
will
has
get the
the sole
full
discretion
weight
to
and
determine
authority
whether or
of the
not to fund the
FBI in this
contract. So
administration.
say
But
the
if
year
you
passes
are somebody
and,
serving in the Minnesota State Legislature and you are
made some
assassinated in your
decisions,
home,
you decide
that
not
the
to fund that,
response
that's within
is
your purview
different.
to do that as well. So those are some of the safeguards we've included.
Okay, we have a motion and a second.
Airlines. Call from Engine 11, Lake 11, Engine 11, full testing,
Item 10 was pulled from
1130, 4721 freshman, 4721 freshman. Go ahead and work off EMS 1,
There's a motion on
555.
professional services contract to award bid and construction phase for the weir improvements basins 3 and 4 at O.N. Stevens Water Treatment Plant. Did you pull 10? You can come up for public comment.
103 and 204 in progress.
Rachel Caballero, D1. I'm glad to see that we're using somebody other than Frieza Nichols. Hopefully we'll look into Ardura group and see what else they're going to be participating in. This...
Call it 500 South Conquest.
I'd like for you guys to consider stepping away from the design, bid, and construction phase process. That gives a lot of room for nefarious activities to be allowed with city staff. If we don't know how much it's going to cost, we shouldn't be doing it. This community, we've been told, does not have the money to provide customer or community services. They're getting slashed across, the budget, community services. So we have to make sure that we're doing projects that are for the community,
82%
that are repairing issues that we have in the different MGD that will be coming to the table. We have a $1.4 billion tourist information on it. It could be negatively impacted by discharge in the Corpus Christi Bay. Of that 128 MGD that's coming to the table with all these different, through these different projects at a cost of $57 million.
Councilwoman,
none of it will take the community.
Go ahead.
Out of
Call from 1 minute calling for a diabetic calling at 405 16th Street, 405 16th Street, area 3317. Work off by dispatch 1513.
One, it's an approved CIP project, and there's
two plants at Owen Stevens.
132 traffic.
This is in plant 2. And it has a design for the weirs that take the water out of the sedimentation basin and transfer it to the filters. The one on plant 2 is not working as well as plant 1. You're getting solids break through and short circuiting, and they want to explore some different alternatives to upgrade that and get something that's going to perform better. And what happens if it's not performing well and you get more solids, you've got to backwash your filters more and waste water.
And when was the last time that it was upgraded?
I'm going to call in a CCW lifeline on that.
13, 53, 16, 14.
14, ESD 1404.
Nick Winkleman, interim COO of CCW. So the original weir design is original plant 2, right? That was in the 80s. So what we found is that is not as effective. So we want to improve the weirs, and also part of the project is also looking at the weir process for slammers.
Okay, and what has caused that? I mean, like, it's been working all these years. It's just finally wear and tear. That's a long time.
So it's working, but it's not working as efficiently. So what we're seeing, and Jeff alluded to, is so we have problems with our water distribution. There's crossover. When you're looking at water treatment, the movement of the water is critical. If you ever come out to the plant, you can actually see the water move through the plant, and you can understand that. This professional services contract, it's with Ardura for design services, bid services, so they would help prepare the bid documents for public bid, and then construction phase services, where they would have involvement in the construction contract. Construction isn't anticipated to start till fiscal year 28. So, and there will be a firm bid with this project, just hasn't happened yet.
Okay, so right now we're still in the design phase.
We haven't started design yet, so this is the Track 4 design.
Okay, I appreciate that. Okay, that's all the comments I had.
Okay.
Did you make?
Okay, we have a motion in a second.
Level 140 available.
Put that up.
56.
4421 for readership. 13 to 8.
Yes.
Okay, did you, yes?
13.
Yes.
132, I'm in route 10.
Okay, the motion carries. Item 11 was pulled. That is a resolution authorizing a 3-year extension of the agreement to provide treated water to South Texas Water Authority. Councilwoman Campos.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to make sure that the water that we are providing is mainly for human consumption. Is it the agreement
also in the southern area, 2 RC-121
have that information?
Checking on radar clutter and interference caused by conjugate point phenomena.
The reissuance of this
Finally,
contract.
a U-2 was standing by at Hickam for its long pre- and post-shot weather sweeps over the Central Pacific.
Providing to South Texas Water Authority. I'm just curious, is it, because that's, I want to make sure right now, since our water is so limited, I want to make sure that it is for humans.
Sure. So the contract is a 3-year extension. None of the terms of the contract, including annual volume, has changed. South Texas Water Authority hasn't requested an increase in volume. How the contract states, I mean, we CCW, or the City of Corpus Christi, doesn't control who their customers are, but I can tell you that they haven't requested an additional volume of water to include in their contract. None of the terms have changed. All the terms are the same.
And that's what I am, hopefully in the future, we will be able to have those kinds of discussions, that whenever we, as a water provider, will be able to have a say as to who we're providing 1 million, 2 million, 12 million, 20 million, it goes on and on. At what point does the community know? Do we have a commission or something that we can have a say as to who we're selling our water to? We would have an impact that we can have a say. Do we have anything like that?
If I could answer that in terms of an example, so if within 3 years, say at the end of that, South Texas Water Authority, as an example, would like to increase their annual amount of water by 25%, right? As part of the contract negotiation, staff would determine if that water is available, and then that information will be shared with the council, and in fact, the contract will be
So because this is an existing and they're not really increasing it, that information then does not have to be provided to council. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, it wasn't, it's not a consideration item because they're not requesting any material changes to the contract. We agree, the city agrees that the terms are acceptable and reasonable, and we agree to be operating along those same terms for the next 3 years.
Well, there's been this
interview Acosta on all again. The administration has complied with our request.
Your desk, have you discussed it at all to creating some kind of commission so that in the future, we as residents, we as, our water customers will know, because water, as you know, is very precious, and so we need to make sure that we're using our water, efficiently, and that it's, for example, a lot of these, have inundated our city. I would like to see us have a say as to how many more car washes we're going to be allowing. I know that this is probably out of this, discussion, but I would like to see that in the future. Some kind of either water commission or a water board where it actually has residents as part of that commission. So hopefully you can come back and maybe discuss that with us at a later time, but I still would like to see that. So with that, I make a motion to approve the project.
Okay. Councilman Hernandez.
Okay, we're extending this and not doing a new agreement, and I'm under the assumption that this is in order to allow them to have time to develop their own water source, correct?
I can't speak on behalf of the Water Authority. I feel that's the case, though. Earlier in the year, the STWA, we've been working on this contract for some time. Earlier in the year, they requested and we agreed to extend the contract to December 31st of this year, which we did. And then just recently, they've come back and they said, look, we would just like to extend it for 3 years, because as we all know, they are working on other water supply projects. So that seemed reasonable to us as well.
Okay, so I know part of that development, there's also some discussion about selling this water, and we're supposed to get a presentation from them coming next month.
I'll have to follow up with our contacts at South Texas Water Authority. The statement and the comments, and CCW fully agrees with them. The important item was to deal with this existing contract first. So I'll follow up with them and find out when they have any info available.
Well, the executive director is behind you, so I'm assuming that we will.
That's what the executive director told me.
Okay, so Peter, are we getting a presentation next month?
Councilman, like Nick said, if Mr. Matas wants to come up and answer the question, we can answer it for him. That was the plan, but it's changed. We don't know when it's coming forward. So I would recommend you come up to the microphone. We don't want to guess on what the business is.
The rating hasn't worked out, but it's 21, not 20 Alpha, EMS 1, 801. I try one time on the class.
Good morning, John Matas, representing South Texas Water Authority. First of all, I want to thank Jumali and also Nick and their teams, and the legal team as well, and city management for working with us on this 3-year extension. It's provided to us as we discuss what are the future options for water for STWA, how that works, either independently or in coordination with CCW. So I just want to state that they have been excellent partners and always operated in good terms, never adversarial, and this was a mutual agreement that we had a few weeks ago that we were able to finalize, which came before you here in this agenda item
15 years
number
ago.
11.
Now it's a mess.
Now, on the
And
other
we have
issue,
great
yes, we
support
are
in
still
San Francisco, so I'd
proceeding,
like to
working
recommend that
ahead
for
with 7Cs,
inclusion, maybe in
on
your
a
next
water
group. You get
source
great
for
support.
our system,
Every American
up to
deserves to
3,
live not afraid of being
and that is
mugged,
still in the
murdered,
works.
robbed, raped,
Now there are
assaulted, or
options
shot.
to upscale that, and we have
And that's
mentioned
exactly
that in the
what our
various times that I've
administration
been
is
here
working
before
to
you and
deliver.
the council.
I didn't realize I
And
was
so
going to
we
make
would be
this
more than
such a
happy
big
to
factor in the
present to
I didn't
you,
really campaign.
our
I
updates.
campaigned
We
on
didn't want to come
crime.
back until we had
But
more
I never
information.
thought
We
we'd
feel
go
we're
into
at that
every
point.
city.
We'll be able to present to the STWA board on their December 1st meeting, and then be able to have all that background information to present to management for them to decide, or for you to initiate putting that into your agenda the following week. So we're trying to move this ahead quickly so that everyone has some resolve to this question. We're dealing with STWA directly, and how does that work with the bigger picture? But we do appreciate being a part of the regional water
15
system
years
that
ago.
CCPD
Now it's a mess.
provides. They've
And we
always
have
been
great
there,
support in San
helpful,
Francisco, so I'd like to recommend that
and
for
Nick has always been there,
inclusion, maybe in
a
your
phone call
next
away
group.
to answer
You get
anything
great
that we have.
support.
So,
Every American deserves
ready
to
to
live in a
move forward to
community
present
where
to you
they're
if
not
that is
afraid
the
of being
council's
mugged,
wish or as
murdered,
management's
robbed,
wish.
raped,
We
assaulted,
will
or
be
shot.
ready to provide you with
And that's
details and
exactly what
background
our
compared to
administration
other
is working
meetings.
to deliver.
So-
I didn't
so
realize
our
I was going to
meeting
make
after
this such a
that
big
is
factor in the
December
I didn't really
9th,
campaign. I
and our last
campaigned on
meeting in
crime.
December, I believe, is the
But I
16th.
never
Is that
thought
correct?
we'd
That's
go.
correct, Councilman.
Okay, so I'm assuming one of those 2 days we'll get a presentation as to some additional water supply that can be provided by Southeast.
Right, yeah, well, so Mr. Mata said December 1 is your board meeting? Is that what you said?
December 1, yes.
December 1?
Yes, sir.
So we'll go to that board meeting and we'll report back. We'll have to post on the 3rd to the 9th, so if everything's looking good, and we'll keep
But when you
council
look at
informed.
the study,
But if things are looking good at the
unlike the
first
Henry
meeting
Ford
and
study,
there's
it has no
little turnaround
confidence
time,
interval.
we can add it to
So
the
what is the
agenda
confidence
later
interval at
that week
154
on the
million
3rd to the
claim?
9th.
Okay.
Okay, and then if not, we'll have to fall back to the 16th.
Oh, with that, I'll second the motion. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Modis.
525051.
Please submit your vote.
159, go ahead.
Public comment, Mayor.
I'm sorry. Yes, public comment. I'm sorry, on item number 11. Any public comment? Okay, we'll close public comment.
16 minutes and 4 seconds.
With
And it
all
was
the
at
previous contracts and
12:30
everything
in
that's
the
gone
evening.
through.
I actually made a call, he didn't pick up. I called him a second time,
District 3.
and he picked up. And I
yeah,
told him, I said, you have to get your
I
ass
know
in
that
gear.
what he
because you're
said is
gonna have
like,
a
you know,
problem
they're not
there.
asking for more of this and
And he
that,
would
but
have, if we
the
didn't
council
bring the
raised a great
military
question
in,
about
you
trying to
would have
figure out
had,
where
you would
the
have
water,
right
you know,
now
what the
something.
resources
And I
the
went
water's
through it
taken from and going
because
to.
I follow the
And it would
rules
be,
100%.
like, great
And I
before we
watched
just hold a vote
in Minnesota,
hand
we
out,
have the man who
you know,
ran for
status quo,
vice
which we already
president
know is
of
not
the
good.
United
States.
16-year-old shooter in Evergreen, Colorado, radicalized by white supremacist ideology online, opened fire and critically wounded 2 other students at Evergreen High School.
At all the companies that are
Received
involved
lethal
in the
anti-school.
and also, you know, bring up every single thing that's on there. That way we know if it's excessive. I mean, it's 3 years, and how many times are we going to get in contracts for 3 years that we can't change once we find out they're good contracts? Thanks.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else? Okay, I'm closing public comment. Please submit your vote.
16 Chula Vista Street, 1626 Chula Vista Street, signal 1 in place.
Mr. Scott.
16318 Northwest Central.
That's the same number that called from
You're
the
frozen.
call earlier.
Darn it. Try again.
1637.
Can't. Yes, thank you.
Okay, the motion carries. Item 14 and 15, public comment.
443.
Ms. Caballero.
132730479 Anchor.
517, go ahead.
Dispatch Medic 11. 10650 State Highway 361. Allies.
13 Everhard.
065.
Should probably get, I haven't seen Rachel Caballero D1. I'd like to request more information on this because we haven't seen anything regarding the financial obligations of these and the Texas Water Development Board, who has treated our community very, very poorly until now, and not working with us to help us actually solve this man-made water crisis. So I would like to request a quick review on these to figure out what the financial ramifications ramifications are to the community.
617.
Thank you. These are grants funded by the state of Texas that in this past legislative session. And so this is a formality. Is that correct? Okay. If you want to make a comment, this is basically funding that was granted to us.
Correct. So the state legislator, with their support, and we're very thankful for that, they provided grant money for both the Mary Roads pipeline and the Texas groundwater program. The money is being distributed through the Texas. That's the mechanism for distributing the grants. As part of the rules and regulations, it's a formality for council to approve CCW to submit the grant application.
Thank you, sir.
Mayor, I'd like to move to approve item 1415.
Okay, we have a motion in a second.
17 and 18 and 18.
And my message to them.
Thank you.
Was just do your job. Don't do politics.
Howdy, my name is Armand Alex, long life resident of Corpus Christi. I concur with Dr. Nadiza. It's really nice to see that there are council members that are wanting to put forward.
I am going to
requires a leader who puts public safety and national security rule of law first. I'm afraid, Director Cadell, you've given us reason to believe.
Yeah, we told Michael Dice or Andrew Demas to be ready, so yeah.
Okay, great. Item number 20 is a variance case number ZN9019, Resties in District 1.
17 gunshots. So an arsonist set Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro's residence. And of course, last week, we saw the horrific cold-blooded assassination of Charlie Kirk in Utah that has shaken the nation. 1 minute after Charlie Kirk was shot in the neck,
the property is located at 702
a 16-year-old shooter in Evergreen, Colorado, radicalized by white supremacist ideology online, opened fire and critically wounded 2 other students at Evergreen High School. We've seen lethal anti-Semitism.
17 other states follow.
In this case,
California.
the property is
They have the most ridiculous laws I've ever seen for a lot of things. This is just cars.
Separation.
But and trucks.
The applicant did apply through
they have
their
a lot of them
permits
around
through
the clock
development
to not only
services.
keep our country,
As
but
part
our
of that
world
review,
safe.
we look
And
at the
that's
TABC
what
license,
Operation Summer
and as part of that
did.
license, we made a
Thank you,
determination
Director,
that
and
it
to
is
the Deputy
indeed,
Director,
again,
for
14
everything
feet
you
short.
did on behalf
Why
of the
we are here
Department of
today is
Justice,
the
and you're
applicant
going
does
to
have the
continue
right under
to
the
keep
municipal
doing.
code to
And they
ask for a
set the
variance
stage.
and appeal that decision.
1724. I got my custody at 1308.
So the subject property is historically used to be a tortilla factory called La Malicia for many years, decades in fact. For a brief time it was a retail shop, and it is zoned general commercial district, so the general commercial district does allow bars, taverns, nightclubs by right, so it does not have an underlying zoning issue, and it is undergoing renovations into a bar.
This
is just a brief background
1,736, or 36% of those deaths occurring within
code and
the day of injection or within 1 or 2 days.
Where municipalities throughout the
I was
state
raising that issue. I was going on media. I was showing this chart, and I got censored. Radio talk show hosts, when I talked about this, they were deplatformed.
That being said, also within TABC
now again,
code,
I realize theirs doesn't
up to the
prove causation. I realize it's grossly underreported.
1,700 criteria,
1,736, or 36% of those deaths
the variance out of the question,
occurring within
does it impose some type
day of injection or within 1 or 2 days.
To surrounding properties.
Now, I was raising that issue. I was going on media. I was showing this chart. And I got censored. Radio talk show hosts were about this. They were deplatformed.
So going through all of those steps.
Now again, I realize theirs doesn't prove causation.
Does have the correct zoning.
I realize it's grossly underreported.
It is within the character of the neighborhood, as you have other bar establishments along this commercial corridor. So we do take that into account when coming to a decision. And moving to public input, of 61 notices mailed out, we received 0 in favor and 0 opposition. So we did
not to be nitpicky, but it's 89,000 kilos of cocaine and 7,300 kilograms of meth.
And isn't it also true that the FBI Tampa Division's Panama Express Strike Force specifically seized nearly 67,000 kilos of cocaine valued at more than $1.6 billion from illicit maritime vessels?
One of our best operations out of the Port of Tampa, and I was down there in
more than likely will have
when Pan X
offset
did their
hours,
work.
meaning Sunday
Director Patel,
services
since
and at
October
most
7th,
Wednesday night services
2023,
will not be in
Hamas.
conflict
180
with
times
rest of
the
all
general
hours
population's
of the day
average.
of the week,
Hillcrest is not
as it is still
invisible.
a commercial
Those
use.
are.
And with that, taking all of those things into consideration, staff does recommend approval of the variance request as it is a 14-foot shortfall. It is 286 feet away. It is pretty close to meeting that 300-foot mark. Of course, Breeze Development Services encourage infill development as well as small businesses to occupy structures that would nevertheless be vacant. But all that being said, staff is recommending approval, and we stand to address any questions you may have.
Thank you, Andrew.
Thank you.
So, Andrew, I got a this. We reached out our
I think there was two locations. sir.
Both, it would be the
2019,
applicant
and
on their
that
own reached out to the
residence,
church
FBI
as well
found
as
a
Development
safe,
Services staff, one of our planners.
I don't have the
Okay,
catalog of
so,
evidence in front of me.
The church reached out to me.
18, I think there was two
and said
locations,
they did
sir.
not have any
2019,
discussion with
in that
anyone.
residence, the FBI found a
And that they
safe.
do not, they are not for
I don't have the catalog
this
of evidence in front of me, sir.
establishment. You have the bar, you have
And
a
remember,
vacant
just
lot,
state your name and city.
and then you have the church. So we're essentially going against our own
Wasn't
ordinance
off-duty
of
after the
putting a bar
But it has
within
to be done
300
correctly. It has to
feet
have intake.
of a church.
You want to intake it from the Gulf and then discharge it.
In your memo,
From
it
the
also
other end.
states that there's a bar directly across the
And that's all I
street.
really have to say.
Did
But I
somebody
mean,
go check that?
well, what I know about it, I
Okay,
only
it's closed.
lived on
That bar has
aircraft
been
carriers.
Okay.
for some time.
Heart rate
It was
84,
called Meekness.
respirations 14,
And I know this again
SpO2
because
97,
they
room
reached
air
out to me,
97.9,
and I spoke with the pastor.
DGL
Is there
1.5, lung sounds are clear in all fields,
They are here.
EKG
Okay,
is a
great.
sinus
We'll hear
rhythm
from you
at
in a sec.
84, no ectopic, clear administering
Because they had
fluid,
not
will
spoken
be at your
to the
facility in
city.
about 3 to 5 minutes.
My concern is a couple
Delta
of things.
240 for the
When
destruction
we
of
say
securing Lanky Seafood House,
it is in
600 Shoreline,
the character
Shoreline,
of the
contact
neighborhood.
Brian.
1651.
618 to 614.
1901
We want to
Shoreline.
build
1901
a
Shoreline.
neighborhood.
American
And I
Bank
don't think
Center, Cross Dispatch.
this is defining
1901 Shoreline.
in the best way that
American Bank
neighborhood, that
Center,
corridor,
Cross Dispatch.
it's in desperate need of revitalization.
190019.
And I'll let them tell the story, but
Gonna be right in front of
there
my
were 5
Stephen.
bars
Paul Lincoln.
in that corridor. That was the character of the neighborhood. Bars all over. And when the church bought the building, and this is coming from them, they said, we're gonna wait this out, because they came to the city and the city said, we can't do anything about it. Of course, bars are there. But when the bars, if and when the bars close, then they can't come back because of the 300-foot ordinance. Unless this day comes, where there's an acceptance, right, exception. I don't see a valid reason to give an exception. I think the church, they waited it out.
I'm not a big fan of the
And,
slogan, vaccines are safe and effective.
They waited for 5
There are
bars.
nuances.
Because they do have things. I was there Sunday.
Are COVID vaccines
And
very sensitive?
their congregation
No.
was
Are
there.
they generally very safe? Yes.
4 or 5
Are they
in
the
afternoon.
least
They were
safe
getting ready for a
vaccine
festival.
ever?
So
No.
I don't just.
19 other individuals, one Hollywood producer, $1 million, one royal prince, one high-profile individual in the music industry, one very prominent banker, one high-profile...
Have residents. There are some elderly
Determined
residents that would live
to end
20 feet from the back door of that bar.
cycles of political
And
violence.
I didn't receive any, I was going to ask you about notices.
Sure, I'll recognize the gentleman from Kansas,
But
Mr.
I'm a little bit
Smith.
disappointed that we didn't reach out, and maybe y'all did, and there was no communication. I understand that, hit and miss. But they're vehemently against having the bar right literally next door. Almost one vacant lot separates it. And I think, I don't, TABC rejected their license because they're 300 feet, within 300 feet. So I don't see how the city should say, well, we're going to make this exception based on what? I don't rebuild a character by going backwards to what they had come
1970, the first
when they
autism
first
prevalence
brought that
study in the
bill.
U.S. found an
But I'll let the
autism
council
rate of
members,
less than 1
give
in
their input.
10,000 children.
Councilmember Campos.
According to a study by the EPA,
Thank you, Mayor. And
sometime around
you do bring up a good
1987, the
point. As a matter
autism
of
rate
fact, I'm
in the
glad
U.S.
that you
has
acknowledge the
skyrocketed.
history of that
The
location,
most recent
which
report
is
from
La
the CDC
Malinche.
showed that 1 in 31
personally
8-year-old
am
children
very
in the
familiar
U.S.
with
in
that
2022
location.
were on the autism
Growing
spectrum.
up, I was the one that
That's
would
a
go get the masa
32,158% increase in the last
tamales
52 years.
we were making during
Two
this
mass-
time. So, and yes, I am very familiar with the character of the neighborhood. We grew up in the weekend, so yes, I am familiar. There used to be a lot of bars there.
1996,
It is kind of
the
refreshing to see
FBI
that
has ignored
the church
tips.
is there, and there's
Then,
also
U.S. attorneys
the,
gave Epstein
the
a sweetheart
bakery
deal
in the
to
corner.
avoid significant
And,
jail
I
time.
think slowly it is,
The government simply
trying to come
disregarded the
back to
law
life.
and ignored
I
the
do appreciate
victims
that there
of these
is
crimes.
interest
It was and
in
is
that location,
unacceptable.
but I don't think a
For the
bar
past 6
is
weeks,
something that
the House Oversight Committee has
any
worked
neighborhood
tirelessly to
would
request
put up, not
documents
in
and
the
testimony
south
regarding
side, not
Epstein
in
and
the north
Maxwell.
side.
1996,
So I don't understand
the
why
FBI
we
has ignored
would,
tips.
do this
Then,
to,
U.S. attorneys
to
gave
this
Epstein a
historic,
sweetheart deal to avoid significant jail time.
Because that's where I
The
grew
government
up, so,
simply disregarded the law and
La
ignored the
Malinche, for me, is
victims
very
of these
historic.
crimes.
So again,
It
I will not be
was and
supporting this,
is
and I hope,
unacceptable.
and I'm glad that we,
For the past
that
6
the mayor
weeks,
reached out
the House Oversight
to
Committee has
the
worked
church
tirelessly to request documents and testimony regarding Epstein and Maxwell.
I have to admit.
Forward to working with all of
Read,
you so we conduct
the
oversight
mail that I
investigations to
receive,
uncover and expose the
because
truth
I usually
on issues
it's
that are
electronic,
important to the American
where
people.
I communicate. So I still would like to hear from the church, the pastors, but honestly, I don't believe I'll be supporting this. So.
You said it's 14 feet, right?
Correct. 14 feet short.
That's like from here to the mayor?
Whereas I would say just over an NBA basket. That's exactly 10 feet, so just a hair over.
I know the area, I travel that area all the time, and honestly, it's getting better. He's doing a good job getting the prostitutes and the drugs off the streets, but there's still a lot of prostitution going on in that neighborhoods and drugs.
And isn't it also true that the FBI Tampa Division's Panama Express strike
All in Corpus Christi to be open for business, right?
nearly 67,000
We want
kilos of
refineries to
cocaine
come
valued
to
at more than
Corpus Christi and
$1.6
open their
billion
business here. I don't see what's the big problem with the bar, convenience store, or anything like that. We're getting tax revenue from the TBC
These people from us. And I said it's time now.
I understand the
So we'll
concerns
see
of the
what
church,
happens. We'll also see what happens. Your next question is going to be the
there's a
weapons.
bar
We
like
want the
maybe 2
weapons
blocks
to
away,
be
more or less,
given up,
Mother
sacrificed,
O'Reilly's.
and they've agreed to do it. Now they have to do it. If they don't do it, we'll do it.
The difference is,
Come today,
just to be clear,
suggest that
within
Hamas
the
needs to
UDC,
hurry up and
26% of
disarm
sales of
and
gross
follow your
sales have to
country's
come
plan.
from
That
food
was the head of
to
CENTCOM saying that.
restaurant.
Is that not a signal
One thing
to
that can
Hamas,
change
to the rest
between
of the
now and
world?
then
2,000
is the
deaths, he
applicant
said
chooses
600 people
to serve
died.
pizza. They are now a restaurant and can still
They
serve
could get a food beverage license, yeah.
Exactly. And so the question is, it's a very small change that can occur. I think at this time, his motive was purely to stick to just alcohol sales. But if it changes to a restaurant within so many days, it can still open up.
So if they change it to a restaurant, I think it's like $12 more for TBC to do a license for food and beverages. They could just open up like that.
Same mixed beverage license, same
Got it. Okay, appreciate it. Thank you.
Councilwoman Vaughn.
Well, 300 feet is 300 feet.
Yes, ma'am.
That's the rule, so we shouldn't make exceptions because it's 14 feet off. And I would much rather not get that tax revenue than to put a bar beside a church. And I guarantee you that church has been praying those bars out of there. And so I'm not going to be one that's going to vote to put one in. And thank you.
That we know where that money goes, and if that money is going somewhere that doesn't add to tooth, and instead
Councilwoman
fat or
Paxson.
tail, we need to know that. Or if it's wasted, we need to know that. So I think
I
previous
agree. We
secretaries
should be very interested in being a positive partner to new businesses, and I recognize that in our packet you referenced the West Side development plan and that this was considered
2017. Does that
congruent
ring a
with
bell?
that plan. However,
2017. Does that ring a bell?
I share the sentiments of Councilwoman Vaughn that this, we're talking about a 300-foot barrier because worship there.
18903 to dispatch.
You know, it's important to me
2019,
that
August.
2019, okay, so a lot's
balance
happened
bringing in
over
new
the
business
20 years
with
of this.
creating community spaces
Well, I
that,
think,
that really
thanks for what you're doing.
service
I
the
think
people
that
living there.
public needs to
And
know,
so I
as they do-
recognize, you know, going up and down that road, I recognize that there's a lot of room for us to work with new businesses coming in and develop a space that's
18903 to dispatch.
vibrant. But this isn't in my
2019,
definition.
August.
2019, okay, so a
go
lot's
with that.
happened
And
over
so,
the
I think
20
that
years of this.
this doesn't serve the purpose
Well, I think,
of
thanks for what you're
cultivating
doing.
new growth
I think
and
that
community
public needs
strength
to know,
and cleaning up
as they do
areas.
almost
It doesn't-
everything.
it's
There are a
not
lot of
congruent with
questions
that,
with the government
in my
involvement
opinion.
in the shooting
And so I
president.
appreciate
I mean,
staff's
that's gonna come out at some
recommendation and all that you
Not
put
only
in the
Butler,
packet. I
Pennsylvania, but
really
the
do.
golf course.
But
So,
I won't be supporting that
is
for
there
that
anything you want to
reason.
add to what Mr. Garcia or any?
Councilman Roy.
No, I just,
2019 on a segment of Fox and Friends.
So this is District 1, and I went out, and I'm a little confused. So I'd like some clarification. When you measure 300 feet, what are you measuring that from?
It is from the front door of the establishment to the front door of the church.
Okay. Because I have a size 13 foot, and it's about 2 inches longer than 12 feet. So I paced it. I didn't go with a tape measure. And the distance, to me, seems a lot shorter, and I did it twice. So 14, and I think 14 feet is being gracious. And for that reason, again, I think it's actually closer.
It was our GIS survey of measuring.
3.38 million.
Oh, so nobody went out?
So that's an increase
How
of
did you do it?
We
a
have
little
a
more than
GIS
half a
software,
million people
geographic
died
information
in the first
system
year
that
of COVID.
gives fairly accurate
The
measurement.
following year,
To the front.
3.46 million
To the
more
front
people
Yeah.
in the second year of the pandemic.
I have a problem with that in
2021. The
itself,
vaccines were
because
rolling out, and I think we were
measuring right to the front
70%
door, there's a lot of activities. So you have,
take up of vaccines
you know,
by
at your church, you
fall of
have the
2000.
parking lot,
estimates
you
are
have
that
the
by the
people, you have
second
kids.
quarter,
If they're doing
over
a
60% of
Easter egg
Americans
hunt,
in
and that
some
is,
Then
you
in
know,
2022, we
2020.
I think we
and
need to look at
about
that
9 million
too,
those first
from
6
maybe
months.
the edge of the
And they
property.
got
But I guess the state sets that.
a form to fill out
But
every day for
overall,
7 days
at the end
after
of the
the
day,
shot, then every
I'm
week
not
for 6
supporting this
weeks,
project
and then
either.
3 times after
So
that.
I think
On
we
that
can come
form,
back
we
and
checked the
do a
boxes.
restaurant or
There were
rethink
basically 2
their
types of
plan.
responses.
That's
The
fine.
first check the box was
At this point, I won't be supporting
But the
it.
symptoms that the CDC chose to
Thank you. At
include
this time, I'm going to open
are
public
the ones that they
hearing.
say are normal and fine after
And,
the vaccine, and they only
let's see,
collect
go
after
ahead,
7
come on
days.
up.
What they call reactogenicity.
Anyone in the
They're
audience
good.
that would
They
like to
show the
make public
vaccine is
comment
working.
on item 20?
2021. The vaccines were rolling out. I think we were close to 70%.
Good afternoon, esteemed
Taking
council
over
members in here.
vaccines by
So
fall
my name is Manuel Lewis.
2021, I
I'm
believe.
here representing as the president of the board of this church, Alpha Omega. And just to add some color and context to what we've been talking about, we have been at this location for more than 20 years. We moved to the 700 block of Port in 1999. At that time, like Rachel stated already, there were 5 bars at this location. And while these bars were in operation, we dealt with several of the bar's patrons entering our sanctuary inebriated and causing a scene. We had Sunday services morning and night, along with Wednesday night services, Thursday night services, we have vacation Bible school for children, all of those things. And not even to mention festivals and other activities we had there at our church. Our church has had people passed out at our front door. We've had to deal with vomit, urine, feces, in front of and around our building. We've had our vehicles broken into. We've had our sanctuary itself broken into. There's been car wrecks, fights, any other manner of violence that is associated with a bar in that area. We have to pick up trash on our doorstep, including, of course, beer bottles and cans, and drug paraphernalia. We've had our parking lot, which is fenced in, cut, and broken into. They've stolen a barbecue pit that we use for just regular fellowship time with our church. These are all things that we've had to deal with. We've even had our city trash cans taken. We've had damage to our windows.
20
we've had graffiti
ideologues
on the
that
side
you were
of the
aware, I
church.
believe you said many more.
So
Many were
these bars
aware of
were
and
open
possibly
at all hours,
complicit in the
today, including Sunday
assassination.
mornings
Director
during
Patel, in
our
light of the
service,
increased violence
the
emanating
buildings were always
from
in
the far
disrepair, and they
left,
continue to decline as the years pass.
is your
And
FBI
if you drive down
investigating
that
this
way, as
violent
some
trend of
you can
anti-religious,
see how the state of
Antifa,
those
and
buildings
transgender-driven violence?
how they are right now.
All of it across the board
So
is being
thankfully,
zealously
those bars
investigated,
closed one by
no
one.
matter
The last
what
one was
your
Mika's Lounge, which did
motivation.
finally close. as
2019, August.
2019, okay, so a lot's
Our
happened
congregation
over the
is actively pushing
20
for the
years of
betterment
this.
of our community. We
Well, I
invest
think, thanks for
in
what you're doing.
services
I think that
to
public needs
help
to know,
the individual
as they
families
do
one
on
by
most
one.
everything. There are a lot of questions
We
of
have done
government
so, and we
involvement
will
in the
continue
shooting
to do
of
so.
President Trump.
And
I mean,
we
that's
just
going to
asked
come out
that
at some point.
the city council
Not only
would help us
Pennsylvania, but the
to
Gulf
ensure the
Coast.
safety
So,
of our
is there
congregation.
anything you want to add to what Mr. Garcia?
Most of
or
our
any-
members are working class
No, I just
and
think
low
that
income.
20 times more.
And they
It's the
come to
most
receive the hope that our church
incredible
offers.
disaster I've ever
Just
seen.
like any church,
That's one.
in
The
any part of
cars
the
are
city,
just as
security
bad.
is always an
Everything's
issue.
bad. And now you have the
I actually
situation.
work for the city of
So
Corpus
his own
Christi. I am
sheriff, who's a
police
good
officer,
man, by the way,
and I
said
volunteer my time.
2 days ago, 3 days ago, that we could not have done this without the military. They were going to take over
Thank you for your
this whole,
comment.
they couldn't have done it.
Or, I'm sorry, you're
Now,
the
today,
president.
they got
Sorry.
him to
Thank
change
you.
his tune. He said, oh, I think we could have handled it. You know, so
Isabel, I
sad.
said District 1. I just want to say that I'm super grateful for you all
So that's an increase of
take into
a little more than
consideration
a
the
half million
concerns
people
of
died
residents
in
of
the
the
first year of
neighborhood
COVID.
and the
following
quality of
year,
life that they have
3.46 million
and
people, more people
how what the
in the
city
second
is
year of the pandemic,
saying
2021. The vaccines
happened
were rolling out, and I
and
think
why
we were,
it's
I think we were close to
okay
70%
actually reflects a different perspective of reality
take up
than
of
what
vaccines by
the pastor
fall
is
of
saying.
2021, I
That
believe.
his experience in that space actually shows the disrespect to the community and problems, kind of like the way that Hillcrest experiences a disrespect and a lack of awareness about how they're being impacted by a business interest, and they would like the people to be centered instead of the other group being centered. So I'm really impressed that you guys are acknowledging that. I appreciate individuals who I disagree with fighting for their voices. And I would really love for you to kind of carry that with you forward when we address items 17, 18, and 19.
Thank you.
With three other similar objects.
Howdy, my name is Armand Alex, long life resident of Corpus Christi. I concur with Dr. Adiza. It's really nice to see that there are council members that are willing to put forward and prioritize
Director Patel, in light of the increased violence
our
emanating
neighbors and our
from the
community
far
members.
left,
Is
your FBI investigation?
2021, had it not been for the vaccines,
this was another
more than
example of
5
a city
million
trying to move
people would have
forward
lost their
with
lives in America.
the silence of
2022,
residents. It's a go-ahead. Silence does not mean compliance just because you received zero again. That should be a concern. That means that there's some kind of misstep in miscommunication.
2019, have
Maybe
a
you're trying
pandemic,
to
no vaccines.
mail people
Unfortunately, NIH was sabotaging
voices,
treatment
but
using
perhaps they weren't
effective
receiving
generic
it.
drugs.
Maybe sending a text to someone that doesn't have a phone,
dying of
etc.
acute
But there was some kind of
COVID-19. It was
misstep here.
abundantly obvious that the COVID-19 vaccines did not reduce the risk of death. I don't want America to be fooled by this hearing today, thinking that the vaccines save lives, because they didn't.
As it relates to
Dr. Vaughn,
a
please,
dynamic like
audience,
this,
please.
where you're having communities say, we don't want this here.
So
I challenge physicians you're listening to that and moving forward with that rather than just perhaps a business owner. And quite frankly, does Corpus Christi need another bar? Look, I frequent a bar too from time to time, but do we need another one? They're popping up everywhere, and we should support the local businesses that we have.
From SSM
we've got some
because
bar
I
owners
brought it to
on
their
council,
attention.
but we don't need another
Never
bar.
discussed
We don't need another bar. Perhaps what we do need are those community spaces. Right? Perhaps what we need to is invest in those spaces where it better strengthens community resilience. community culture, etc. So I would encourage this council not to move forward with that as well.
So about 3.5 years from the start.
So 2029.
2024, the number of civilian employees in the office of the Secretary
Eric
of Defense
Guntu rattled my brain and brought back a memory. My first year as a counselor, Lamar Childress, and I was a school counselor.
Are you a city resident, ma'am? I'm so sorry to interrupt. Are you name and your city, please?
Corpus Christi.
Thank you, ma'am.
Corpus Christi.
Thank you, ma'am.
So again, my first year as a counselor was at Lamar Elementary School. A week after I was given my contract, the newspaper put up that the Corpus Christi Police Department was zeroing in on that neighborhood for the high level of drugs and prostitution. My mother called me and asked, had I read the article in the newspaper a week after I got my contract, and was I going to go do home visits there? And if the problem be doing home visits, and if a prostitute asks me to go in, I'm going to go in and have tea and cookies with her because I'm an advocate for her kid. And I taught the kid that I had lived in the neighborhood. And when my parents were married, we lived a very upper middle class life in California. After their divorce, we went to great poverty. I shared that with the children. I'm very private about my life. I wanted them to know that they could make something of themselves. My greatest compliment was when a 5th-grade little girl in my office and tells me, Miss Childress, you grew up in this neighborhood, and you grew out of your poverty. My mom and my grandmother tell me I'm going to grow up to be nothing but a prostitute. But you've shown us that we can grow out of this. And she told me she was going to get herself educated, and she's never going to be a prostitute. So when I hear that our church wants to go in the neighborhood where I was a counselor for all these children, we don't need to have bars and all that in that neighborhood. As you can see, I'm here because I'm still an advocate for kids. So please, I don't care if it's even across the street or if it's 400 feet. The feet doesn't make any difference. We don't need any of that in the environment. These children need to have positive things to look at. So that's why I'm here. I have to practice for the speech. I'm an advocate for the kids.
Thank you, Ms. Childers. Thank you.
Can you 10 for your location downtown? 28.
Hello, my name is Patricia Gonzalez. I am from Corpus Christi, Texas, and I am a member of this congregation. I have been so for over 20 years, and as Officer Lewis was mentioning, we have fought hard. We have fought hard to build the building so that we can be there. As a member who cares for our community, who cares for our city, who cares for our children and our future, I feel like it is in our best interest to protect a small congregation, to protect people that are trying to make a better life for themselves. As Officer Lewis mentioned, he donates his time, which would be over $12,000 a month if we were to pay him. But he cares for our church. He loves our community and our members. And we would not be able to do so without him. We have had people come in, people steal, people destroy, and even with all of those things that have happened, we feel like those things are sad and those losses are bad, but we still feel like we can make a change for our we can make a change for our community and for our city. And with your help and votes, we feel that we can move forward and we can do what's best for our city. One life at a time. Thank you.
Thank you.
433. For the investigation, I'm just going to do an answer report. So a case number, and then for the assault, or report number.
Good afternoon.
1751.
The name is Mama Lytle, and I'm from the historical neighborhood of Hillcrest. I'm just here saying it's so delightful and so warm to hear the concerns that you have for our neighborhoods, to build them up, to make them a better home for others. And in Hillcrest, we will want the same thing. So thank you.
Thank you.
Rachel Caballero,
I am so moved. I'm so moved. I didn't know you had it in you, honestly.
I am taken aback. I thank you for considering the needs of a neighborhood. Thank you for talking to property owners. One issue I do have, shocker, is that city staff lied yet again. City staff that we've caught lying on multiple occasions. City staff that we as a community have not been able to rely on for honest information and honest distribution of making sure that mailers are being sent out to the neighbors. And that is an issue, and that is why this community has a really hard time entrusting its staff with experiments. So I commend the council. I mean, this has to be the first time for me in 4 or 5 years that we have this type of support within a community. It's amazing. I mean, I'm hoping this leaf is being turned over. And thank you for running a quick council meeting. Again, first time in 5 years. Crazy.
Channel disregard. No dark channel this morning. Fire from engine 13. Charlie 40.
Christina English, District 1. I also want to say thank you so much. These are beautiful words. This is exactly the way we should be paying our community. Vibrant spaces. Community. Yes, thank you. Input from the
certain times of the year or seasons when it's less conducive to producing more of that.
Please carry that forward in everything else you do, with every other neighborhood, every other decision you make. I know that people in other neighborhoods have been praying things away as well. They've been praying for years, and I hope that their prayers are answered. I hope that we are as concerned about the prayers of certain communities as we are about others. Thanks so much. Thank you.
District 1,
other community members moved by their words. I've been in District 1, I've lived in District 1 for almost 15 years. As long as I've been in Texas, I've been in District 1. And I love the west side of Corpus Christi, despite some of the things people say about it. I think there's so much potential there. When I first moved here, I lived in the Donna Park area, and the first day I was here, my dad said, hop in the truck, I'll take you and show you your new city. He took me down from Navigation to Leopard, and from Leopard down to the city. And so my first view of Corpus Christi was Leopard Street. Coming from Western Colorado, I'll say it was quite a difference from what I was used to. But even then, I was hopeful and I saw potential in the things that I saw driving by Metro Ministries. I love to see people helping people. And so, all that to be said, I think that with city staff sometimes wanting to develop these areas that are sometimes neglected, they don't have very much vision on what opportunities these buildings pose. I would like to see the city to maintain capabilities in these areas so that other types of businesses would want to come in. We have oversaturation of bars, we have oversaturation of car washes, and we have a lot of oversaturation of things that are probably not the most forward-thinking types of businesses. So that to be said, thank you. I don't think that this area needs another bar. I think there's plenty of bars. Also, I think there's plenty of areas. So thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? This is item number 20. Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
I want to say thank you, but I also want to say that I'm not moved because I have seen this city council actually move against businesses. There are always small businesses, whether it's a bar here, a club over there, or even the businesses down at the park who are asking for assistance. I have seen the council do that, deny businesses. But when it comes to the
operating budget that we have for this year,
we can't just
page 343, it says that we have outstanding principal in our utility system.
It's not hard. It's barely even just decent to be against drugs, to be against alcohol, prostitution. Oh, get your picture in. They're against prostitution. Cool. But are you against big business starving us out of our water? Starving our people out of food, stealing our resources, and refusing to give anything back, and clean the systems that they've broken to remove the toxicities that they've added into our communities. Are those going to be moral? Are you only going to rule and use your morals against small business? Or is this a hill you're willing to die on to be people over profit for every business?
Sorry, radio won't see you.
Sure, I'm going to go ahead and close public comment, and we're going to move on. Ms. Guthrie? I just wanted to add a little bit just more context with that area. It reminded me of Rene Rodriguez, who was an attorney for a long time. He had the red gangs on the other side by St. Joseph Church. So again, it ended up closing down, but I think it helped the church and that area, get some of the prostitution, some of the drugs. So again, we all have to work together to try to figure out how we can enrich these neighborhoods, and just wanted to remind the community and to pay homage to this great man that really cared about the community and about that area. I just couldn't let this go without at least acknowledging Mr. Rene Rodriguez. Thank you. Thank you, Councilwoman. Okay, we have a motion, and we didn't have a second, so the motion fails. Yeah. So now we're going to go back, get on schedule here, and that would take us to item number 18, and that is a motion authorizing a memorandum of understanding with Corpus Christi desal Partners, a joint venture of Acciona Agua Corporation, USA, and Mostech Industrial Corporation, to allow CCDP to prepare proposals with price certainty for design and construction for the Inner Harbor Water Treatment Campus for consideration at a future City Council meeting.
Thank you, Director Patel. We really appreciate it.
Thank you. Director, I want to thank you again for being here while we're waiting for members to get back to record their vote. You don't need to stay around for
I did want to acknowledge our team that's here with us. Many of whom have come in from out of town. Some live here, though.
The fact that you did it 5 hours straight.
So starting from
God bless you and keep up the good work.
Councilwoman Vaughn's side, we have Dan Leindecker from operates 90 facilities across the world. We have Chris from Mastech and Christopher Kevin from Mastech here as well. Mastech is a large construction across the world. They're number one in installation, number one. Excuse me. Number one in electrical installation, number one in the country on solar and wind installation. Greg Reyes is another firm that does a lot of local work. I don't believe he's here with us today, but he was here last week with many. Greg is here. Greg, thank you, Greg. Greg Reyes is here from Raytech. They are doing a lot of work right now at our own Stevens treatment plant. They've also done a lot of work in utility work in our street network, including Staple Street, which was one of our first concrete streets in the city. So we want to thank Greg Reyes from Raytech, Dan from Medora, Ephraim from Acciona, from Mastech. Yeah, sorry. So with that, we do have a prepared presentation. Are we loading it up, Brett? Version, okay. So while they're pulling up the right version, let me just do some additional introduction. So this presentation presentation is consistent with the memo that I sent City Council about 2 weeks ago that provided an alternate option other than just going to the number 2 or the second bidder for the procurement process for a desalination facility at the Inner Harbor. So it's different in that it provides a 6-month review with a price certainty on a plant that can be constructed there. And so what this team, known as Corpus Christi Desal Partners, CCPD, is committed to doing it at no cost to the ratepayer, is using the information we have to date from Kiewit that we paid $50 million for, and using it to see what could be a price point they could come to in designing and constructing a facility in the Inner Harbor, somewhere in the neighborhood of 30 million gallons. So it could be less, millions of gallons. It could also operate less than what we initially thought, maybe not being in operation during certain times of the year or seasons when it's less conducive to fresh
We saw deadly attacks on figures on both the left and the right.
Today's presentation also comes along with, I'm recommending the City Council
has offered relocation opportunities and training for employees.
We want the council to endorse it.
It's still unclear what would happen to the Beeville site once it closes, but we'll keep you updated once we learn more. In Beeville, I'm an Avery News reporter, Ana Conejo.
Now we're working on other ways to get into this. Nothing, I should say. The second vote would be on the option that the firm brings to the council, and there may be some iterations in that option. And so in about 6 weeks, the option will be brought forward to the City Council for a yes or no. And then the final vote would be, if council approves that option, would be to approve a contract with the firm to design and build a plant. 2 other quick nuances in the I'm recommending a field study. We would manage it. The city would. It would be for the Bay, the Corpus Christi Bay, the Nueces Bay, and the Inner Harbor Ship Channel. And that would be not only completed, but it would be peer-reviewed along the development of it with professionals and laypersons, professionals from the institutions like the Park Institute, TCPD, and Coastal Bend Bays and Estuaries, and some lay individuals as well, from the neighborhood as a people. And then secondly, along this continuum, we would also put a request if council approves in the 6-month time frame this contract, we would immediately put out a request for proposals for an operator of the facility. So that's another difference. The city, I'm recommending the city no longer entertain an operator plan, rather a private sector firm would. For a term of 30 plus years, and the city would have a contract with that company essentially to buy water. That would bring expertise to the operating that we don't have in Italy. And if it's a firm that has presence worldwide and operating and maintaining decent plants, I think that would be a better, efficient move for the city. So those are some of the nuances, how this plan is a little different than what we had talked about at the water workshop most recently, which was just to go to the number 2 bidder and offer a contract. This one, as Brett's going to get into, says let's take 6 months, have this firm or company or group at no cost provide us proposals, decide if we want to move forward on those or not, and then along those lines, if we do move forward, 1, do a far field model, and 2, put an RFP for an operator to maintain the facility. So with that, Brett's going to go through the presentation since he has it loaded up now. He and the team in front of us and other team members will be here to answer questions there.
Okay, good afternoon. I think it's afternoon.
Brett Hazel, Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro's residence on fire. Of course, last week we saw the horrific cold-blooded assassination of Charlie Kirk in Utah that has shaken the nation. 1 minute after Charlie Kirk was shot in the neck, a 16-year-old shooter in Evergreen, Colorado, radicalized by white supremacist ideology online, opened fire
as it relates really to Kiewit and their termination.
Remember that.
We'll go through the city manager's proposal again. We'll talk about the far-field modeling proposal, which will focus on the Corpus Christi Bay, Nueces Bay, and Ship Channel. And then we'll talk about the staff's recommendation. So at council's direction, staff submitted a request to the Water Development Board requesting that the current approved SWIFT loans be reauthorize or reassign
2025,
to
just
other
2 days
projects.
after
And those
Charlie
two
Kirk's
projects
killing
in
that the
particular
DOJ
we were
removed
focused on was
that
the
report from the
Evangeline
DOJ website.
groundwater
That's why
project
Americans
and our
are concerned that there seems
wastewater
to be a
reuse
separate
initiative.
system of justice.
So we submitted
that
that letter
if
on
you are
October
a
14th to
Republican,
the Water Development Board.
and you are
and we
attacked,
did
you will
receive
get the
a response
full
back
weight
from the
and authority of the
executive,
FBI in this
Administrator Brian
administration. But
McMath.
if you are
And his
somebody serving in the
response,
Minnesota State
simply
Legislature and
put,
you are
said that
assassinated in your home,
he would not make
that
any
the response
recommendation
is different.
To
And
remove the funds to any other project. So
2025, just 2
he
days
simply stated that he
after
would
Charlie
deny any
Kirk's killing, that the
change to the use
DOJ
of those SWIFT
removed
loans.
that report from
So
the
we did
DOJ
receive
website.
that
That's
one,
why Americans are
earlier,
concerned that there
in
seems to be
October.
a separate system of justice.
It's also worth noting that
if you
in
are a
September, the
Republican,
city did submit
and you are attacked, you will get the
our
full
annual
weight and authority of the
closing
FBI in
schedule
this administration. But if you
the Water
are
Development
somebody
Board.
serving in the
So annually, we have to submit our
2030 comes around, that's more or less the time frame that
we had requested that this year's drawdown
we're
be
open.
deferred
Are we
to
going to
next year.
have everything we need to be in
December,
regulations?
The Water Development
Yeah,
Board is
so
going to
Councilman,
consider
reverse
that request.
osmosis or RO
So I
is
mentioned that
the
because today's
preferred
decision may
improvement
impact
technology
their decision.
to remove
So I just wanted
PFAS
to make sure you
in
guys
water.
knew that.
And that would be the same treatment used
Regarding the
in
project
seawater
status update,
desalination.
So on
this
the
whole
23rd,
process, even-
we had a council workshop, and at that workshop, I presented 4 alternate delivery options for consideration. One of those, as Peter mentioned, was to go to the number 2 ranked firm, which was Axioma. That option was not selected, nor were any of the other 3. Today's city manager's proposal is a variation of that, and we'll talk about it
organized crime. Stephen Miller has been a great partner in.
at the October 3rd council meeting. City council directed staff to terminate the contract with
Just so
Kiewit.
people don't think we're focusing
So
on violent crime
following that
alone,
meeting,
the national
city
security mission, Mr.
issued a
President,
termination
your
for
leadership has never
convenience
been
notice
stronger.
to
We have gone
Kiewit.
after
And since that time, the city has been working with Kiewit to close out their contract,
In China
to
alone,
include collecting all of the project deliverables and data. We've been working on demobilizing the pilot plant, both at the port property along the ship channel, as well as all the equipment at their shipping yard. We've also closed out all of their subcontracts, agreements, licenses, leases, etc. All those have been closed. The city's in the process of inventorying all of the equipment that Kiewit did purchase that could not be returned. So we're planning on taking ownership of that equipment. So we're going to go out, grab it, and bring it back to CCPD for
I explained exactly what it is, and it's exactly
on
what
this
it says.
project.
The data
Maybe
should
there's
say
other
what the
projects
data
around the city
says.
that we can utilize that
Unfortunately,
equipment
that's not
and
what
material
happens
for.
with vaccine science.
And then we're working on final invoicing with Kiewit.
I also
We're
want to say
we
that
have a couple invoices that are still pending that we're finalizing the numbers, making sure that we're paying for everything.
Case number 19-0019.
So in addition to the equipment and all of the data to include like the basis of design report, the pilot protocol, and other design deliverables, we do have a number of assets available to the city for use in this project to include the SWIFT loans, which again, the Water Development Board is going to make a vote on our request for deferment in December. We also have both of our intake and discharge permits, which are fully approved by the TCEQ. We also have our core permit that has been approved. We have our property agreement that's still in place with option years with Flint Hills. And we have our agreement with AEP for power. So that's all been paid for. AEP is moving forward with the design and construction of that substation, our existing navigation pump station. So that is still available and ready to be utilized if we move forward with this project. So that will be our tie-in point for any water produced from the plant if we move forward.
4 2 3 4 2 3 4 2 3 4 1 5 1 4 2 3 4 2 3 4 2 3 4 1 5 1 4 2 3 4 2 3 4.
So the city manager proposal, as he was describing earlier, includes partnering with the number 2 ranked firm, which is Acciona, and they plan to enter into a joint venture with Mastech. And that joint venture is the Corpus Christi DSAL partners. And as he mentioned, we have a lot of those team members here today. So the big differences, as Peter mentioned, between the original proposal and this proposal is, one, the original contract included maintenance and operation. And then after that time, the city would actually take ownership and operation of the plant. The new plan takes that 1-year operation from the design builder, and we're going to go out with a new contract, new procurement process to get a owner-operator in there. We'll still own it, so maybe that's not the right term. It's an operation and maintenance company to come in and maintain it for a 30-year term, and we would do a take-or-pay contract with them buying the water. The other big change is we're going to be providing all of the information that Kiewit has developed to date. They'll use that to develop proposals that will outline maybe a particular production rate, 20 million gallons per day, 25 million gallons per day, and then a price associated with that production. So it's, as we've termed it, a preliminary guaranteed maximum price that would, as we transition into the design development, we would continue to refine that
180
and work
times
towards
the
that
general population's
GMP
average.
number, that preliminary
Hillcrest is
GMP
not invisible.
So the timeline that we're currently targeting is today's step 1. So we're presenting this item, this memorandum of understanding for consideration. So assuming that we get today's approval, the next step will be for city staff to turn over all the information.
128 MGD that will be coming to the table. We have a $1.4 billion tourist revenue that would be negatively impacted by discharge in the Corpus Christi Bay. Of that 128 MGD that's coming to the table with all these different, through these different projects at a cost of $57 million,
council will choose one of the
none of it will take the community.
We will then take that. We will work with the
33,000 perspective.
DSAL partner
My
group,
predecessor
and
in
we
7
will
years
develop a
produced
contract,
13,000 pages in
which we
total.
will then bring back to council again
His predecessor in
for
4
consideration, and then upon approval of that contract, we'll proceed with the design development and then transition into construction.
Fund independent
research. So just a reminder, we have 3 votes. We have 1 today, and then we have 2 early next year.
2. Thank you, Director. We will now proceed on the 5-minute rule. The chair recognizes the gentleman from California.
So again, the Corpus Christi DSAL partners, and I do apologize, it's not CCPD. It gets a little confusing when you're writing this out multiple times. The group is Lona and Mastech, and then they have a number of strong local, national team members involved. Some of them include the ones I've listed up here with again, Tech, Greg Reyes, Bill Monte, and then our Durham. We have some strong local and national team members involved with Acciona and Mastech leading the charge. Acciona is going to be the design development group. With their team of consultants, they're going to be the ones that develop the design. They have extensive experience in water treatment plants and particular desalination. So they have a strong group ready to perform. And then we also have Mastech, which is a very strong construction firm, and they have a strong group of people underneath them. So they're going to be the ones that actually do the construction for this project. They're going to be involved the entire way through the project. And both parties have extensive experience in large complex projects. which is exactly what we're dealing with here on the Inner Harbor project. So we have the right group of people ready to build, design and build this project.
But they wanted to
Now, transitioning over to one of the other recommendations that staff is making today is to continue with a far field model, and that would include modeling the ship channel, Corpus Christi Bay, and Nueces Bay. So we're going to be recommending going out with a professional service contract and getting a qualified hydrodynamic modeler to perform this modeling. So we would put this out, we would get a list of recommended companies, and then we would come back to City Council for review and approval. Once we have that approval, we would, and actually prior to that, we would start working on developing a team of individuals from our community. Peter listed off a number of them earlier. And that group would be involved in the development of the modeling and then also be part of the findings. So we would bring all that information back to council. We would develop a report. We would have that group involved in a peer review, and then we would come back and present it at City Council. Now, this modeling effort wouldn't happen until after we said we're going to, and Peter, this is why we need some guidance, but we're going to pursue, get a recommended modeler and come back, but I think we may wait until our third vote on the actual project before we proceed. I mean,
that's correct. We'll begin writing the RFP just in case, but we'll issue it once that third vote. Yeah.
Right, so the recommendation would be to come back and have all this ready, and if we proceed with the project, then we would have everything ready to proceed with the modeling effort. So some of the forthcoming staff actions, one of the ones that we haven't talked about is we're gonna actually terminate the task order that we currently have with Freeze and Nichols to perform owner agent services for the Inner Harbor project. We're going to go out and with a new competitive procurement process to get another owner's representative. So we will start that procurement process next month. So we'll start developing what that package looks like, and then we'll put it out. It's important for us to get an owner's agent on board prior to starting the design and construction. So we will have all of that completed prior to the third vote to award the actual design build contract if we get to that phase. The next item that we're going to be working towards is the one I was just talking about, where we would go out for a far-field modeling consultant to perform the hydrodynamic modeling for the Corpus Christi Bay, Nueces Bay, and ship channel. And then lastly, we're going to be going out with a competitive procurement on the 30-year operation and maintenance agreement. And again, this one would also start after we proceed, if we decide to proceed with the design build contract with the Corpus Christi desal partners. So our staff recommendation is to authorize the city manager to execute an MOU with CCPD, and this will allow them to develop the proposals at no cost to the city. And the
documenting that
proposals again will be submitted
billion
based on the schedule that was shown earlier.
Went to the
so we'd be looking at
of the
February timeframe to come back
to
review those options. Council
Lancet,
would vote
BMJ,
on an option, and then the city would develop a contract based on that option, which we would then come back
as a
in
vaccine
April
injury,
for
do you
approval.
believe you received informed consent?
Absolutely not.
After 24 years,
stand by ready to
yes.
Thank you, Brett. Councilman Kent.
Yes, they saw a safety signal in Bayers, yet.
First of all, thank you, Peter,
From May 25th to May 27th, CDC officials provide up-to-date information on the status of the Han to Pfizer and Moderna representatives. Not to the public.
So you said
they're warning the vaccine, the injection manufacturers, indicating CDC's preference to keep those companies more informed about vaccine adverse events to the American people. On May 26th.
24
an extension for the second set of names, right? And we won't get that answer until December when they vote for it, correct?
That's correct.
You made a lengthy posting today on Truth Social about some of the Rand Paul.
My question is, you said that we will not do a far-field study
I like him. He's
until
the hardest
after
vote
the
in the
third
history of
vote.
the U.S. Senate.
Is that correct? Is that what you
To
said?
get.
So I think that would be my recommendation is we
Probably
wait.
won't get him.
If we're not going to move
But
forward
he's
with
very
this,
tough vote. I mean, he's a very tough
it's
vote.
really up
He's
to
always been a
council.
friend
I mean,
of mine.
I think the public needs to know, I mean, even if it's voted down today, we still have permits. So we need to figure out if this is good for our bay. You know, once and for all, like, I don't understand why we can't just get that done. You know, we need to get that done starting tomorrow, even if it doesn't get the votes today. I mean, that's what the public wants. Everybody who comes to public comment, everybody on social media is talking about it, you know, and I think we need to do it, you know. I think we need to do that. I just don't understand why we have to wait.
Councilman, we don't have to wait. We can proceed.
Because what is ETA for something like that? If we're going to use the same person who did the Port of Corpus Christi, correct? Is that what we're going to be looking at?
We're going to go out competitive, so we're going to get hydrodynamic modelers that are qualified, and then we'll make a recommendation to council. So we're not saying we're going to any particular person. We're saying we're going to put it out and let people bid on it, and then we'll select the best qualified person to do it.
Mine roughly
Is there a time
100,000
frame for the results
Epstein-related
of everything?
records to redact President Trump's name from the
I would
files.
say probably 3 to
Bloomberg,
4 months was
reported this, that
a
you
good
directed
timeline for them
FBI
to
special
collect all the
agents
data
from
and run the
New
models
York
again.
and Washington field offices to join the Bureau's FOIA employees in
How much do you think it
Winchester
would cost?
and another building a few miles away, and that
We've
while
seen
reviewing
proposals,
the Epstein
50,000 to
files.
100,000.
That's good.
FBI
It's not $1 million,
personnel
right?
identified
No,
numerous.
I just want to make sure. Okay, all right. My other concern is going to be the PFAS in the waters. So my understanding is that they're going to start regulating that in 2030. Is that true?
Yeah, Nick can speak to that, but that sounds about right, Councilman. But the only treatment worldwide to remove PFAS, as they call them, is a desalination facility. So it will remove it from the water. We don't have that treatment processing at our own Stevens, but there will be that around the books right now to regulate.
I just want to make sure that if we built this plant and then 2030 comes around, that's more or less the time frame that we're open, we're going to have everything we need to be in regulations.
So Councilman, reverse osmosis, or RO, is the preferred improvement technology to remove PFAS in water. And that would be the same treatment used in seawater desalination.
Transparent in this whole process, even if it gets the third vote.
2925, you'll handle that.
I want to know who the contractors are. I want to know who's making money off of this deal. You know, I want to be fully transparent with the community. You know, if the far-field study comes back good and we move forward with this project. What I want to do also is
give me a call back at 512-598-1551.
it just doesn't make sense why we're going to vote today and not know what the board says about our money. I mean, if they say no, I mean, how are we going to pay for this?
It's at no cost to the
25%
city
increase from the
councilman, so
comparable
they're not
period.
going to come.
I don't
The
want to
previous
waste their
administration,
time, you know, like I want
He's
to,
rescued 4,000
make
kids.
sure
He's got
that
1,300
that
predators
the
who's
board
arrested.
says,
25
hey, we're gonna
largest field
extend it,
offices
you know, and
to divert
and
thousands of
move
agents
forward and
away
get a
from
price and all
chasing
that
down
stuff.
violent
That's
criminals,
the only thing I'm
sex
saying.
traffickers,
Councilman, we'll let them know
fraudsters,
that in
and
3 weeks. I
scammers
think that
to
board
carry
meeting is
out
the
this
second week in
immigration
December.
crackdown.
So
Director
with the
Patel, you
Thanksgiving
treated the
week,
men and women at
next week, not much will
FBI
take place,
with
so
disrespect
the lost time
and
is really a
paranoia.
week or so.
You've assembled
And,
a roving
Ryan
band of
Skrobacek and I and the
freelancing
team in front of me
henchmen
here,
within your office
plan
and
to go
charged
visit
them
Ryan
with
McMath,
conducting
to explore
unauthorized
the board the first week in
investigations,
December to make sure they
targeting
know
and
what we're
harassing
recommending
career
here.
FBI
So we
employees.
feel
25, just
confident
2 days
the
after
state
Charlie
is still very
Kirk's
much
killing, that
behind
the
us here in
DOJ
Corpus
removed
Christi.
that
Yeah, the
report
state is,
from the
and
DOJ
it,
website.
I
That's
believe
why
they are.
Americans
So,
are concerned
they
that
want
there
this
seems to
project
be a
succeed, but
separate
we're gonna-
system of
we're gonna
justice.
make sure sure they understand it, so
if
we're
you are
planning
a
already a trip
Republican
up there December.
and
wanted
you
to
are
make it
attacked,
symbolic.
you will get the full and authority of the FBI in this
just wanna make something
administration. But
clear,
if
like,
you are somebody serving in the Minnesota
My
State
whole deal
Legislature
with-
and you are
with
assassinated
my
in your
position
home,
on this Inner Harbor
that the
project
response
was the
is
price
different.
and
I
25% if they don't make the car in the United States.
I've always been
Because
for
of that,
desal.
and this could have been
We
done
need
long
water.
before
We need
Trump.
water for our partners.
This could have been done by
You
any
know,
one of the presidents. I did
that's
it
where I
with
always
China. The reason
stated,
you don't have
that's where I
Chinese
stand.
cars here is because I imposed it in my
and I
last
want to be open-minded.
term. I actually asked the question, I said,
We can't make everybody happy.
do we have any Chinese
but I
cars
want
here?
to be
No,
able to meet
why?
everybody in the middle.
Because you
I
imposed
think that's the most
a
important thing.
25
And I
or
represent a district that it's
27.5%
a working
tariff
class
on
people.
Chinese cars. So
$10, $15
25
extra
and
might
50%
not mean a
tariffs on
lot
steel,
to some
right?
of us, but means a
John
lot to someone
James,
else.
we put
And that's the
tariffs
problem.
on
You know,
steel, and
we have
we
a
were
lot of
doing great with
seniors in
steel.
District 3.
Now we're really doing
You know,
great.
I would like to see
big investments being made in Pennsylvania.
something for
You've
the
been reading
seniors
about it. They're going to spend
who can't
$17
afford
billion
if this
on
moves
U.S.
forward.
steel.
You know, that's just
And,
some of the stuff that I have issues with.
all the steel
But I
workers
do want to make a
wanted
motion.
it. And we
I
have
don't know how
a
I want to make this
golden
motion, but I want to make
stock.
this
We
motion
have a
as
golden
in if
share,
we're going to pass
which
this
I control, or President
to get a
controls.
price
Now,
tag on it,
25% if they
I
don't
want to
make the
see
car
the fact,
in the
I want them
United
to start
States.
working on it
Because of
after
that,
we get
and this could have been done long
something
before Trump.
back from the
This could
board
have been done
stating
by one of the
that they're
presidents.
going to
I did
extend
it with China. The reason you
Because
don't
if
have
they're not going to
Chinese cars
extend
here
it,
is
then
because
what's
I
the purpose
imposed
of
it in my
doing it?
last
We don't have the
term.
money.
I actually asked the question.
I want to do something with the motion with
Do we
that,
have any
and also
Chinese
make
cars
sure
in
that
there?
the
Why?
Farfield study gets done
Because you imposed
within the time period they're
a
doing their
25 or
pricing on the
27.5% tariff on Chinese
on
cars.
the
So then I can
25, just 2
by
days
millions of votes,
after
we
Charlie Kirk's
won
killing, that the DOJ removed that
2,750
report from the DOJ
districts,
website. That's why
as opposed
Americans
to
are
500.
concerned that there
That's why
seems
when
to
you
be
look
a
at the map,
separate
it's
system of
almost all- it's got
justice.
two little
That
blue
if
stripes
you
on
are a
the side.
Republican
Position on this in
and you are
Harvard
attacked,
has
you will
changed.
get the full weight
The worst
and
location.
authority of the FBI in this administration. But if you
It's
are
a-
somebody
He said
serving
I
in the
never called
Minnesota
them.
State Legislature and
No,
you are
they
assassinated in
asked
your
me.
home,
that we
that
are
the response
back here
is
again,
different.
and I'm going to use that word shame, because, you know, here, you know, voted to do away with the contract with Hewitt, so here we are on the second, you know, bidder that came in. Apparently, no doesn't seem to, I mean, it falls on deaf ears. No is no. So, I don't understand either how we've been asking for the Farfield modeling for years. And we're still saying, oh, we have to wait. We have to wait. There's nothing to wait. I mean, we need to make sure, and I have heard from the Heart Institute, or I have read, that location, again, is the worst one, the worst location. So I think, you know, just to make sure that we assure the community, we need to make sure that that gets taken care of, so that we don't have a third, fourth, fifth, another corporation or companies coming over here and telling us that they can desalination plant and not destroy the bay or the beloved Hillcrest neighborhood. So, of course, my stance, like I said, has not changed. I see a lot of industry folks here, and I acknowledge, you know, that you do present a certain workforce, but it's not the entire workforce.
26 Logan Avenue, 146 Logan Avenue. Also working off of our dispatch at 711.
Decide what is best for our community, because I think the pressure that some of my council members, I'm not, thank God that I'm not. I don't get the calls, I don't get the pressure, like my fellow councilwoman acknowledged the last time, that she was pressured to support the Inner Harbor desalination plant. I don't get that. I don't receive that, because they know where I stand. I stand with the people. I will always stand with the people. I will always center them first. So,
interrupt you, Councilwoman, but we're not going to have decorum broken. And if anybody wants to, because we're going to be here for a while, you can head out now. Because there
the
will
gentleman
not
mentioned the select committee.
be
There were 26 confidential human sources at the Capitol
toleration
on January 6,
for
2021.
signs,
entered the
this, that,
Capitol and
and the
thereby
other. So
broke
I'm
the
letting
law.
you know now.
Do you know if those
fair and
individuals were
square.
being paid by the Ray
Thank you.
FBI?
And it's also, we have a city manager, that, you know, I thought that the direction that you were given was no. But apparently no doesn't mean no for some people. Again, this, you know, you can see how important this issue is. Look at this. We're filled and it's winning. The problem has always been that it has never been up front. And this is the only voice that we have. We get 3 minutes, or the people get 3 minutes to show their concerns, to, you know, let the community know why, in most of the case, they don't want this, they never have, and they won't ever. So, I'm sorry that you are, you know, being put through this, Brad, because I know it's not easy to stand here and, you know, try to balance this. But, no, you know, I will continue to say no. So
28
I'll
years.
let the
You were
others
chairman of this committee, the Rules Committee, from 2019 to 23.
Okay,
Now,
bear with me,
if
because
this
I've
is
got
all of a
tons of
sudden
notes,
so
I'll probably have to come
important,
back.
when you was chairman,
First
you had
off,
every
I think
right
there is a
to bring up
split.
everything
You have people
we're
that
talking
do
about
want
now.
this out.
We're
You have
introducing a
people
new
that
era
don't.
in customers.
That's just the way it is.
So
We don't know.
that's the big confusion
Someone
I
said
have.
they
And
did a survey, I don't buy that survey.
referring to
We don't know who
the
is and who doesn't.
thing about political
Because we didn't
grandstanding,
take it to the vote.
that's all
I wish
this
we had.
is. And I don't, hold on, I'm not talking.
Because in your defense, I will say, you went to some council members, maybe all, you knew what everyone was thinking. Would they go to a second bidder? I said absolutely. Because let me tell you, I'm getting all kinds of texts again. That's okay, you can keep texting me, I got broad shoulders, doesn't bother me at all. You have every right to do that. But I am not a flip-flopper. I have been consistent in my message from the get-go. It's the cost. $1.2 billion was too much money to put on our ratepayers, and I stand by that. And the other thing is I wanted to make sure it was safe in the right place. And if there's a division on that too, we don't know. Some say it is, some say it isn't. So that's why, Mr. Sononi, I think the far-field study is so important, and I think it needs to be got on immediately, like I'm talking next week, where you put it out and we do it, and we put everything to rest, everyone knows. And then I want to thank you for going forward and doing this. I think you put a great team together. I know some of them. I'm very impressed. Met with them the other day, learned so much more in an hour and a half than I ever did with Keith in 2 or 3 meetings. These guys care, or they wouldn't be here. Dan Lundecker's been here forever. He doesn't want to hurt our community. Greg Reyes is back there. Good to see you. And I haven't seen him for a long time. So, and I'm impressed with the others. I really am. So much good information. So I think that
with Revolut, you can grow your money faster with up to 5.5% APY and send it to over 140 countries for less.
What's going to do DSAL is saying we're going to give them the opportunity to come back with a price. We all have to be open-minded. Who does not want to hear that? It's costing the city nothing. Now, if they move forward and they do it, I'm not stupid. They may add it to the price. It could be in their bid, but that's okay. They're here to make money. But they're saying, no, they're taking a risk right here by doing that because they don't know if we're going to do it. So thank you. Thank you for doing that. Now, I want to ask a couple of questions. How many DSAL plants? Is it Acciones? Is that how you pronounce it? I've heard it 2 different ways. How many of y'all built?
9 years of age. Her hair is light, a felt shoulder length. Says she's only 4'10". 49 10-year last quarter. 29.
There you go.
Council member, we have built over 90 facilities worldwide, from small to some of the largest, up to 220 million gallons per day. We also operate currently 25 facilities worldwide again, and that's the expertise that we plan to bring to identify some solutions that can help the city.
There was also other conditions for which there were numerous cases in the vaccinated group.
We are the leader on desalination, and we're very proud of it. We just want to find the right solution for the right community, and every community may need something different.
Okay, you know we have issues in the Inner Harbor because it's been closed.
There were none
So
in the
can you
unvaccinated
tell me,
group.
have you built any that are
In the
any
state.
like that? Or I know every one of them's different. They've got to be all different, the water,
3,000
everything.
pages in
So can you
total.
tell me,
I
have you built
repeat,
any
I've
in the
produced
areas that are close
33,000
to what we're
pages
doing?
in
I
7
heard
years to
someone
this
call me
Congress, and will
yesterday.
continue to do
Perth.
so.
Do you
I'm
know anything about
dedicated to
Perth?
restoring the trust in the
Perth
mission
has certain
and the integrity of the
challenges.
FBI, and we cannot do
I would
so
say that
without
we have
congressional
built
oversight,
facilities
and I
that have
promise you I will
similar
continue to do
challenges.
so.
Okay.
On the
Part of what we
Epstein
need to
case,
do, and we
the original
start
sin on the
doing over the next
Epstein
few months,
case
is identifying
was how it was handled by Mr.
what are
Acosta
those
when he
specific
first brought the
solutions
case
that
in
may need to be
2006,
applied here
7, and 8.
to bring
The
that
original
safe
case
and reliable
had a very
alternative.
limited
I do
search
not have the
warrant.
answer right now,
Okay.
but I do think that we have the expertise to be able to identify what that solution may be.
Thank you for being honest. I appreciate that. Have you heard of micro-infiltration? Do you know what that is? Micro-infiltration?
Microfiltration, yes.
Huh? Because what Ken was telling me, he's very smart. He knows about this. Was it close to our situation here, and that's what they use. And it's operating really well. Seahorses are in there. So I know a lot of you are shaking your heads at me and saying, no, it's not going to work. We don't know if it's going to work until we get more information. So I appreciate y'all trying to help us on that. Freeze and Nichols, I thought we had already terminated them.
So the Freeze and Nichols contract, it was a MSA contract with multiple task orders, and only one of those task orders was assigned to the Inner Harbor project. So the other task orders that are still active are working on other projects, other items. So what we were doing is going to terminate the task order, but Freeze and Nichols is still assisting us with the closeout with Kiewit. They're assisting us with the reimbursement request from the Water Development Board, and they were going to help us with, if we defease the loans, they were going to help us through that process as well. So we were keeping that open until we closed everything with the project out. And they're still assisting now until we close out the Kiewit contract. And
So you're still paying them?
We are still paying them, that's correct.
But only, yeah, Brett, but only, they're not getting a check, just to do nothing. So
That's right.
The closing out the process with Kiewit, and when we need them, that's when we get charged for services. So things like reviewing invoices, submitting paperwork to Texas Water Development Board for reimbursement. It's just task-specific work efforts that they're doing. They're not day.
No, it's one or two individuals performing administrative tasks, so it's a very small amount of money that they're being paid for their services.
They're essentially helping us close out the Kiewit contract. That's
It's been a while, and our government is so freaking slow.
Yeah.
You would think all you had to do was just say, here's your check, get on your way. But I guess we don't do that, do we? That's just government. I'm not being too critical from being in the private sector. Okay. When the ships come in, the waves are created, right? And the brine's dispersed. And I don't know if it's because of the wind, the way it blows it. Is there a certain direction it goes? Does it go toward Port A? Is there a certain direction it goes?
So you're just talking about the general movement of the water?
Of the water.
So you have movement in and out of the ship channel at the mouth. The net movement is into the bay, and then you also have the 300 plus million gallons a day being pulled from the power station into the nueces bay. So your movement is twofold. You've got natural tidal movement and whatnot towards the Corpus Christi Bay, and then you also have the movement from the ship channel into nueces bay.
Okay, so we don't know the impact until we know the impact, right?
Right.
We don't know. Okay, the brine. I saw something on TV, and you hear it all over. Can we not sell the brine? You said it's very valuable. And what would we have to do that? I'm just asking the questions. What would we have to do that? Is that a possibility?
There are companies that have technology that would allow you to separate the minerals from the byproduct, or even straight out of the ship channel. It's different from what the Inner Harbor plant would have.
comes around, that's more or less the time frame
ultrafiltration, the RO systems, those are pulling out certain things, but in order for you to actually mine the minerals out, it's different technology.
Yeah, so Councilman, reverse osmosis or RO.
A family meal that shows up big starting at $21.99. To savor this feeling of being together, get 10-piece legs and thighs or tenders, 2 large classic sides,
been used in
met with
seawater
folks,
desalination.
and the technology seems
And I also
somewhat
want to be transparent in this whole process,
maybe
even
not
if
fully tested. And it would just be in addition to what we're already doing.
I know.
We'd have to go out and look for people that want to purchase the material. We'd have to find a way to transport it. I mean, we would need more property. I mean, there's just a lot of things to consider when you're talking about that. Is it doable? Maybe.
Okay, but because that is a possibility, and there are companies that actually do it, and so I think we do need to look at it down the road. I'm going to ask you something. Because the brine is the big issue for the city, for the people that don't want it. That's the big issue. What is the biggest possibility that there's some way that we can, is my time up? What are y'all doing?
February 2026, 2018 meets on Simon and
Once your honest answer, I know you'll give it to me. Possibility to build a pipeline down the road where we can put the brine out into the Gulf of America.
Well, at a strategic level, that's definitely possible, considering the closest one being Hyder Island, and to be able to oversize that offshore discharge, to eventually take a discharge from this project, and that's definitely doable in the future.
It would be a cost, and hopefully
It'd be a cost, yes,
to
ma'am.
do that, maybe the state would come and help with some of that.
That's possible.
Okay, all right, that's enough for now.
It's also available for the sanctuary. The event is free for everyone to attend.
For me,
Installations are visited.
I'm very curious. You know, the entire time that
As you
I
can imagine,
campaigned
over
and
the
in
years
this
here in the
past year
test
being
kitchen,
elected,
we've made lots of
I
different
was
types
very
of apple
forthright
pies.
that I promised
And
my
each one
district
seems to have its own personality.
it had to make
Some
sense.
have
I was
plum
only going to
toppings,
support
some have no
what was the
toppings.
best deal for providing water to this city. And for me, that has always come down to price, protecting our waters. You know, we sit here and we make decisions for the city as a whole, but on an individual scale, I represent District 4. Water is a very big part of our lives, of our small businesses, of our tourism. A lot of the reason people move to these areas is because of the condition of the water. You know, one of the projects that we're working on involving the Whitecap development, Lake Padre, we have discovered that unless you're looking at a completely comprehensive map of the water systems, you really don't know because they are so connected. Each piece that we change impacts them all. And I think we should be very transparent and very accepting of that reality. So it's a huge priority to my district and me. Outside of that, we have a responsibility broader than that. We provide to 7 counties. We're pivotal to the entire state. It matters what decisions we make. And so another huge priority to me, and why those make so much sense is because the community has to make it has to come first. And I think that this council wants to arrive at the best deal, even if we have different interpretations of what that looks like. But for me,
11
it
nautical
has
miles
to be
from
what
zero.
I perceive as the best deal. When we arrived, you know, we were facing continued time racing towards these different drought restriction levels and potentially curtailment. And all of the discussion was mainly centered around the Inner Harbor project. And for someone who was transparent about where I stood on this project, the more I was exposed to it, the more I felt like it did not check the box for price. It did not check the box for protecting the water systems. And it wasn't the best deal. It wasn't going to keep us from curtailment. It was not going to provide the volume that we need, and it was going to push us out of our price range. That's why I did not beginning. So sitting here now, I think, Peter, you said it the best last night when you gave an update to a nearby city when you said you wouldn't wish this on any city manager, any council, any team to have to make this decision. So for me sitting here, and I think my colleagues feel the same, I look back into the audience, and honestly, everyone is wearing blue, ironically, but for different reasons, except that we took up this city. these are hard decisions. So sitting here, it's important that we protect our waters and all those things that I discussed, but it's important to tell all of our industry partners how valuable they are to our economy, and we do want to secure water so they can continue operations. I think this would be a much different discussion. It'd be very easy for me to say yes or no to if there was no other water options on the horizon. But with all the presentations up to today, we have shown that we've avoided that curtailment with those measures, and they're not perfect. None of these options are perfect. We knew that going into them, but we jump over those hurdles as we go. So what I need sitting here is I'm just very curious about what makes this proposal that much difference. You know, one, how much does this study cost? That's a question for me. The one that we said that CCDP is not charging us up front. How much is this portion of the process going to cost? Because ultimately that will be added on if this goes forward. And I know we're not at that point today, but we're saying yes to the study today. So what is that cost?
We'll take that call for engine 17. Flow, see, engine 17 will show you
Let's see if Dan,
Councilmember, the way that we look at it, because of the stage of the project, it's almost as an investment. We truly are not looking at recovering the costs that we're going to spend over the next few weeks. We, on strategic cases, look at situations like this one. We understand that there is a need for additional efforts, and we discuss with our team members, and we agree together that, you know what, it makes sense for us here. We value the market and the industry. We think that this is important enough that it merits us making that investment. Fortunately, we can afford to make that investment, so we're willing to do it, and we don't expect anything to change. We're very aware that in the next vote, this can not move forward, and we understand that we're doing it at risk. I know that may sound a little bit difficult to understand, but we actually take this by case, and every now and then we do make a decision like this to try to help our city and try to help a project move forward.
I appreciate, I truly, sincerely appreciate that you guys recognize that we're in a very difficult position. We need to provide water, so I appreciate that. But if we were to say yes at the next vote, this agenda packet says the cost would be transferred at that point.
Not the cost of what we're going to do between now and February. That cost we are going to absorb.
And so to look at the plant itself, and I know that you guys are going to bring us back options,
which is about our U.S. population as compared to the rest of the world.
What is a ballpark?
That's over 900,000
serious
adverse events to COVID shots here in the United States.
What ballpark are we even looking at?
And I think it's time to recognize these people, to research them,
to get the time to be
provide them care which they are not getting,
I am personally
and to consider getting them, and really getting them fair and just compensation.
There is a lot of information we'll have to review and evaluate. We will come up with our best solution,
very
our best
conservative
option.
says the same thing. We can agree that
we find that there is no practical way to get there. We'll tell
they've
them.
obtained ICE documents showing that over 2,500 FBI personnel are now working on immigration enforcement. Yes or no question.
Over the next couple of months, so we can tell you what is our best recommendation based on our experience, what we can develop, and what we
you've
think
identified these people as quote
and at that time
government
we'll have a
gangsters,
discussion.
will you recuse yourself
And it
from
may be that
making
at that
any
time the price may seem right, but we may have proposed something that you didn't like. We still will be open to discussing those options, because that is the way that we want the process to move forward. It has to be working together.
032-965-239. And I know I'm out of time here, but
007.
I'm with you.
The first page of my packet is the memo that was given to
for three options, because it's good discussion
from the fire department. regarding the
Sure, but
things,
that's
the
going to change.
accusations that I did.
I'm asking the option if we can
With
have a
President
third.
Trump's 2018 nuclear posture
Thank you.
review, that
Councilman Ward.
preventing adversary nuclear attacks is, quote, the highest priority of the United States.
Senator, yes, I do.
First of all, I'd like to thank
Confirmed, will you
the group
commit to
for,
supporting all three legs
I attended
of the nuclear
2 of your
triad
meetings.
and
I went
using
and met
every
with
tool
you
available to
twice,
deliver
along
these
with some other
systems
council
on
members.
schedule?
I think some of these questions that some of my fellow council members are asking, I appreciate the fact that we had that opportunity and we were able to talk to you about some of these issues. And one of the things that impressed me probably the most is that when we ask about cost, one of the things that I know we did not experience with the last, I guess vendor is the appropriate word, contractor, is that there were a lot of options that we talked about, and I want to make sure I get the name of the company, but the builders, Maztec. One of the things that impressed me so much is the fact that you actually were talking about ways to save money. And each and every one of you talked and openly about, okay, this is what we can do to help cut costs. We didn't have that conversation before. Every time I would ask that question, I would call Kansas City and ask the same question. I basically didn't get a really comfortable answer. And so I want to applaud you for that, because the other thing that, and Peter, I thank you also for structuring this the way that you did, because one of the things that you talked about openly is that if we have a ceiling, and I'm just going to hypothetically say there's a dollar amount on, there is going to be a dollar amount on that ceiling, but then you're going to come back, you said one of the things we're going to look at is options, that maybe we start and we're doing 20 MGD, right? This is what it would take to get to 25 or 30, and this would be the extra cost, so maybe our comfort level would be at the end of the day. I like the idea that you have options. You're not trying to back us into a corner at the end of the day. Go, by the way, this is going to be $1.2 billion, so maybe 1.5, and then tell one of our other colleagues 1.8. So that I appreciate, and I think the other thing is having the local presence. At least I learned more said in meeting 6 times at least with the other vendor.
328 citation issued. 9363 2028 9363. Cover medical. 11-2.
And I know there's tough. I do agree, though, Peter, that, TC looked at this project, and they were asked about the safety of this project, and they vetted it fully, and they talked a little bit about some of the studies that required, or the studies that they did. We've had other studies
33,000
done,
pages in 7 years to
multiple
this
studies
Congress.
that have done in terms of looking at safety.
Dedicated to restoring the
One of the
trust in
things
the
that keeps
mission
coming up
and the
is this
integrity of the FBI. We cannot do so without
I think we need to go ahead and do it, Peter. I think right now we need to go ahead and invest the money. If it's $50,000,
On the Epstein
$100,000,
case.
let's do it. Why wait?
The original sin on the
We've got people
Epstein
out there
case
that are saying,
was how it was handled by Mr.
I don't trust
Acosta
this
when he
until we
first
do
brought the
that.
case in 2006, 7, and 8. The
We
original
need to do
case
whatever we
had a
can
very
to
limited search
continue
warrant,
to
had
get
a very
our
limited search
community
window,
to
had a
trust
very
us.
limited investigative window.
And I don't think that in terms of the money, let's go forward with it. I don't think we should wait. So I wanted to bring that up. The other thing is, I like the fact that we talked a lot about the cost of operation and the way that we're doing this now, where you're going to vend that out. I really feel comfortable that there's money to be saved there. And so the other thing I think is invaluable is I had the opportunity to ask a lot of questions about the 90 facilities that you've built now and the 25 that you operate, and asking questions about what similar environment is like our environment, and why is it so challenging in terms of our water? What's so challenging about our water? Because it is challenging compared to some other plants and locations that you built.
You didn't.
3435, 10-7 at
I appreciate
Robstown Station.
I'm excited about the fact that I feel comfortable that the process that we're going through on this second look is definitely a better process. And I just, again, I want to thank you. I want to thank cities, the staff. I want to thank the vendors.
4,000 pages, and we're hopeful there's more, and we'll look at that and then post it online as quick as we can.
Mr. Chairman,
would you yield for a minute? Would you yield for a minute? Sure, I just wanted to seek unanimous consent to put in the Newsweek article from August 1st of this year, so just last month, in which it talks about the fact that Trump's name was in the Just 3 Epstein files, and that 1,000 FBI agents were redacting those files.
And I just look forward to continuing with this process. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Barrera.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you, Brett, staff. Peter, I have to commend you.
34, 64, 99.
34, 35, and to be able to put us on a position where we have an option that the council can move forward on, or at least the majority can.
343, the firearm has not been brandished in any way. The RP stating he has it on him at all times.
It's hard. 49286 I used to say I was a bomb thrower, and somebody told me, hey man, you're just losing every vote.
64, 99.
34, radio check.
34, 35, 35, dispatch.
340, we're going to be on the I'm to the point, left lane. As I've always said that, what I'm concerned with is certainty. And I think what the community wants, or at least the industry, the state of Texas, and I think the Texas Water Development Board, I think their challenge is that they feel that we've been indecisive. So I think you want certainty to us so that way we can provide for them, and I think we need to do it today, to provide for them that we have certainty that we're open-minded looking forward to a project that water certainty and the wherewithal to invest in our long-term water infrastructure. I think that was a challenge that the rating companies had that was very high on their list, is the reluctance to invest in our long-term water infrastructure and to provide certainty because there are so many individuals that rely on us. There's so much of the state of Texas, the country, the world. I said it. I just spoke to a group of West Oso kids on Friday. What happens in Corpus Christi changes the world. We reduce dependency on foreign oil. We reduce dependency on Russian coal, and we take that responsibility. One of the largest producers of ibuprofen in the entire country, and I think we have a responsibility to be able to make those tough decisions. We make a lot of decisions based on pressure, based on political pressure. You could base it based on industry pressure, based on pressure from environmental pressure from the Texas Campaign for the Environment, who put a lot of money into these campaigns because they feel other than people like me, which is okay. What is it? That's the political process. So a couple of things that I start with that. That being said, is Camille, I saw him in the back. Can you bring him out? I know the question was asked, how are we going to pay for this? And I think, putting the horse in front of the cart is to ensure for the Texas Water Development Board that we're serious. Vote basically states that we're serious. So let's assume that they don't buy in, but we still have a responsibility to provide the certainty. Will we finance with revenue bonds?
Yes, sir. That would be the only other option.
Okay, and then typically what does those interest rates run?
Well, depending on what the federal government does, but let's assume anywhere between 5 to 6%.
And then the Texas Water Development Board rates
3.5.
3.5. So that's a huge impact to our ratepayer.
Yes. So even though the percentage seems small, it is a substantial amount of money.
So I'm of the opinion that we move forward because of the fact that we, for whatever we do, and like I said, I'm more so, my whole thing, as I said, is to provide certainty. And we have to provide certainty to the rating companies, certainty to Texas Water Development Board. You know, here, we've had other projects that aren't permitted, that we haven't determined rate models, and we're $0.7 million. We perhaps may have obligated this out to $169 million simply because we have the pressure of providing the water. And I think the thing that I said on the radio over and over again is by I think the thing is, that I said over on the radio, is if we provide certainty, then industry will try and figure it out. They're going to try and work with us so that we can get to a point. But they have to have certainty because they have to go back to their boards or to whoever their investors are and say, hey, we're going to need to reinvest in Corpus Christi because it's more prudent for us to continue rather than start someplace else.
3701
So I just want to say that now with the field study, I think it's important that, fine, I've always had confidence that it was going to be, you know, I don't see the purpose of doing it now. I think we need to give credibility to the procurement process so that way we can go through that. I think we need to have credibility because there's going to be information that our partners are going to come up with, that may be prudent to that information. Just waiting 6 weeks, 12 weeks, once we engage is probably a good thing. And one last thing I just want to leave with, because I'm out of time, is I'm so glad that we got involved, community partners, because to me, the glue is a company like Ardura or LNV. You know, what is it, Line-Decker, Nizer, and Vieira? Yeah. And
my name is Chairman and Director. Thank you for being here. I have listened carefully to all the discussion in this hearing. I've reached two top-line conclusions.
Thank you very much, Peter.
First, I am glad I don't have your job.
Let me just add that RATEC.
And second, I am glad you do. Thank you for being willing to step up and serve in this role. I'd like to plow a little bit of ground that we've not spent a lot of time on so far.
So they know the community. So when Dan says, hey, I'm trying to solve problems for this community, that's what he means. He lives there, he's a community member, and they want to see the community succeed, so that's part of their motivation.
I think it's the most important, one of the most important pieces of legislation
with regard to certainty, I'm
ever signed,
for
ever
certain
approved.
that Roland is wrong.
It's going to be something very special. Thank you very much. Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson.
Excuse me, Councilman Barnett, that's
Secretary
wrong.
Sean
How's
Duffy.
that? Okay.
And
3749 Perry
You know, I
Lane.
want to say that
3749 Perry Lane.
I think Ardura with Dan Linedecker and Greg Reyes from RATEC are outstanding individual people, and they run good companies. I can't say enough about, I can go on and on about how favorable I have an opinion of those individuals. And if they selected to work with Acciona and Mastec, that says something about your companies as well. So I want to, state that out front, because it's no reflection on what you're capable of or what you're doing or what your companies have done. However, I do have some concerns, and this goes back financially and how we're doing this. I've always had an issue with the progressive design build format, so I want to kind of go over some numbers. In the operating budget that we have for this year, on page 343, it says that we have outstanding principal in our utility system of $1.48 billion with $400 million interest for a total of just under $2.4 billion in our utility revenue bond system. That also includes the SWIFT loans that we've also taken out.
B-57s for certain thermal effects and radar attenuation studies.
Going forward with two other plans
during a number of the Christmas airdrops, C-54,
somewhere between
the purpose of this project was to conduct chorioretinal burn studies and to further develop high protection goggles for aircrew. Heavily instrumented KC-135 aircraft were also
with Evangeline for, respectively for both of those, for a total of about 40 million gallons a day for
4,000 children rescued. Those are the facts.
We have 735
Yeah.
along the way.
You got the guy
we're talking significant amount of money in debt that we're looking for.
The guy from the 4th District of Ohio lost his life there, serving our country. We appreciate that.
I would prefer
maybe
not
when
to
you're
talk
not
to
focused
you,
on
Peter,
politics,
about
you can actually
switching
do what
this
the
over
FBI is
from
supposed to do.
progressive
Go get the
design
bad guy.
to a
Right?
P3 format.
That's what the men and women of the FBI do.
So that debt service, the risk is put onto the company, and I don't know, I'm assuming you guys have done P3s before, right? Would you be open to that?
I'm wing host, multiple different squadrons that are responsible
you
for
would mind actually saying the actual words?
We experience. The only caveat that I do want to mention is that we're extending significantly the timeline of when the project can start.
Okay, so we're talking about 4 years. This does not help us in the short term. We are working on projects like the groundwater and the wastewater reuse or reclamation. That'll help us in the short term. Ultimately, we're looking to replace 7 million gallons.
The Western Reservoir amount.
Right, the reservoir. So if you combine the 40 million gallons a day that we're looking for and the 30 million gallons, that gets us 70 million gallons a day. Okay, but that doesn't that's to get us back to even, right? It doesn't provide the water that we need for growth in the future. So we would have to build on top of that in order to continue to grow. So what my concern is with this site, and I think it was expressed by Councilwoman Paxton, is it is limited based on its location, right? It's inside a relatively closed bay, and it's different from Perth. I've been to Perth. I've actually been there. I was a former naval officer, crossed the line, went to Perth. It is completely different. There's much more open. They have some reefs there, but it's open to the open ocean. So it's not anything like what we have here in Corpus Christi. And I see you nodding your head that that's correct. Okay, so I don't, we are unique, and every location is unique. And so that goes back to the far field model. As I recall, he was looking to do that far field model only in order to ensure the design of the discharge is correct. Is something changed that would recommend to do it afterwards as opposed to in front, so you know that's what you need it for?
So what you just described is something that would still need to happen. You would still need to do the near and far field modeling related to the discharge. What we're talking about doing is independent of that. We're actually just talking about evaluating the entire bay system, nueces Bay, Corpus Christi, and ship channel.
Year to date,
So
last year,
they are two
arrested
different things
1,500
because they have two different
child
purposes.
That is a 10%
Okay, I understand that, but you
Year to
would want to
date,
have
last
that
year,
information
7 months.
before moving forward,
We've assisted our
right? I'm
partners
assuming
with
you'd like to have whether or not there's
counterterrorism
any kind of
operations around the
accumulation
world.
issues that
We've
you're
captured
looking for.
at the FBI
What we're
4 of the
proposing to
most
do
top
for
10 wanted
the
fugitive
already yielded
is
34,000, not
something
knowing
that
with
the project
the
team
advice from the
would
council
order for them
of the
to
victims
continue
today,
with the
which we had already planned on this,
They
but
have the
we're
permits.
definitely moving in that
They have
direction,
the land,
is to go
power, everything
after
else. They don't
the
need
bank
to do an
records and the
additional,
suspicious activity
modeling
reports,
of
much
all
like
the
we
bay
did
system
in the
in
Biden
order for
family
them to
influence
proceed. So this is
investigation.
more
Identify
the
accounts and see what usually the banks catch, Ralph knows, and Langworthy and Byron and everybody that's been involved in banking.
78007 for a small commercial alarm, please, 625 Boulevard.
41-153, are you 10-6 on a report?
I fought every day to get out from under the weight of the Yellowstone. I lost my teammates, my parents, even my brothers. I know that sometimes good men have to do that. But I'm trying to find a new beginning.
Casey, need my marshals. Okay, Medic 3 is the 1006.
Try not to slow us down. Go, boy.
4 feet, yes.
Cartels. Space Warriors.
For approval. Give me a call.
Looks like God's country to you. But the devil's running free out there, man.
5 minutes.
And since we are in the end, right now we're at 508, 7508, and give me under 433. 424 mental patient.
And counsel.
430.
So it's just a check in the box for you?
No, this is something that's been requested by council and the public, so we're pursuing this modeling effort for everybody's benefit. But this team does not need it in order for them to continue with the project.
43 says that we have outstanding principle in our utility system we're creating. It's the discharge. Because you can remove it with the RO, but then do you put it back in the bay?
That's correct. It's part of the discharge.
If it's regulated, then are we going to be able to put it back in the bay?
There are mechanical and design solutions that we can employ to deal with regulation to put in.
Okay, I want to say Kiewit's intent was to put it back in the bay.
Again, it's not, we're taking it out of the bay and we're putting it back. There's the regulations referring to actually the produced water that goes into the system.
Well, now it is, but if there's future regulation,
that's right.
You may not be able to put it into the bay.
That's right. This one would have to put in elements to deal with whatever that regulation was. And
so that's going to be your design, right?
Right.
I'll reserve for it.
More tools at our disposal than we did before. Mr. in legislation, I know he's been championing it to us.
It's not on there.
The Public Utility Agency allows you to bring other government agencies together and also private entities under one umbrella to do a regional style project. Some of the discussions, I put a name out there, but the Coastal Bend Water Agency, for example, that could include the city of Corpus Christi, which would bring their funds currently that have been approved by the Water Development Board, slide that into that agency, and then the city at that time. I'm not trying to speak for Peter and staff, but an idea is you entertain other partners that would come under that umbrella, and it's been done in Florida quite a bit, and in fact, I believe that's where the legislation was modeled after, but modified by our senator. And when you do that, it allows a more regional approach and a regional look, and also allows for funding ability, and also allows the city to appoint governors that would run that Coastal Bend Water Agency, and as well as the other partners that would be a part of that agency. So there is a strategic look ahead. If the vote is in the affirmative today, to be looking at that potential in the near future. Yes, ma'am.
So that's really a good possibility because it doesn't go away.
BOGO is back at iMart Express. Buy your first pair of glasses and get a second free. So you can get the ones that let you shift gears and find your destination. Shop the BOGO event at your local store today. iMart Express. Get glasses, go see.
Change to the Monkey and save. Get a standard oil change for just $29.99 or take $25 off a premium oil change. With upgraded sensors and our friendly certified technicians, you'll drive away worry-free. Change to Grease Monkey. Done fast, done right.
Based on Pfizer's data.
Yeah, I'd have to check that, but
I think that's correct. I don't think it goes in our books, right?
The debt would be on the PUA's books, to Councilman Hernandez's concern.
And that helps the city. Okay, operation and maintenance in the construction of this plant. Would you want to run it? The reason I'm asking that, it just seems like whoever constructs it, it would just be a great fit. You know, once you construct it and you're going to build it so that when the operation and maintenance is not going to be that high.
Yeah, Council, we absolutely would be interested. Like in anything, we would review the procurement process, make sure that makes sense, but we would love to provide the solution not just for the construction, but for the long-term 30-year operation.
Okay.
Love to be your partner.
Thank you. And we have got a lot of industry here today, just a whole lot. And, you know, we've got to work together. There's been a lot of things that have been
been said that shouldn't have been said. I think some of you think I support industry. I always supported industry. Probably one of the biggest supporters up here. We were in the oil field, so of course I do. But I also represent the ratepayers, and that is one of my biggest concerns. I don't want their rates to be so high they can't afford it. And I don't think you do either. Industry, y'all are really great about giving out scholarships, all kinds of things that you do for the community. You're wonderful about that. I would challenge you to think, because we've got so much cost right now with the Evangeline and other projects that we're getting, and it benefits everybody. Give to that fund. If we go forward with this, give to that fund so that we can help people that cannot afford their rates to go up. Just a challenge.
That fund would be a utility assistance program. It would help seniors and other economically disadvantaged ratepayers. So many cities and we just started one, but it needs seed money, so it's a utility assistance.
And that's a drop in the bucket. That's a drop in the bucket for industry, and I hope you consider that anyway. Mr. Sinoni, I want to thank you again for bringing it forward, because it gives us a different perspective. That's what a good CEO does, and that's what I contribute to you. I think that, like a private company, you don't just settle for a price. You try and get the best price possible, and we're representing our citizens, so that's what we should be doing. Thank you.
4,700 child victims.
Thank you.
That is a 35% increase year to date last year. We've arrested 1,500 child predators. That is a 10% increase year to date last year in just 7 months. We've assisted our partners with countless counterterrorism operations around the world. We've captured at the FBI 4 of the most top 10 wanted fugitives in the world in 7 months. To put that in perspective, that's as many as my predecessors.
It may have been Brett, it may have been Peter, that one of the things we're considering is a reduction in the volume of the plant.
The production of the plant will be a main contributor of the options. You're going to have different continue to do. When we're talking about price points, really your total value is going to be driven by the production.
So anytime you go to design something, you have to have some type of parameters to go off of. So with respect to those options, what are the parameters we're evaluating for those price options?
So it is a topic that includes multiple considerations. That is the largest factor, volume. Obviously, that is, I would say, the easy one. It also would be the last one that we would consider. The first thing that we want to do is to bring all of the expertise that we have in all of the facilities we have built to identify the individual cost savings mechanisms and opportunities that we can bring. For example, enhancing
with your opponent's warning, you were not qualified and had no interest in actually developing the qualifications for the job. I don't think they were wrong. Alas, they were not. While most other new FBI directors drew on their experience as FBI agents, you didn't have that. But you did write a picture book trilogy for children ages 5 and up based on your experience clashing with President Trump's.
So you may want to lower the production of the plant and allowing for that flexibility to enhance. So there are a number of levers, and there are a significant number that we will be looking over the next 2 months to identify which one of those that we have seen are the ones that make more sense here and which are the ones that we will bring. Ultimately,
$78,000 annually for these services that we provide to seniors. Meals 5 days a week, both in our congregate setting and on the Meals on Wheels.
To try to maintain the plant at the current capacity or as close as we can to that capacity.
So 30, but there could be reductions in that volume. Because we're
can I just add to that a little bit? So if the initial design was all these parameters, right? Year range of $78,000 annually for these services that we provide to seniors. Meals 5 days a week, because you only use these deltas like once every 5 years. So it's a way to bring the price down, and you don't really impact delivery of water if you're only doing something.
The Whataburger Buffalo Ranch Chicken Strip Sandwich is back. More chicken strips, Monterey Jack, buffalo, and ranch saucy goodness we had to go. That might be too far. There you go. The Buffalo Ranch chicken strip sandwich. Only at Whataburger.
2700. CB 35 for just a second. 2700, it was that you're going to roll in and roll it good. 5 on a 2025 Ford. We do have Medic 15, Medic 5, and Medic 6.
One every 5 years, maybe it's not a good use of hundreds of millions of dollars. So, relying on the sources when the plant's not at 100% capacity. This is just one idea, one example.
That was a good segue into my next question. I know that, again, Glenn, we're talking about doing a better study for modeling of impacts in the in that water environment. One of the things that we know from living here, wind, something as inconsequential that you would think, wind can change whether or not it's an ideal day to run this plant operation. My concern then is what percentage of the time, let's call it a year,
that will be part of the evaluation that we will be making, and will be coming as part of our recommendation with some options on what we think the ideal scenario would be. The more days of the year the facility can run,
Thank you for being here. I was careful all the discussion this morning. I've reached the top line conclusions. First, I don't have your job. And second, I am glad you thank you for being willing to step up and serve in this role. I'd like to plow a little bit of ground that we've not spent a lot of time.
2,000 feet respectively. Flying converging racetrack patterns 24 nautical miles south of zero.
But that would be an operating expense. That would not be the
The
capital expense.
B-57 sampler controller was at 37,000 feet, 30 nautical miles out.
A substantial implication.
The C-54 and C-118 of Ducks aircraft are positioned at altitudes between 7,500 and 20,000 feet, at distances of 15, 20, 30, 40,
we were
and
talking
50.
about $60 million a year on the previous design. We're looking at an operations approximately. I know there's variables, but I'm trying to make this deal make sense.
Right now, I would not be able to give you a number on that. But the operator, whoever it may be, whether it's us or anybody else, they will have to evaluate the final set of conditions and use that as a maintenance.
Okay, and
you can cancel the Bravo.
under this schedule of votes, what would be your target or educated guess at when this would be online, when water would be flowing? If everything, of course,
50% increase in violent crime arrests in those cities alone.
We've been moving towards a timeline yet.
In just a few short months, we have
on price,
already unleashed 1,000 FBI personnel across this country. Every single state across this country is getting a plus up. This is a fiction that the FBI is short, or that we are compromising the men and women in the field. They do not need to be in Washington, D.C., so we're sending them into the field to each and every one of your states. Because of that crime.
50 years ago, it would be too heavy and have all the other problems. He said we'd be going backwards. We'd be taking a truck into this and we'd be starting all over. Because it was better 50 years ago than...
So Councilwoman, I'll jump in.
I said, what are you going to
Previously, we had
do? I don't win this
42
election.
months.
This was
So it
before
was
the
12 months of
election.
design, and then we
He
had
said,
about
you don't
30
win the
months
election. I'm going to close up my business.
construction,
I'm not going to lose
commissioning,
my...
etc.
He
They
said,
haven't committed
I'm
to
not going
that,
lose
but just to
my
give
ass.
you kind of a timeline, the
I know
original
exactly what's going to happen.
Kiewit
It's going to be a
contract started in
catastrophe.
December of 24, and we were live in the summer of 28.
So at best case scenario, if very little about the project changes, we're looking at 29.
So about 3.5 years from the start.
So 2029.
Better that schedule,
But that's a fair guess.
that's a fair guess.
I mean, we're talking about a big plant.
Right.
Yeah, that's a fair guess. That'd be a fair guess. And like I said, Councilwoman, we don't have our arms wrapped around all the information yet. And once we do that, then we can come back and give you our assessment.
So I want to echo Councilmember Hernandez's sentiments. I think you guys are great professionals. I truly appreciate the effort. I really, really do. But for me, you're calling, let's call what it is what it is. To me, it's still the same project. and everything that we've kind of talked about here is saying it's the same project with potentially a few tweaks to it. But more than likely, the mean of this trajectory is about the same project, more or less. Only now, and it was even said last night in a presentation, because it's a little further down the line, there's potential for more cost and more time. And what our priority was when we got here was two things. Is one, get us out of the hotel, get immediate sources online, and two, find projects that are going to furnish us for the future. I want the city to grow. I want it to continue to grow. And to Mr. Hernandez's comment, even if we shoot for that maximum capacity of 30, it doesn't
57.5 seconds after it was dropped.
As a city citizens. So that's what I'm searching for here are the pieces that set this new proposal apart from all of those elements that we had previously. And I did want to ask one more question while I have a couple more seconds here. You mentioned, Peter, that the teams are going to go in front of the Water Development Board before their vote in December.
That's correct. We plan on going up to us at the first.
I touched base on that again. What is his status and involvement right now with that?
Yeah, so Carlos Rubenstein, who has a real eclectic water background, is under contract with us today. He's helping us with the bed and banks permit for the Nueces River Wells project. We're in the process of developing another contract with him to help us with the PUA.
51%
that Councilwoman Vaughn talked about, the Public Utility Authority. Because that could be a venue that we could transition this project into.
We had spoken about his assistance with navigating
what happens if it doesn't work out? I said they spent
our
$17 billion.
interests at the Water Development Board level for reclaiming these costs.
Okay, that's correct. He's helping us with that as well.
You know, some
What's the
businesses you can
status
move.
of
You
his
move your
involvement?
office
Has he
and
been
that's where
given
the
all of the
business is.
documentation?
With
Has
this
he made
business,
contact with them?
they're
Is he
spending
going with
17
you?
think
What's
about
the status?
17 billion.
So
They're gonna have
let me have Ryan Skrabacek get that answer for us. If he's not here, we'll get it for you before we're done this item today. But he would probably be with us when we go to Austin that first week in December. Ryan has to tell us, has he been contacting the Texas Water Development Board? I just don't know that answer. Okay, here we go. Ryan might have it. Okay. Yes, sir.
Ears must have been burned.
Yeah.
Yeah. Ryan Skrabacek, Intergovernmental Relations. So, Mr. Rubenstein, we've been working with him. He has received all of the documentation that we've received from Texas Water Development Board, which he did.
And our letters to them.
I think for the most part, maybe with the exception of the very first one, because that wasn't one generated by staff.
5-1-4-2-3-4-2-3-4 5-1-4-2-3-4-2-3-4 5-1-4-2-3-4-2-3-4
And the fact that we've issued 4 letters now, or 4 letters have been issued and 4 letters have been received, and the concept of trying to turn what is pretty consistently been a no into a yes may not be the best strategy for this particular tranche of funding. And so he's engaged. He gave feedback to the most recent letter that was sent in terms of the terminology that was used in the letter sent to Brian McMath. And so he's ready and willing to help and be involved as a consultant on the team. So he's not a lobbyist. So he wouldn't be lobbying.
No, it would be a consultant, which is what we talked about, as him being a consultant and assisting us to facilitate that relationship. So
you didn't inherit this. You built it. Every late night, every dollar earned with Relay. See your cash flow clarified. Every account, every move, instantly visible. Real-time dashboard. Mobile controls built for action without friction. Relay is built to run how you run. Separate, sync, and automate all in one place. Fast transfers, smart permissions, zero guesswork. This is business banking in one self-made nation. Discover more at relayfi.com.
2-3-4 Together is better. Together the weather. We get it together.
something that was said was that it's no longer recommended to ask for the repurposing of funds. Was that his recommendation?
Carlos's, Mr. Rubenstein's, yes. That if there's kind of in line with what Brian McMath ultimately suggested, that if there was going to be a need specifically about the $525 million, a need to repurpose it, the best course of action would likely be to just reapply.
Okay, gotcha. And so he's not involved at all with us going up there this week to meet with them, although he's our paid consultant on that.
He will be going with us, but it'll be just the week of December 1. So we're still putting the plans together. We still have to schedule time on McMath's calendar. And he'll be going with us.
But you said you're going tomorrow.
No, yeah, the first week of December is the planned trip to Texas Water Development Board in Austin.
I thought you were meeting with them this week.
No, I don't think so. Yeah,
okay.
I'm not sure what I said about tomorrow. Yeah, that's what the first week in December.
Okay, thank you.
So he'll go with us.
I'll wait for another time. You said we'd see if we get another time around. I'll wait.
520-510.
Councilman Cantu.
Real quick, Mayor, Rebecca, how can we get it 3 times? Do we have to do a motion to talk 3 times? How does that work?
You can, it's to extend debate, if you'd like to make a motion to do that. The mayor could also grant it if she wants to.
The council, we have quite,
This is a very important subject, Mayor.
Sir, I understand.
We need to do that.
I'm not saying that. Does the council, does everybody want another chance to speak?
Go ahead and work off EMS 1 at 106.
Well, we're gonna do this in order. So we're gonna do it now, and then it's done, and then we go to public comment, and then we vote. So, yeah. So if y'all want another term.
551. 598. 1551.
No, I'm saying, right, it would be now. They want to speak now.
512.
Well, if you don't, you don't have to take, if you don't, you don't have to take the, if you don't, you don't have to take your turn anyway, so, all right, if y'all want to speak another time, that's fine.
After public comment would be good.
No, we're gonna do the 3 times now, so go ahead.
Better Business Bureau, Heart of Texas, branch 512. 598. 1551.
I thought you wanted to speak now, like y'all are the only 2 who wants to want a 3rd term, which is fine. So the 3rd time. And you want one, yes, so that's fine, we can speak.
6,000 guns are no longer in the hands of criminals in 7 months. We've identified and found and located 4,700 child victims.
Okay, fine.
That is a 35% increase year-to-date last year. We have arrested 1,500 child predators. That is a 10% increase year-to-date last year in just 7 months. We've assisted our partners with countless counterterrorism operations around the world. We've captured at the FBI 4 of them.
600 billion a year, 600 billion.
This is the second time, correct?
Because of one numbskull that sits here. I don't see enough raisins. And the problem he's got is that, and I explained to him, look.
We're talking about the Nick. Go ahead, Nick.
Contact perimeter.
Yes, sir. So we've engaged our rate modeler, NewGen, right, to help us put together a path forward with the refineries. And just to clarify, Councilmember, I know you're talking about water contracts, delivered water contracts with our large volume. What we've done is we've engaged a rate modeler. They've got the expertise. They're putting together a path forward so we can continue that work with those entities. I do want to say that it's a complicated process, right? Like any contract negotiation, it's a complicated process.
I understand. What's the ETA more or less?
I hesitate to answer that. The contract negotiations all have a life of their own. We're extremely focused
Coastal Bend Food Bank also received a sizable donation from, but we wanted to make sure that we include some of our most vulnerable citizens of our communities, probably some that hold very dear and true to your hearts every day, and those are our seniors. And so we're really excited.
We can push back our level 1 water emergency.
I just want to make sure that's in place before we start, giving more buying more, paying for, these, we don't have anything set in stone with these refineries. I wanted them to also have something on the table, while we're spending all this money on these additional harbor or whatever other projects.
It is a priority for CCW. Absolutely, it's definitely a priority.
Yeah, Councilman, I would say we need to have everything in order before we begin the next budget, so that's like late next spring, early summer. Contract should be in place by then.
Okay. Can you guys do a P3 and pay for it and build it and operate it? Are y'all real confident that those waters are good?
At this stage, I would say conceptually it is possible what we do, but we will have to evaluate all the specific details.
Will you come back with us when you come in with the price and say, hey, we could do this also? And do a P3 and build it and do everything else? Like build it, operate it, pay for it, all that stuff.
So conceptually, we can do all of those things.
Okay.
It usually depends on the detail of the P3 itself. So the P3 process would have to be defined for us to evaluate it and make sure that it is something that we can deliver. But conceptually.
Okay.
And that wouldn't be on them. It's really the city would need to develop that agreement.
But a miscarriage
for them
of
to
those
be a part of, and that usually
827,
takes substantial.
700 of those mothers had their vaccine in the third trimester. That's way beyond the window when a woman has a miscarriage. So
Will the
they
Farfield study be available to the public
took those
to,
700
after it's done,
patients and put
so
them
they
in
can
the
fact
first
check
trimester.
the
No, the
Farfield study?
104 patients that had
Yeah,
a miscarriage.
and that would be available during the
that goes
process,
to the
Councilman, so when there's major
120.
milestones or
Yes.
anybody wants data.
62
Can
players.
we do more than 30 MGDs in that location? I don't remember. We can?
We can, it depends on the technology and how much recovery you're getting, but the permits would, in theory, allow more. Yes.
How much more?
Again, it depends on the recovery, maybe around 36 to 40, but we have limitations at the navigation
there.
pump station. It can only receive, I think, max of 36 MGD, so if we were to take more than that, we would have to have somewhere else to take that water.
262,
On the bid
627
process,
times higher than that.
now that we're asking them to operate it, do we need to change the bidding process for other opportunities for other contractors, builders to bid on the project?
We do, so what we're recommending is staying with this process that we have today, this bid that got us to the number 2 vote.
Correct?
Number 2 team, I mean. If council approves the third step, immediately we would put out a new request for proposal for an operator that would be determined probably within a year. So we would know by the end of next year who the selected operator is for the facility. So that we can stay on track. We know time is of the essence, and if we throw out this whole bid process, then you're talking another whole year before we even come to this type of meeting. I don't recommend that given our water situation. So there's ways to.
So we just tomorrow and say, hey, we want to build it, we want to pay for it, and we want to operate it, and on the table.
Yeah.
75, January 24.
Nobody's called us yet.
Is that an option?
It sure is. My phone's on all the time.
707, no dock damage. Ozark, number 7, Cricket, no dock damage. Meter 919-035. 646 at the jail.
You never have to help put on and tie your kids' shoes again with new hands-free Skechers slip-ins. Kids just slip in all by themselves. It's like they have an invisible built-in shoehorn so feet slide into place. Then the heel pillow technology keeps them comfy and secure. Try new Skechers slip-ins.
Each one.
You could get instantly approved for up to $4,000. Shop for anything you want in-store or online. Up to $4,000. All without using credit. Go on. Get happy instantly.
We talked about, me and you and Councilman Vaughn, about creating a board of experts, the public, to go over the far field studies and stuff like that. I haven't heard about that today. Are we still on the table?
Yeah, board for the a group of folks that would help us review the far field study. We're recommending that, Councilman, based on your input as well. So it would be lay people all the way to professionals from the Heart Institute, like Lamont Taylor,
do you agree
who represents Hillcrest in many ways. I told them already, you're going to be on this
in 48 hours, and the measles
that will be with the far field study
and I say
group
this
all the way
because
through. And
this is what we have to look forward to in the future. If we somehow fall into a place where we don't believe in vaccinations any longer, we shouldn't do it blindly. We should study them. We should check for safety. Absolutely, that is essential in science.
You living in
But these
Corpus all your
vaccinations
life
save
and
lives.
doing business with the
They
city of
saved
Corpus
many
Christi.
lives during COVID.
He said decades.
In my
I don't
state,
know
they
how
saved
old you
over
are, but,
10,000 lives. We anticipated mass casualties, which we never saw because 57,000 individuals in 48 hours, and the measles just stopped. And I say this because this is what we have to look forward to in the future.
I'm going to put my engineer hat
if
on.
we somehow fall into a place where we don't believe in vaccinations any longer, we shouldn't do it blindly. We should study them. We should check for safety. Absolutely, that is essential in science.
The reason, I think I said earlier, the reason I'm here with the team with Acciona and Mustec is because they've seen similar waters like this difficult water. And when we went through the proposal process 2 years ago now, there was a good dive into all these issues, Councilman. And so we're not coming in cold because we did do this process, to get ready for the proposal. But we do need to step back and review all the information that has been previously done at it. And I think, what is the difference between today and 2 years ago? And I think Peter did a fine job on this. And to me, it's four things. Price will be, one. I think the expectation is that we're not going to come in. This price point was discussed. That's one. Two, these environmental last night that have been requested. Three is now on the table that will be operated privately. By an outside consultant. I think that helps a lot. And if I can add, Peter, that it's imperative that they get on board so they can be involved in the design process at the same time. So that's imperative. And then 4 is partners. Partners that under Senator Hinojosa's that ability under Senator Hinojosa's plan to be able to bring in partners to assist the city with this project. So if you ask me what's changed, to me, those are the 4 things that have changed. So we're here today, and we're asking for us. Let us take a look at it, and if something's not right, we're going to come back and tell you, it's not right. To get the project.
What happens if we built this plan?
It does work. I mean, it's not like we get to go walk home. And I live here.
So we got warranty, right?
I live here. I've lived here a long time, raised family here. And
I don't want to build an expensive plant and have time off.
So if I could just try to clarify that a bit, there's talk about the DGDs. So here's a better way.
Working off of EMS line.
We have a plant that's 30 MGD that's running 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. That is one cost, because that means you've got to have equipment, back to the CapEx, all that stuff to be able to run your car at 120 miles an hour all the time. That's one cost.
7 thus far.
If you can
Does the Massey Connor resolution request Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell's bank records from the Treasury?
No.
Does our resolution?
Yeah, it's going to be a big deal. I will predict that will be a big deal, the bank records.
Does the Massey Connor resolution require any interviews to be scheduled?
No.
Does our
That's what we're really saying by we want to pull these levers. Can we, do we have to be 30 NGD 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year? And typically, the answer is no.
They sought medical care 2 to 3
we don't run
times
the
each.
current
All of this
plant
data is publicly
at
available
like
now.
that either.
And
you
so
know,
if you're asking,
in
by the way,
winter,
in a quarter,
you do
Mr. Day
you
worker,
produce less water, and
which,
in
by the way,
summer you
Thomas
produce more water.
McClure in a
So
video
that's
before
really
emergency use
probably the
authorization
difference
about
here.
the safety.
But this is the very first step in letting us
17
explore
gunshots.
those opportunities.
So an arsonist set Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro's residence on fire. And of course, last week we saw the horrific, cold-blooded assassination of Charlie Kirk in Utah that has shaken the nation.
3 weeks.
1 minute after Charlie Kirk was shot in the neck, a 16-year-old shooter in Evergreen, Colorado, radicalized by white supremacist ideology online, opened fire and critically wounded.
I knocked on 208 doors in the past 2 weeks, and 98 doors opened for me. And the main concerns that I get is how much is my water bill going to cost.
Fair game.
And these are from
I appreciate you staying
seniors
here.
over
Stick around and ask all the questions. I think you'll learn an awful lot.
there's one lady, she lives in Molina,
Back on the clock.
and
I'll take whatever I
she
want.
was outside.
This is
and
a
she had
chart.
electricity inside
This is
her
a
home,
chart. Again, I started.
waiting for
I was looking at the
a paycheck.
videos.
35.
That's the real struggles that people are having today.
1739.
We're not struggling or less, but there's people out there struggling, and those are the people that I'm fighting for. Those are the people that I represent. I represent everybody, but we have to worry about those people that can't afford stuff. It's either my water bill or my medications. And it's sad how people are living today. And we all know, and I'm okay with it. It's for the refineries. This water is for the refineries, and I'm okay with it because they provide jobs. We promised them water many, many years ago, and they came and built their plant here. We gotta support them. That's just my concern, is price tag, how much the water bills are going to cost
wanted
for
for violent
residents.
crimes against children
And I'm really
and
concerned about
murderers.
that.
These arrests are in addition to the work our historic federal task forces
And then they start to
that
we need to figure out
DC
something
Safe
to help
Task
them.
Force has been unbelievable. I mean,
This does happen, so.
So thank you all for being here on behalf of both of us.
Thank you, President. Thank you, Mayor, and thank you for agreeing to let us speak at least 3 times. I was trying to figure out, when would be the best time if after the public
7:30.
Anyway, talk about, having, what is it called, the horse before the cart. I've been asking, how much water do we actually need? And we have been providing the water for industry, for commercial, for residents all these years. And let me tell you, we're not going to let our community down. So we've been working really hard.
They've saved about 750,000 lives over 30 years. That's 25,000 lives a year.
75% decrease in carjackings, 53% decrease in homicides in our nation's capital. And rightly so. We're bringing that fight to the streets of America. I want to thank you for your support, and I'm proud to be the director that leads this FBI into a new headquarters building that they've needed for decades, saving the taxpayer $3.5 billion, and also providing our workforce a safe environment. If you don't know the calamity that is the Hoover Building, I invite each and every one of you to walk around. I'll give you a tour myself, and you can see where there's cement. 75% decrease in carjackings, 53% decrease in homicide in our nation's capital, and rightly so. We're bringing that fight to the streets of America. I want to thank you for your support, and I'm proud to be the director that leads this FBI into a new headquarters building that they've needed taxpayers $3.5 billion, and also providing our workforce a safe environment. If you don't know the calamity that is the Hoover Building, I invite each and every one of you to walk around. I'll give you a tour myself, and you can see where the cement falls.
You can hire, a carpenter, an engineer, whatever. If you have the money, they're going to design whatever you want. It's it's about the cost and it's about timeliness. If you want it done quickly, and thank God that we are now not at that point that we were
7.7, that's 1 in 13 and
a couple of months ago. At least now the Mayor Roads pipeline pumping in at 72, which is at the max. And
hospitalization, emergency room,
we have, our pump stations that have been and that was the only and so we really quite a bit on our Mary Roads pipeline. But I also just wanted to make sure that when you say, when Acción says, we don't know. I mean, I think this is the first time that I've heard that this Inner Harbor location can do 40. But I'm reminded that the other company could do, I heard just now, 90, but you know how you can do 90 MGD if it's pumped out into the Gulf of Mexico, which we know that's the other cost. That's the reason why the companies that we have hired have not been able to do that because of the cost. Here we are looking at just it may possibly due to our bay, and that's at 1.2 billion. So again, it is about the cost. But
from May 25th to May 27th, CDC officials provide up-to-date information on the status of the Han to Pfizer and Moderna representatives. Not to the public.
Helping out with
they're warning the vaccine, the injection manufacturers, indicating CDC's preference to keep those companies more informed about vaccine adverse events in the American people.
Subsidize. But on May 26th, if industry would not challenge the water rates, okay, because what happens is that may be like a few $1,000s where you're helping out the residents, but here we are talking millions. Here we are trying to get equality in our water rates, and once we finally started to do that, instead of industry working with us and saying, you're right, for 20 years you didn't raise those rates, but here we go.
People didn't want for me to hear it. People didn't want for me to hear it.
They are going to do it, and they are doing it. We're still waiting on that. We still have corporations still challenging their own city with these water rates. So, it's one thing to give $100 here and there to residents, but the main thing is be a good neighbor, like you say you are, and do the right thing and not challenge these water rates that we have been able to establish. Thank goodness that we have a corporation or a company that has given us some good ways of, making sure that all of us are equal in our water rates. So again, I just want to make sure that, and this is the first also that I've heard of Lamont being on this, but I know that I also have some individuals that would be great to serve on that commission, and I know that there's others. So, it's disingenuous to just throw out a name like that just to say, but again, I guess we'll wait for after the comments, and I appreciate everybody being here, but I also appreciate
in science,
industry doing their part and
we identified 37 pregnancy outcomes.
Yeah, Councilwoman, if you're referring to me as disingenuous, Lamont asked me just this past Friday, so 2 days ago, 3 days ago, at a groundbreaking event that we had in Hillcrest for our $30 million investment. And he said, can I be on,
and you can
because
see
he
it.
had heard through the
The
news
boats
we were
get hit,
talking about
and you
this,
see
and I
that
said,
fentanyl
absolutely.
all over the ocean.
That was the right thing to do. I would say it again, if asked again. So we haven't formed the committee when asked.
With Revolut, you can grow your money faster with up to 5.5% APY.
Friday, out there. Question.
Case 247, 0047, number 6837, 6837.
To the Corpus Christi ratepayer, I think that's an interesting and a good way to keep the rates lower by using the St. Patricia pilot payments in the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilman. Okay.
Nora 39, Union David Mary.
I think we've got all public comments up here from the council for now, and so I'm going to say a few things, and then we're going to go on to open public comment for anybody that would like to speak on item number 18. First and foremost, I want to thank everyone, whether you're local or not.
Just 4 months ago.
Thank you.
Now,
for
how'd they
being
do
here.
it? How did the former chair of the Intel Committee, the former FBI director, and others in our government attempt to undermine
make certain that
President Trump's
what is
first
well
term?
understood?
7 weeks ago, because of the good work of the Director of National Intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard, we learned from another whistleblower, a second whistleblower, that in the closing days of the Obama administration, the intelligence community assessment was changed. 8647, Comey told us, just 4 months ago. Now, how'd they do it? How did the former chair of the Intel Community, the former FBI director, and others in our government attempt to undermine?
It is critical for me. It's a responsible thing to do.
$88 million more to protect members of Congress, the executive branch, the Supreme Court.
A plan to move forward.
There's a contradiction here. Back on Main Street, we're saying you can do more with less, you can protect them with less money. Yet here in Washington, we're saying we need more money to protect members of Congress.
That is all it is.
It's a little contradiction here, or maybe, sir, about coming in with your management style.
80 heart rate showing normal signs for rhythm on a 4 lead, 98 first line on room air, 97.6. He has a blood pressure of 180, 192 on 84. BGO 119, and interventions include an IV on the left forearm via your facility in 3 minutes.
20 MGD. Because price is affected. I want to see everything. I want to see 30, and then anything else that you like from there. But that's what you can't answer, and I understand that. Today is a vote to move forward with a plan that a majority of this council can move forward and say, we trust you, go figure it out, bring back some options, and then let's go from there. This would be first base.
But even if they did, it's
We've got
unaffordable.
second base, third base, and then sliding into home. And hopefully that it works out. So that said, I think it's also important to note that I lost my train of thought. I'm sorry. I'm going to ask y'all, please, Ms. Caballero, if y'all would please, when you're speaking, we're listening. So please stop.
Yes, 906. Archie is not involved in this accident on light. I can pay the report. I won 5.
Okay, so I appreciate everyone who's here for or against this moving forward. I want to make clear too that
have been seized
never did anyone say that this a desalination project is not for the immediate needs.
My energy bill dropped from $150 to $50 by doing this. My friends laughed at me when I spent $49 on a power saver device that could cut my energy bill in half. They thought I got scammed, but when I showed them my super low energy bill, they were blown away. Check that out. This is our current energy bill. My energy bill dropped from this is our last energy bill. As you can see, over 56% difference. Hi guys, I just want to share a quick and simple technique that anyone can use to lower their energy consumption without changing their lifestyle. With this method, you can keep cooking, baking, gaming, running your dryer, wash at 90 degrees, and keep your heater running like you used to before. This method essentially cut your energy bill in half by optimizing your home's energy grid. It lowers your energy bill by anywhere from 20% to 50% by bypassing the spikes in your savings on your energy bills. It was discovered by Carl, an electrical engineer, during last winter, when, like many of you, he was hit with ridiculously high electricity bills. His energy provider was charging him over $165 a month. It was insane, so he decided to do something about it. As an engineer, Carl knew the power grid we're all connected to isn't perfect. Millions of tiny energy spikes are constantly flowing into your home's grid. These spikes send excess energy into your devices, causing them to use more energy. This is bad news for your appliances and your energy bill. Think of it like a bucket that's overflowing 24/7 without you even knowing. It's a massive waste, right? And of course, energy providers don't bother telling you about it or try to fix the problem. So that's exactly what he set out to do. Carl figured that if he could use Nikola Tesla's theory to streamline the current flowing into his home's grid, it would lower his energy consumption at the end of the month. So he built a prototype that uses the Tesla coil principle to stabilize electricity usage, cutting out all the spikes of energy you don't even use but still get charged for. He plugged it into an outlet in his house and let it sit there for a month. When he received his monthly energy bill, his jaw dropped. His bill went down from $165 to $62. It didn't just work, it was a massive difference. After Carl shared the results of his prototype on social media, investors lined up. He teamed up with a product engineer to bring this energy-saving device to the market. It's called EcoWatt, and it's this little plug-and-play device that can literally cut your electricity bills in half. Here's how it works. Super simple. You just plug it into any empty power socket in your home, and it gets to work smoothing out your power grid. That's it. Just plug it in, and it takes care of the rest. Thousands of people are already saving a ton of money. Now he really wants as many people as possible to benefit from this. So he's running a special promo today where you can get EcoWatt at 50% off. Plus, he's throwing in a 30-day money-back guarantee because he knows how much your money matters. If it doesn't work the way you expect, just send it back. No questions asked. Just scan the QR code you see on the screen to visit his website, and you can grab your EcoWatt at 50% off today.
Thank you so much. First you see is the FBIAA letter to Congress on summary, where it states denying fundamental due process and summarily dismissing special agents will only make it harder to protect our nation. These
we rise with a mission to deliver craftsmanship worthy of your table. A promise kept with every new day. Boar's Head, committed to craft since 1905.
We have the immediate need, we have a short-term need, we have a long-term need. The immediate need is what we're doing. Wells, the MRP, Mary Rose Pipeline. What was the other one, Peter? Evangelize. The short term would be this desalination project, 3 to 4 years. Long term would be whatever long term looks like, down the line, a bigger desal project or what have you. But right now we're focused on the immediate, and we're focused on what happens after the immediate. Because the short term becomes the immediate, like that. And so we're not here to go against one another. The blue, whether it's that t-shirt right there or your uniform, I see people, families. And so I think it's important that everybody, and I think we do, everybody up here is trying to be open to what path can we take forward. So I'm grateful to my colleagues, I'm grateful to our city manager, to staff, to this new team. Thank you for spending the time that you have with us. I think you did I think you had a few people who didn't take the meeting. All work
together. Dangerous material into the United States.
Yes, we have, and that's on track to be more than 25%.
So we're going to go ahead now.
And the FBI has also been leading operations against major cyber threat actors, including those from Russia, China, Iran, and North Korea. Isn't that right?
17% increase from year to date last year.
Director Patel, the FBI's Child Exploitation Task Forces continue to investigate predators who target children on Russia, China,
9058958.
17% increase from year to date.
904 Mary
938.
Radio check. 30 location.
Robert Frank
Smoke investigation of the residential alarm.
If we can get everyone's attention, we're going to start, and we need everyone to please silence, so we can hear our speaker, our first speaker.
Jason Hale, Corpus Christi. My council members. Today I want to start out talking about SWIFT loans. I think they put us in a tough position, and it's one of the main reasons we're here today. And I think it's tough for you guys because it makes canceling the Inner Harbor politically complicated. My argument is that, like, the TCEQ didn't do a good assessment of Inner Harbor. They're plain scientists. They reports about it. I believe them. And because of that, basically, my argument is assessment. And because they did, to give us those SWIFT loans, and I feel like if we can prove that the TCEQ failed to do their job, then we can make a strong argument that that money is used. Because right now it's unfair for the state to try to force us study well enough. So, far field modeling, I'm glad that y'all announced that you want to do that. I think we should do it as soon as possible. Thank you for making that commitment. I'm excited about it because it gives us a chance to get the clarity and certainty we need to make a final decision on this project, which I think is something we have So I'm excited about it if we go wrong over the next few months. And the main thing I'm concerned about is the timeline. The final vote is in March, and I believe this modeling is important. A lot of people in this community believe this modeling is important. And if we're going to do it, it needs to make a meaningful difference on the decisions that we make.
They're number one in pipe,
drafting contracts in January and signing final contracts in March.
Yeah, number one in electrical installation, number one in the country on solar and wind installation.
I feel like modeling should inform decision making.
Greg Reyes is
like
another I don't believe he's here with us today, but he was here last week.
Greg,
thank you. Let me just do some additional introductions. So, this presentation is consistent with the memo that I sent City Council 2 weeks ago that provided an alternate option. Process for a desalination facility. So it's different in that it provides a 6-month review with a price certainty.
Yes, may not be the best strategy for this particular tranche of funding, and so he's engaged. He gave feedback in the most recent letter that was sent in terms of the terminology that was used in the letter sent to Brian McMahon, and so he's ready and willing to help and be involved as a consultant on the team. So he's not a lobbyist. So he's willing to help.
No, it would be a consultant, which is what we talked about.
We're not bringing up that we should put this on the city ballot. I agree. Yeah, like let the people vote on this and see just how much solar should actually get like many others have mentioned before, the location of this plant is insane. It should not go there. There is a neighborhood right next to it, and it's called Hillcrest. Y'all have heard it. And it is very important. And this will only serve to bring more destruction to that neighborhood. So,
the city budget that is doubled with little to show for it. Only 1% population growth in our area in the last 6 years. Numerous lawsuits against the city, and now this man-made water crisis. We made a mistake 6 years ago hiring an inept, unqualified assistant city manager that has had more of a desire to be a politician behind the camera that is playing political games with our community and our
would hope that the council would consider a better site for this, especially in the Davis area. It's a cleaner project.
A very clear behavior of some of you pandering to industry. It is crystal clear who some of y'all actually work for, and it's not the people who voted y'all in. At this point, it's just clear that some of y'all are evil and just want this bit to die. By having this plant in that location, it's going to kill our bit. It is so obvious. So many people have come up here and talked to you, experts, community.
In favor of the so-called Corpus Christi desal partners deal is not to vote for people of Corpus Christi.
Recently released a study in October regarding Corpus Christi Bay. There's no way this project can work helping to provide chemicals back into this bay. Taking notes here. One slide came up disposal back into the deal. It looked like they were only 200 yards apart, and that was like a real red line. So it's going to dump it back into the bay, intake, recycle it, and just keep this nasty process going. I mean, do y'all want to grandkids, children? Is that what y'all want to do?
We're getting on a call for what you're saying here. I don't want to do 30% per kill. I can answer if you're the closing of the
we're all for industry. Bashing anything like that, but costs need to be shared.
Show your daughter how much you love her with this beautiful gift. It says, to my daughter, never forget that I love you forever. I hope that you believe in yourself as much as I believe in you. Whenever you feel overwhelmed, remember whose daughter you are and straighten your crown. You are braver than you believe, stronger than you seem, smarter than you think, and loved more than you know. I can't promise to be here for the rest of your life, but I can promise to love you for the rest of mine. Love, Dad. This beautiful message says it all. Supplies are very limited this year, so make sure you get one for your daughter today. Click shop now below.
There's an interest, and she's usually standing or sitting out there.
Can't afford to mess this up, and everything that we are doing is setting the same.
Your wellness isn't the same as everyone else's. This is your journey. You have your own goals, your own motivations, your own reasons for taking care of yourself. And no matter how you define it, we're here for it. We're here to help you live well.
Good job in a responsible and impartial manner, or whether you're just a henchman for Donald Trump who's weaponizing the Bureau at the expense of public safety. As Congressman per tenure is the Bureau's expanded role in low-level, non-criminal immigration enforcement. I have a report here from the conservative Cato Institute. They've obtained ICE documents showing that over 2,500...
A breakthrough in this sense, and being a beneficiary of the civil rights movement that opened up the FBI and the federal workforce to lots of people who never would have been hired in this prison.
Medic 3 and 401, Medic 3 and 401, ESG 3309, 3309, testing, 1521, South Staples Street, 1521 South Staples, DEC Medical Towers.
Donald Trump in keeping his secrets. During your conversation, it was widely noted on all sides that your primary quality, a man who thinks of himself as a fairy tale knight who keeps a fire-breathing dragon named DOJ at home to forcibly drive villains out of the canyon. When Charlie Kirk was assassinated while his killer was still on the loose, you decided you didn't need to be at FBI headquarters in Washington to work with your team while the chaotic manhunt unfolded. You spent your evening dining in a swanky Midtown Manhattan restaurant, tweeting out false information that the subject of the shooting was in
Carolina, a town in my district that just fell victim to a cyber attack on September 12th that interrupted emergency services. Lutzoff's working with state partners and the FBI has been notified.
this attack, and I certainly pray they're able to help out with the ongoing investigation. Could you just speak to what the FBI is doing to bolster our community's cybersecurity to defend against any future cyber attacks?
Attached a letter, an interview, a photograph, or a video. In May, Attorney General Bondi reportedly told Trump that his name had indeed appeared multiple times throughout the Epstein files, and not long thereafter, in July, you and the Attorney General released a memo claiming that, quote, no further disclosure would be appropriate or warranted. In a few short months, how do you go from being a crusader for accountability and transparency for the Epstein files to being part of the conspiracy?
Desalinization will be costly, but also visionary and successful. You have the permits for environmental impacts are not a preeminent factor. The nation has transformed their land with this technology. Israel is 61 times the area of the Corpus, the Christi water service area, just fought a war over their very survival, yet now they are proceeding with plans to desalinate the Sea of the Galilee, their national water supply. Emulate their success and their vision to lead and prioritize residents. With this technology, you can give us as much water as the Great Lakes.
And you own stock in the company that owns Sheehan.
Which I disclosed during my confirmation process.
You certainly did.
State resident of 34 years.
You still hold that stock?
Kind of the same every time I come to council.
Pursuant to the Department of Justice, who reviewed my
communication, and
trust, during my confirmation process.
Each of which I think is a little, let's say, can be improved.
Unanimous requests.
Communication.
One is letter Senator Tom Cotton dated last year urging the U.S. to, quote, ensure that data from U.S. companies Chinese
companies. 401 ESD 3318, 3318, French Enrollment down at 2222 Morgan Avenue, 2222 Morgan Avenue, CBSE, Diversified Specialty Institute, room 104. I'll show you working off of this
Merely dismissing special agents only a protected nation that their assignments will cost them their careers, which are now are under the criminal and national security threats by undermining unity and morale within the Bureau.
A member of Congress of this body, Ilhan Omar, shared a video on her social media account about Charlie Kirk's murder, and I'll quote what it said. It says, Charlie Kirk was Dr. Frankenstein, and his monster shot him through the neck. In other words, Charlie had it coming to him. The words that he said naturally led to his assassination. I mean, that is a reprehensible thing for a member of Congress to say, to suggest, to promote in any... A man who thinks of himself as a fairy tale knight who keeps a fire-breathing dragon named DOJ at home to forcibly drive villains out of the kingdom. When Charlie Kirk was assassinated, while his killer was still on the loose, you decided you didn't need to be at FBI headquarters in Washington to work with your team while the chaotic manhunt unfolded. You spent your evening dining in a swanky Midtown Manhattan restaurant and tweeting out false information that the subject of the shooting...
on the backsides of the FBI and moving them into the field, into doing the job for which we primarily pay.
That's exactly what we needed done. 1/3 of the FBI's workforce resides in the National Capital Region before I got there. 1/3 of the crimes did not happen. So 1,000 personnel of the FBI were deployed across this country.
BOGO is back at iMart Express. Buy your first pair of glasses and get a second free. So you can get the ones that let you shift gears and find your destination. Shop the BOGO event at your local store today. iMart Express. Get glasses, go see.
Change to the Monkey and save. Get a standard oil change for just $29.99 or take $25 off a premium oil change. With upgraded sensors and our friendly certified technicians, you'll drive away worry-free. Change to Grease Monkey. Done fast, done right.
Offenses in murder, rape, aggravated assault, and robbery in 2024.
Mr. Chairman, I ask unanimous consent to a budget cut of $500 million
million or more to your organization, the FBI.
The future of this country, this city. And this region, of course, we can look at DC. Cities need to grow, and I think that you know that when you don't grow, you have felt the pain of that over the last two budget cycles, moving forward, and you will feel it again. You have felt those pains, but I know you will do that.
3010 Airline 3010 Airline Route Iberia.
I'm happy to give you.
We currently have 17 on scene with requesting transport.
Not done what they need to
For our level 3 patient, must be working off of EMS1 anytime 57 with engine 75.
You need water to grow.
Dan Bongino is nominated to be the number 2 of the FBI. Amaga celebrates, rejoices, bells are ringing out. The team, Tal, Bongino, sought out every podcast microphone to talk about the Epstein. The names are finally in again.
District 4.
It begins. They produce white binders.
Hearing, so
Phase
I
1
may
with
speak
When I talk about
I stand
that since January.
Councilwoman Campos, the Inner Harbor is a bad spot.
From Kansas.
Ships and boats.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and
generally do
thank you
not
for being here. I have
operate their
listened
water
carefully
makers in a harbor.
to all the discussion in this hearing. I've reached two
Until you're
top-line
out in the
conclusions. First, I am glad I don't have your job.
So if we can't get
And
the
second,
first
I am
step
glad you
right,
do.
the journey
Thank you
of
for being willing to
1,000
step
miles
up and
begins
serve
with
in
one
this role.
step.
I'd like to plow a little bit of ground that we've not
Take your first step in the
spent a lot of time on so far and explore. I mentioned that I'm well aware of your drug space. Another is in the forensic laboratory space, where both you and a lot of local and state agencies cooperate in terms of evidence analysis. From the state side, programs such as the HIDA programs, very, very important in counter-drug, such as the Coverdell grants, very, very important in maintaining state laboratory capacities. Would I be correct in concluding that we are able to maintain robust funding for those types of programs, including both Coverdell and HIDA?
It's a fancy way of saying that's government speak, or we're going to have to change the rules. We're not going to follow our own rules. And that's exactly what they did, to get the objective they wanted to undermine President Trump. Now, how did it specifically take place?
The public to submit any information. Why have you not met with them? You said you haven't met with them. Have you met with them? I'll give you one more chance.
Thank you very much.
My job as the FBI director
is the answer yes or no? Whether or not you met with these women who were sexually abused and raped.
Honorable Mayor and Council.
Any insinuation by you or any people on your side that I am not manhunting child predators and sex traffickers, just look at this stats. And you talk about cover-ups, man.
Mr. Chairman,
While we were sitting in this committee along with the hour, Charlie Kirk was assassinated by a 22-year-old who appears to have been motivated by leftist and transgender ideology. As you confirmed yesterday to my colleagues, he may not have acted alone, and he testified that in his online chat room, more than 20 trans ideologues that you were aware, I believe you said many were aware of
this
and
process to secure our water future.
complicit in the
While
assassination.
debate is robust,
A second whistleblower,
it's clear
that in the closing days of the Obama administration, the intelligence community assessment was
industry is
changed.
committed to
On
being your
December
partner
5th,
as you lead in this
2016, they had one assessment. That assessment said Russia didn't try, or excuse me, did not impact the election vote count. There was a meeting at the White House on December 9, 2016, where it was decided, no, we're not going to have that, we're going to have to come up with a new one. And the new one said Russia was trying to influence election and did influence elections.
a lot of work that the brave men and women of the FBI are doing we just can't get into.
The Inner Harbor desalination
Cyber
project is
threats,
currently
ransomware
unrivaled.
attacks, those harming our children are not. We have nearly a 20% increase in indictments and arrests in 7 months alone this year. Going after those that harm our malware, infrastructure systems, combating salt and typhoons are just a little bit of the examples we're doing. Maybe most importantly, under the counterterrorism and domestic terrorism umbrella, are nihilist, violent extremists, and those that
of the Inner Harbor
The
desalination project.
FBI released its 2024 reported crime in the nation statistics. These are FBI statistics published on August 5th, 2025, which details decreases in murder, rape, aggravated assault, and
Gentleman from Kentucky is recognized for unanimous consent.
Mr. Chairman, I ask unanimous
Yes,
shooter
sir.
ultimately injured. 2 students were praying for their swift recovery.
There's
There's an article here
so I'm gonna
from
ask
Carly
you,
on
the
the
council
title,
chamber,
quote,
because
FBI was already
that's
investigating
what you're doing
may have
right
been
now
linked to the
when
Evergreen
you are
shooter.
speaking. And you've
You're familiar
spoken
with the
multiple times today, which is great.
Generally direct
Be
unanimous regarding this
respectful. Next
terrible,
time, I'm
of
gonna
course,
ask
tragedy.
you to please leave the
So
chamber.
my understanding from the public reporting is that an organization reported to the FBI in July this year regarding,
There you go.
I'm very loud.
Of being
so
the
I'm
arbiter
trying to get
of
away
any
from this
needed
thing.
redactions, keeping that decision in the hands of members of Congress, correct?
Correct, and there were, one of the victims today made it very clear she didn't want her
in
name,
favor of desal.
made public. Others said they were willing to let their names be public and were willing to testify at a public hearing.
It
And
is a
so,
short-term solution to
you
a
have to know,
long-term problem.
you have to have,
Desal right now
great privacy.
is
Great
a way
again, and that's
out
what's
of this
happening. We're
water
making
crisis.
America great. You know, when I went over to Saudi Arabia, Qatar, UAE, just a couple of weeks ago, the leaders of those countries, and they're very smart people, they said, you know,
in elevators and
you've made in a short period of time America the hottest nation in the world. It's the hottest, you're the only one we're talking about now. And 6 months ago, it was a laughing stock. They said that with those words, it was a laughing stock, and it was an absolute laughing stock. A place called Ohio, and he played very cute at one time, but then he got, boy, I tell you, he's become a good politician. Where is Troy now? Where I haven't seen him used for years. I endorsed you early when he was early and younger, but you still look young, and you've done fantastically good work, really good work.
As I've said before, there are quadrillions of tiny harbor
Claudia
organisms in
Tenney,
our oceans
New York.
fighting
Claudia,
alongside
thank you,
us
Claudia.
and sustaining life on Earth.
Oh, a lot of things.
So if you kill nature, I don't know what life we
$4
have.
trillion you have to spend
I've said this before.
in the Midwest.
Even if the desal
They
plan
built
is proved to be
9
safe
of
for
them.
the environment,
Cameras
even if
rolling
there's
right
a
now.
solution
Not
for
that I
the
like doing it,
brine,
because I don't.
even if it's
But
inexpensive as well,
if we cut our interest at
still,
one point,
you cannot
for
deny
years,
the fact that
we
the water
saved
from this
300 billion.
perhaps safe,
If we cut it by 2 points, we
environmentally
saved,
friendly, and
because it's
inexpensive plan
equivalent.
is going to industry.
We're going to save,
That guzzles up the majority of our water.
600 billion.
Oh yeah, whoever supports desal,
Because of one
the
minister
water will not
that
be
sits
for us.
here and don't
It's for
sign
the
up
industry.
raising a
To those who
coal-fired
criticize
plant.
us for opposing
You only get a
industry,
couple of days,
we
and
do
oil and
not
gas
oppose
will give
the
you a week,
workers.
okay? Something
But
like
we
that.
must decrease
But he's doing
industry
it so
that steals
fast, and we have so many
water
plants being built right now, it's so
We can
beautiful
no
to see.
longer be addicted
And one
to
of the
our air
reasons they're
conditioners,
coming here is because they
gas,
have to
cars,
produce
gas
tremendous,
guzzling,
especially the AI.
and other
They have to
conveniences
produce
of modern life.
beyond believable
Minimize
amounts of
water and electricity usage.
And they're doing, I said
I've
to
been
them, I
taught
think
all
this
my
was more or
life
less my
that
idea.
use the
They didn't have
energy
the idea
that
only
we
because they didn't think a thing
not
like this was
necessarily
powering a
want.
surgeon because of it.
If more people
They
did
have
this, we wouldn't be in this
Mercedes all
crisis.
over. They have,
Keep
I think
this in
25%
mind
that they don't
that
make
I
the
said this
car
before.
in the United States.
We can't drink
Because
money
of that,
and we can't drink
this could have been
money.
done long before
So
Trump.
vote people
This could
over
have been done
profit.
by
Thank
any
you, God
one of
bless
the
you and
presidents.
families.
I did it in China. The reason you don't have Chinese cars here is because I imposed it my last term. I actually asked the question, do we have any Chinese cars here now? Why? Because you imposed your laws. We would have gone so far back. It's hard to believe, actually.
Pain
Hard to
doesn't
believe
care
when you
who
don't
you
have
are
enough
or why you
electricity
hurt,
to
but pain can be
give a
mastered
person
if
a
you
little air
know the
conditioning in the summer.
way. Fight back with Tiger Balm's legendary herbal power, trusted for over 100 years. Our proven blend of camphor, menthol, and essential oils tames pain with the strength and speed of a tiger, so that you can rise above pain and get back to work. This is the way of the tiger.
That's one I haven't seen. I thought I saw it all. And they have it on tape. And with that, people get killed. You know, they go to the bridges and they drop the concrete off the top of the bridge with the car coming along at 70 miles an hour and the person dies. We had a lot of car problems. You saw that. They were all over the road. They were littered all over the road where the cars got stopped by concrete going through the front windshield. And these are bad people. If we didn't go, Los Angeles right now with a brave man who went through hell. Steve went through hell. And we have a lot of other people here that I won't be able to because they don't have your name down. I'm looking at the people's names. I'll do a couple of you, but thanks as well to Mark Wayne Mullins.
5485 Highway 44. Unit 15 for 55-year-old male, conscious, breathing,
he's a serious fighter in a lot of ways. He's a great guy, too.
over 51.
Beautiful bill will also further slash funding for the Green scam. As you know, it's the greatest scam in history, saving American taxpayers hundreds of billions of dollars. The windmills are killing our country, by the way. The fields are littered with them, junk. They're littered with them. And they get older, and they get rusty, and they get bad, and they get... This is other countries also. It's the greatest scam in history. It's the most expensive energy you can buy. A real expert on trucks, I can tell you that. Tell us about trucks.
7, Medic 8, Rescue 3. Survey scene of a fire in the attic, possibly flames pristine. RP is evacuating everybody from the residence.
And thank you, members and Congress. The trucking industry has America's back.
A company, just like they were going to start here, they end up starting it in China or India or someplace else, and now they're among the richest people in the world. They've got thousands and thousands of employees that make a great... This is happening all the time.
To be tracking off of Crosstown and Morgan.
I think we'll probably end up doing something about that, right? Yeah, go ahead, you in the blue, light blue. This is happening. It's a holiday weekend, they actually told me.
It's going to be Crosstown and Morgan.
It was Labor Day. These people are the worst, they really have to... I tell you what, the people in Chicago and the people in places like that can be fixed. At some point, it gets to where you can't fix it.
They were able to see flames in the attic. Right now, everyone's going to be evacuated from the residence.
But these are great cities that can be fixed. I'm going to be strongly recommending, at the request of government officials, which is always a fantastic legal talent. He really is. He's a great guy, too. And, of course, FBI Director Kash Patel. They have worked so hard on this and other things. Since the start of the administration, the FBI has arrested over 23,000 violent criminals, more than double the number arrested in the final year of the Biden disaster. The FBI has also destroyed or severely disrupted more than 170 organized criminal enterprises. Weakened, troubled, financial mess for many, many years to come. I don't even know if survivable is a good term. And if we do, we're going to be the most powerful economic country in the world. And all we're doing is using them as a defense against what's been in place for many years. China would charge us tariffs.
Engine 401, Medic 1, Engine 401, for seizure at 917 Southport Avenue, 917 Southport Avenue. She working off of EMS 1, Polo 9.
We, meaning Israel, I knew everything they were doing pretty much. I knew most of the things they were doing, but they've killed probably 70,000 of these people, Hamas. And I said it's time now. So we'll see what happens. We'll also see what happens. Your next question is going to be the weapons. We want the weapons to be given up, sacrificed. And they've agreed to do it. Now they have to get a lot of good friends. Tariffs are so important to our national security. If we don't have tariffs, we don't have national security. Our country would suffer a level that, because they use so strongly on us. As an example, the European Union, they won't take our cars, they won't take our agriculture, they won't take anything. They send their cars in, Mercedes, BMW, Volkswagen, by the millions, a lot of money, very fast, expensive boats that were pretty big. And the way you look at it is every boat that we knock out, we save 25,000 American lives. So every time you see a boat and you feel badly, you say, wow, that's rough. It is rough, but if you lose 3 people and save 25,000 people, these are people that are killing our population. Every boat is saving 25,000. You can see it. The boats get hit, and you see that fentanyl all over the ocean.
I'm reminded of the scripture
Matthew 6:24.
Yeah, and I
No
reviewed
man can serve two
studies
masters,
for their
for he will
public
hate the
for a
one,
number of different journals.
love the other, or he will hold on to one and despise the other. You cannot serve God and mammon. You cannot serve the people and special interests.
Warrants publication.
This plant is not.
The other thing is, I've recently been reviewing hundreds and hundreds of papers.
I can't help but think that we are in this water crisis because of a manufactured thing to push us into this.
I don't carry guns. The name was referring to the
when you sell out your community and your people for money, you create blood money. And I get it, it's great, it pays great, it spends even better, but it stains.
To resolve tensions and to discuss sensitive political topics.
Not only with erasure,
experience, and
but neglect, and
there's no clear
you think
causal
that thing's only
connection.
going to stay over in
No,
Hillcrest?
I see your
It's
numbers,
spreading
but that's
across
just-
Corpus Christi and touching our
cause you
neighboring communities.
No, it didn't. I'll tell you why. Because we do want input, massive input. I'm grateful that there were people putting that in there. But that's why we do science and studies. We don't just do what this is.
So
I'm going to argue. Okay?
Fine.
Here's the problem, because I was going to go down this road.
Cannot serve.
They didn't see safety as a perfect example of the vilification of people.
We're going
It's always my understanding in medicine that if you had a serious
So be careful who you do
you go seek
business deals with.
because nobody has all the
and
answers. Every human body is different. That was unfortunate. Mr. Sears, the good work of Naomi Wolf and Amy Kelly and their crowdsourcing of the Pfizer.
City Manager.
Yeah, how do you go through millions of pages?
4401 Gulf Breeze Boulevard.
I also want to thank the individuals associated with Act 19, the Informed Consent Action Network, ICANN, the book, The Pfizer Papers, as well as the reporters at Epoch Times, The Defender, Just the News, The Daily Clout, and many others who work persistently to expose the truth. Now, I actually have a quite a bit longer opening statement, which I'll...
Based on several concerns, the patient solution. The price in September was 1.2 with Kiewit. The second contractor is asking for your support They can't say whether they want to do a public-private partnership. Maybe. The only thing for sure, the only constant that we know is location. And that's still the same. Nothing's changed. Dan Langendecker, the local expert that was speaking to you guys today, described the inner harbor, salt water. What is it like?
Atypical chest pain, doing more than half day in my life. The following year, I'm always on.
Vaccines were rolling out.
We've got a firefighter going up in the underground now.
As difficult water. 6 months. It's a dead-end, polluted industrial harbor. Anyone who's driven down the Joe Fulton from North Beach to Cow Island and seen all the large tanker ships tied to the docks, the chemical plants, the refineries, that run the water through the plant and dump it into the ship channel, it's easy to ascertain that the inner harbor is difficult water. Of all the bodies of water in this area, from Lockport to Corpus Christi to Laguna Madre, the inner harbor is the dirtiest body of water, the most industrialized body of water, the most closed-in body of water that there is. So, when you think about the intake, when you think about it being able to purify water, it's just common sense. For your intake, the America is much cleaner than the inner harbor. For the desal discharge, discharge. It's common sense to choose a location closer to the Gulf to avoid harming our bays and marine life and tourism by increasing the salinity and the pollutants released into the bay. It's just common sense. As Representative Gil Hernandez said today, the Inner Harbor will not be a short-term solution. So the timeline, it's coming online like 4 years from now. The Harbor Bridge was a $1 billion project that was going to be 4 years.
There's a green
It's not done. It's 8 years. Right? Many people online say they support the Inner Harbor because they say we need water now. Don't fool them. We're not going to get water now from this thing. Thank you.
I kind of wouldn't reduce our service.
John Hensley, District 5. Mayor, I just want to say thank you for bringing this back up. I appreciate your hard work on this. I am in favor of the desalination plant. I hear everyone say it's water for industry. Well, it might be water for industry, but it's water for us.
A new building to possibly hire 500 new workers that could work there only if there's the right weather, no high winds, and nor too much pollen. Then I would like another $1.2 billion in reduced taxes as well.
They need water to run. And I feel like we have to do our best to give them that water so that we have water also.
Few points, and that was another race that was not winnable. You almost got it. But I think what you're doing now is you can take what you want to know.
We can't answer it for him.
The more expensive.
That was the plan, but it's changed, and we don't know when it's coming forward. So I would recommend he come up to the microphone. We don't want to guess on what his business is.
And I think y'all should
answer my question. Do you feel you'll be able to a certain extent solve the problem of inappropriately woke agents filling up the agency?
And a generation ago.
Hello, Robin Cox, District 3.
So important to our,
I'm sitting here listening to a lot of the comments already, and
if we don't have tariffs,
says he likes water in his yard, washing his truck. Well, I like all those things too, but not at the cost of the environment. And this we may need water right now, and I agree. And no one has said this better, though, than I'm going to quote a friend of mine who couldn't be here today. And if Mel read Michael Miller's post, he put, "It is not scalable and does not meet the needs of our future growth. Seawater desal is never been attempted in a closed-based system. We're going to do something that's never been attempted. We can't even keep the drainage system in Flower Bluff ready, and we're going to try this.
But actually,
we
he
do
said
not have
nobody's
water
ever asked me that
contracts
question,
with
sir.
any of the industrial facilities except for Exxon and Sabic. Hillcrest Neighbors concerned.
Honestly, I don't
I know
have
a
the
lot of you
answer.
are concerned about the Hillcrest Neighbors,
I said, don't
but
worry
I
about
am.
it. If I win, you won't have to worry about it.
What if this brine was going to be dumped in King's Crossing? I bet a few of you might think about it a little bit more than no one ever thought about putting the desal and the OSO back there near your neighborhood. The city is taking on a risk, not the developer. It's the wrong spot. It's the wrong spot. It's the wrong spot. Barney Davis is the best site. They have 500 MGD intake permit and the power's ready to go. Also, it is the shortest distance of the Gulf discharge, and there is a 42 pipeline that can flow back. Why aren't we picking the best spot? We all have to wonder who's benefiting from this. When we look at this, that's what we wonder. They said this would win matter. He says, I don't know. We are the fourth windiest city in the nation. That's why we were the windsurfing capital. And we're going to say it doesn't matter. Everything is, I don't know. I don't know. But I see where Dura Engineering.
I'm not asking about that. Fine. I'm asking about all the other files.
People up here get a big, huge contribution from Dura. That makes a lot of sense now. Put it all together. Connect the dots.
Where I haven't seen him use
Good afternoon, Bill Santos, District 2. There's been a lot of information going around. One of the things I heard from the council people say was the price tags. A lot of stuff been talking mainly about price and all. But they were saying 65 or older.
In addition, we have an organized effort targeting our
people I'm speaking to, they're concerned about the rates too, but they don't know about the detrimental effects on the environment and the fishing and things like that. I'm for industry.
organizations.
Is there more to be done?
But she has to realize they only contribute a small amount of the workforce here.
Why should Americans still care?
Most of our water, and yet also what they produce is being sent out.
They didn't have the idea.
Put out the facts.
Hundreds of thousands of kids throughout the year. Businesses, all the stuff in the future. There's a great way to get that message out. This is how to demonize this message. It's not acceptable.
That's probably the closest thing that comes to our inner harbor, but there's a big difference on the depth, and I think it was also the incline. So it is not something that can be compared. Also, I think there's talk about Middle East. They say that is the most expensive tea, unless our community has billions of dollars to use.
By the way, this hearing of the Permanent Subcommittee Investigations will come to order. I want to welcome everybody here. I appreciate your attendance in the audience.
A great deal of confusion because the unknown is so enormous. This is environmental. This is going to be long-standing, and nothing against the churches regarding, but this is what we're supposed to do, is actually go out and help those people.
It seems to me that
are
when you have a
having,
hero,
trouble
you don't
with the drinking,
terminate
the
their
prostitution, and
ability
everything.
to
But yet
make
there's
money
more
and have
discussion
them
about
fired
this than
because
what
they're
we're
making a
talking about.
personal
The
choice.
only
Because
thing I'm hearing
ultimately,
from most of you
and I'll end
are
with
the
this,
cost.
ultimately,
The cost of
this is what this is all about.
What is the cost?
I get
Right
to
now,
get
it's not going to be any cost to the ratepayers. You're saying maybe the long run, what's going to be the cost of the health, the long-term effects as far as the cost on the community, the so looking at all that, where's the thought process of concern when it comes to bringing the desalination to the inner harbor? That there are so much
coming
from another planet.
Nobody told us.
It's money.
But just 4 months ago.
But just
how they do it?
Everything I'm hearing across the country, it's all boiling down to money. Money has become, water has become a big issue, a money-making issue, and you can, all across the nation, I hope that you will vote no on this desal plan. Thank you.
Thank you. End secrecy and overclassification. Transparency is the foundation of truth. Without it, witnesses like us are dismissed.
Mr. Constable, I didn't get a knock on my door. I'm from west side of Savannah area. And I appreciate you going out and doing that. I was listening earlier, and I think
I don't know anyone who knows the answer for sure. They call a Bailey who's going on the bar to try to work. No one who's studied this stuff for years, they've been out with much bigger chance than mine, knows the answer for sure.
And we're talking about
I've talked to Navy folks, some of the deep sea areas. I think there might be something there that we're here.
This is their water right there. This is the shrimp that we, when I go out of state, when I would go out of state and work, I would order shrimp, and it's like this. They don't compare to Texas shrimp, Gulf shrimp. And I say that because, you know,
So you spotted on average first, Chief.
you know, when red tide comes in, you know, what do? We can't go in the water. We can't do a lot of different things. You will stop at my house and knock on it. We have a conversation.
A man who thinks of himself as a fairy tale knight who keeps a fire-breathing dragon named DOJ at home to forcibly drive villains out of the kingdom. When Charlie Kirk was assassinated while his killer was still on the loose, you decided you didn't need to be at FBI headquarters in Washington to work with your team while the chaotic manhunt unfolded. You spent your evening dining in a swanky Midtown Manhattan restaurant, tweeting out false information.
Andy wanted me. Andy Kane wanted me to...
Shooter. The other thing is, I sit here and I think about it, and I don't know the exact numbers, but
there's an article here from
the
Colorado Public
residents
Radio
aren't
that
in a water
titles,
crisis.
quote, FBI was already investigating an account that may have been linked to the
Ms.
Evergreen
Campos
shooter.
said it best. You know, I mean,
assassination, dividing us
let's
even
have them
further
share it.
without
You know,
knowing
do
enough
they pay
about the
taxes?
killer's
complicate and confuse political ideology and the extent of his motivation. And this week, Vice President Vance claimed that this is, quote,
a week after I was given my contract, the newspaper put out that the Corpus Christi Police Department was zeroing in on that neighborhood for the high level drugs and prostitution.
We can't even run the water gardens. She was looking out the glass doors. That's why she didn't see you. But I told her to be coming out, to come outside when she Barney Davis, we just stuck to the Inner Harbor.
A record by the B-52 crew, which reflected a high degree of bombardment skill.
Hey, take it out to the island.
Detonation technological efficiency also scored high in the fusing and firing systems, and in the device telemetry.
It might be better for the desal.
Throughout the Christmas airdrops, the backup airborne diagnostic method was progressively refined to the point of becoming a proven capability to collect the scientific data required. The weapon development effort was completely in a line of more than 30
My energy bill dropped from $150 to $50 by doing this. My friends laughed at me when I spent $49 on a power saver device.
World War II bomb shelters were utilized for housing the command post of the Joint Task Force and other stations manned during the launch events, including those of the Scientific Readiness Team and Launch Control Units. This radar dish, scanning the sky for electromagnetic effects data, is representative of the test equipment set up and operated by...
A three-man junta has been named to rule the Dominican Republic as a rebel movement collapses. It was an attempt to reinstate exiled President Juan Bosch, and U.S. Marines were ordered into the...
A weapon development drop. The initial airdrop was on the 25th of April, and the last on 11 July. During this period, a total of 24 weapon development shots were detonated in the Christmas area. All drops were on target and within the precise time and space limitations established by the requirements of diagnostic instrumentation. A record by the B-52 crews, which reflected a high degree of bombardment skill. A regular crew selected an unmodified stock ASROC and lofted its nuclear warhead toward a target centered in the test array. The entire operation was successful, with both the operational and effects test objectives. During this same period, at Johnston Island, the launch center for the high altitude program, deployment of men and instrumentation.
The flexibility necessary to continue with and accomplish the 4 high altitude events almost within the original time schedule, including, at long last, a successful bluegill. This final surge, which included the last 3 airdrops, produced an average pace of activity significantly exceeding that at Christmas Island and under immeasurably more difficult operating conditions.
People. Jasmine Crockett is a low IQ person. A lot of them are. I don't want to insult too many of them, but a lot of them are. They have no rudder. I don't think they know what they're doing right now.
And I'm from the historical neighborhood.
They always agreed to go and, call an extension.
Just want to
Let's
warn
do an
you,
extension
you will have
and talk.
an email today.
Even today, look at what happened today. They wouldn't even, they don't want to pay the people that have worked, they sort of, this was a test.
Now,
I was here, approximately that they have to pay. It's
everyone
a
is
big
talking
penalty to
about
make 100 million. So I think they want to do something. They want to put it on the list.
And no one's not talking about what you want to build.
One of the things we're talking about, and I'm putting it right at the front of the list. So they pay a very big penalty for doing that. And I don't think they want to be doing it. And we'll see what happens at the end of next week, because I'll be meeting next week, as you know, along with we're stopping in Malaysia, we're stopping in South Korea, we're stopping in Japan.
But it is a monster that you're going to bring into the Hillcrest neighborhood. We do not want the building facility in our neighborhood. We don't want desal in our neighborhood. So if you're looking at neighborhoods, you guys need to consider Hillcrest. We've been going over this for years, but never one time did the city manager or anyone, District 1, came to us to show us what we were receiving. So I feel as though we need a visit
defense policy.
from the
I have
city
no doubt Mr. Hexer
to say
will
this is what's
excel in the
coming to
skill
your
in which
neighborhood,
many of his
not the little
predecessors
picture
have
that you
fallen
guys
short.
showed that
Much has been
showed
made
us,
of both Mr.
I guess,
Hexer's
the office
personal
part.
life
We want
and
to
some
see
of
the
his policy
entire
pronouncements.
facility.
Regarding his personal conduct,
Because
Mr.
it's not going
Hexer
to just
has
take up a
admitted
few blocks.
to
It's going
falling
to take
short,
up quite a
as
few
we all
blocks.
do from time to time.
And I could be up here forever, but that's one thing we need to educate the community. We need for someone to come, sit down with us, explain, and tell us what are we getting ready to go through. Because we're going to go through a lot of noise.
There's no doubt about
We're going to go through pollution,
in this particular case,
everything.
as far as spectrum,
And I don't think
I look
no
forward,
one
as
here
I've said
that's
before,
saying we want
getting a full
desal
class-
want it in
because
their
this issue has
backyard
come
or
up a
the
number of
side.
times in meetings.
No one,
It's
because they
critically
don't know the
important
end
with
result.
how our warfighters
So
fought
we
us.
do not desal
Because
in
there
the
is no
neighborhood.
qualifications except your age,
And also,
you got to be living in
as
the
for
state and you're a
Hillcrest,
citizen of the United States to be a senator. Other than the fact
I
we
feel
gotta
as though
convince a lot of
that
people
if
to
you
vote
ever
for us.
need any
And
information,
then when we
you
start
can
talking about
contact the president of HRA, which is
for
Hillcrest
if you're
Residents
qualified,
Association,
could the chairman
Henry
tell me what
Williams,
the qualifications
for
are for the Secretary of Defense?
for him to tell you
Email
who the
staffer
spokesperson is
who
for the
claimed
neighborhood.
to be at a strip club
Thank
with you.
Son of former
Thank
city
you.
council president of Samara, Iraq, who worked with
Leal, District 3. I'm asking you to please vote Harbor desalination.
What's your name, ma'am? I'm sorry. Can you state your name?
Mr. Chairman. Carelli, District 3.
Your name?
Thank you, Mr. Carelli.
Got it. Okay. What's your full name? I'm sorry. Your full name. What's your last name?
Carelli, Leal, District 3.
Thank you, ma'am.
I'm asking you to please vote no on the Harbor desalination facility. Yes, the price was a big concern, but really mostly for you guys. For when it comes to the community, the main concern was environmental and that they're tired of letting industry run the city. Truly, I am new to this area. I came here for the first time on a field trip, and this city was beautiful. 15, 17 years later, I'm here now. I've been here for 5 years. I got here and I was still in awe. The city is still gorgeous. I've been to Florida. I've been to Oregon. I've been to California. We have a beautiful beach, and we have clear waters. We have good weather. This area is like the prettiest part of Texas besides like the hill country and like the pretty rivers and everything. When it comes to the coast, Corpus Christi is beautiful, and we should really protect it and its tourism. I know you guys want to secure water, but this water isn't for the residents, it'd be for industry, and industry is always thirsty, and they're never going to have enough.
Thank you.
Honestly, we have a privilege to be living next to the beach. This is a blessing, and a blessing that we are taking for granted. As I started watching the city council meetings a few months ago, I heard a pastor from Hillcrest mention how Corpus Christi is called the body of Christ, and that was new to me. This area has a beautiful sunrise and sunset every day, and like I was telling you, this place is just beautiful. And it's sad that we're treating the body of Christ like an industrial dump in the next boomtown. I believe the city could be better. We focus on its beauty and its wonder of being one of the best beaches in Texas. I know Portland and Ingleside is beautiful as well. I get to really be out there that much, but this Corpus Christi is beautiful. So if you can listen to pastors on other sides of the city, please listen to the ones in Hillcrest. And even if these big companies offer to pay for it themselves, or if they give you money to these grants to help utility bills, I don't think it's worth sacrificing the inner harbor. Also, if there's anyone's footsteps that we should be following, it definitely shouldn't be Israel's. They steal water from indigenous communities, and that's all I got to say.
Thank you.
A nonpartisan, independent watchdog organization that investigates and
Kelly
exposes
Walker, District
waste,
2.
corruption,
Mayor,
abuse of
Council, thank
power,
you for being
when
here
the
today
government
and
fails to
listening to
serve the
us.
public or
I'm here as a
silences those who
representative of
report
Gulf Coast Growth Ventures, an ExxonMobil and SABIC joint venture manufacturing facility located in Gregory, Texas. Our site supports more than 600 full-time jobs and pays nearly $25 million in taxes each year to the community in which we operate. Our employees live, work, volunteer, play, and engage in commerce in the coastal bend. We create the raw materials that preserve and package your food, stock hospitals with life-saving medical devices, and make up the fabric that we wear on our bodies. As a rate-paying customer of the San Patricio Municipal Water District, who gets water from Corpus Christi Water, we thank the City Council for your leadership in bringing the Inner Harbor Seawater Desalination Treatment Plant back to the agenda for a new path forward. We encourage you to advance the project as one that brings certainty to the region's water supply as the only fully permitted, drought-proof project for which the city already has significant funding available to build. We need certainty. We need a stable operating environment for local businesses and industry. Residents need to know that we will have water and that our jobs across the local economy are protected. The Inner Harbor project is your opportunity to help guarantee that certainty. Please vote to advance the project and continue to support it through design and build. Thank you.
Aircraft known to exist, including ours. The public, of course, as I said, has been told something much different.
Paul Fritsch, I live in Corpus, Texas, so I'll take my minute. I represent the Gulf Coast Growth Ventures facility in Gregory, Portland. I want to echo my thanks for this council's leadership in seeing that the region needs certainty for the future. We appreciate this council's efforts to pursue projects to prevent a curtailment, but also recognize that other projects on the table come with varying degrees of uncertainty in their scope, cost, and timelines. Inner Harbor offers certainty for an endpoint to potential curtailment.
Thank you.
It also offers a permanent drought-proof water supply, unlike most of the other projects in development that are intended to be temporary or also face the impacts from times of drought. It is also likely the least expensive option to add seawater desalination to water supply portfolio. As many of you on this dais have stated, you recognize the need for seawater desalination. Thank you again for your leadership in bringing this project back to the council. I encourage you to continue supporting the project to lead the region to a more secure future. Thank you.
In the race for this technology.
Thank you.
My first question is to
Andrea
Mr.
Peel.
Knapp. How do we know that the files are
What's up, Council? We're back talking about the same thing we were talking about in September. The majority of people came in and very clearly expressed that they didn't want this. And a lot of people are bringing up that we should put this on the city ballot. I agree. Yeah, like let the people vote on this and see just how much support you actually get behind this plan. Like many others have mentioned before me, the location of this plant is insane, should not go there. There is a neighborhood right next to it, and it's called Hillcrest. Y'all have heard it, y'all know it, it's very important. And this will only serve to bring more destruction to that neighborhood. Also, someone brought up, we have a long-term problem, and it's water. That is not the problem. The long-term problem is that y'all are irresponsible with our water by selling it and giving it away to people that use millions of gallons a day. And y'all think, oh yeah, we can just avoid curtailment if we just provide them with more of it. This is not an infinite resource. This is a finite resource. This is a finite resource that we don't have just wherever to pull from constantly. At some point, the planet is just going to run out of water. Are we going to wait for that, or are we going to like try to be responsible now and curtail these industries? Actually look at responsible water solutions.
By the Russians who shared some of that information with me.
So yeah, please vote no. And I know some of y'all are clearly just extensions of industry and are only here to serve them. And y'all try really hard to fulfill their unrealistic wishes. But
it's time for them to carry their fair share.
So put the people first.
20 years ago, I sold my Exxon stock now to pay for my son's
I see a lot of people from industry in the room, and I have
because
no
they
doubt
were
that the
hiring,
workers of these plants are very
fake scientists,
skilled workers, are hardworking people
who were denying climate change.
Our issue is not with them at all. Our issue is with these industries and these billion-dollar companies coming to our neighborhoods and thinking they can just take and take and take.
Unit 1138.
ABC
News close-up will continue in a moment.
Being careful about my body doesn't just mean major things like regular breast exams. I'm even pain relievers. Plain aspirin sometimes upset my stomach, so I use Bufferin. It adds protection. I'm careful about what goes into my body. Bufferin gives me an added relief action I want. Tylenol doesn't.
Only one leading tablet has both.
Pandering to industry. It is crystal clear who some of y'all actually work for, and it's not the people who voted y'all in. At this point, it's just clear that some of y'all are evil and just want this bay to die. By having this plant in that location, it's going to kill our bay. It is so obvious. So many people have come up here and talked to you, experts, fisher folk. Thank you. Please vote no.
Thank you. This new video we're seeing today is exceptional evidence.
Good afternoon, Mayor, City Council members.
My name is Ken Griffin, and I live at 5443 Akins Way in Robstown, Texas. So I guess I get 1 minute, but I'll even give you a little of that
Avoid
time
so many
back.
unnecessary
I'm
deaths
here
in
to
a
offer my
state
support for the
where
city
we have
manager's
1, 2, 3,
recommendations.
sometimes 4
They're
generations
very
of people
sound
living under the same
recommendations
roof
and something
with one
that
provider.
I think that you ought to
The
strongly
challenge there
consider.
is if we
I've
suddenly
had the
can't
opportunity through
vaccinate
the years, going back probably to about 2014,
or people who are
to
28
sit in
years old and
numerous
are the
meetings
breadwinners
and
for the community, and then have another
And I gotta
pandemic,
tell
or we
you,
have this
the one thing that
outbreak
stood out
worsen
was
again,
the Inner
they will
Harbor
come home
desal
with the
project,
disease
and that
and
it was
very
a
likely
great
spread it to
project,
those who are
and
vulnerable.
it's something
And
that
so
needed to move
Favorable
forward.
conditions after that
One of the things that was very
Frankly,
clear
the world,
to me
extremely
was that
expensive.
this is
It
not,
doesn't
this
give
is
you
a
any
very
return.
environmentally
So
friendly project.
this allows
It's not
us
gonna do
to
harm
free
to
me
the-
up and
to
our
the bays and
companies up to
estuaries,
invest in
and
what
it's something
people
I know that there's a
want,
lot of concern about
cars
that.
they want,
But that just
and
doesn't seem, the facts don't
it's a
show
great
that.
day. So
And the fact is that
President,
it was
Congress,
approved by
thank you, Steve.
TCEQ and other agencies.
Everybody.
And I think what you're going to find with the Corpus study as well, that the factual support
enable us to have literal bird's
You'll
eye
notice that I'm
view
wearing
of
a
the threat dynamic
fishing shirt.
around so many of these
Well, I'm an
cities,
avid
which you're going to
outdoorsman.
see
I love to
literally
hunt and fish.
tens and
And
hundreds
if
of
there was
thousands of
anything that I thought would be harmful.
And making sure the bad guys
time.
don't have the
All
same.
right.
Exactly.
Very good. I yield back and thank you.
I support the project. Please vote for it. Only one other thing to say.
I would like to enter the record an
Thank you.
article from today's New York Times titled "Trump Invokes Kirk's Killing and Justifying
I'm
Measures to
Stephen
Silence."
Schneider. I'm coming from Taft, Texas. And when I speak about Taft, I live on the north side of the nueces Bay. I live 4 miles from where this proposed discharge will be. My brother-in-law and I were owners of SR Trident Inc. It's a veteran-owned company that does industrial and marine construction here in the Coast of Bend. SR Trident employs 200 people.
Are you aware of these emails being
All of them are from the Coast of
Aboard
Bend.
the C-130s, inherited from
here
Everready,
from Corpus.
was the massive
90%
specialized
of the work we
diagnostic
do
instrumentation
is within
gear.
these industrial
The equipment
facilities
was
around
designed
Corpus
to
Christi and
collect
here
the
in
technical
Corpus
data
Christi.
so essential to the
If
scientists
these
in evaluating the
facilities are forced to
efficiency
cut
of his
back
devices.
and even shut down due to water
Data on
shortages,
fireball
SR
size and
Trident will have
growth,
to do the same.
light
So there's a
intensity,
ripple effect.
time intervals,
I'm going
and
to strongly support moving
electromagnetic
forward
pulses.
with this desal
Under
plant for the
these
city.
circumstances, the
Urge the
C-130s
council
were
to do the
largely
same.
experimental to begin with,
God bless you all
and were only
for
aboard the
making this decision.
C-130s,
Thank you
inherited
for
from
your time
Everready, was the
and
massive
leadership.
specialized diagnostic instrumentation gear. The equipment was designed to collect the technical data so essential to the scientist in evaluating the efficiency
My name is
of his
Jessica
devices.
Villarreal.
Data on
District
fireball size and growth,
I'm just
light
in awe
intensities,
with all the
time
comments that I've
intervals,
heard here today.
and
I'm 48
electromagnetic
years old.
pulses.
I moved here
Under
when I
these
was 17
circumstances, the
years old because of the
C-130s were
city
largely
council and how the
experimental to
city
begin
is ran.
with, and were only
The
The city is
abolishing it never did.
broken.
You're very honest in
It's
that
broken,
sense.
guys.
And he did
I
say
don't
to me, I
understand
actually
how
asked him
something
because it
can
was
go
like
away
really
and then
strange.
come back because
I'm
somebody
with him.
else,
He's
not
very,
us,
a friend
not
of
the
mine,
people. We're not
and
going to
makes
get any
electric
water from this
cars,
stuff.
and we're saying you're not going
Has
to be able to
anybody
make
been
electric
informed
cars, or you're not
that
going to
the
be
water
forced to
is
make
shit water?
all of those cars. You can make them,
It's
but
poop.
it'll be
Yeah,
by the
ma'am, I'm
market,
sorry.
judged by the
You're-
market.
you can't use those
And that's what he said. He
words,
said,
please.
as long
Yes,
as I'm
ma'am.
on the same
I'm
plane
sorry
as
for the-
everybody else, we're going to do good.
The
We make it.
comment. It's dirty. Do you guys also know that you have
Okay, it looks like they're going out to BMD1
an
right
app
now.
that tells our people how much is in the water today?
20 across the street
Where
from
are all
the
the environmentalists? Why aren't they here? You guys are exposing all this junk to people that aren't aware of what's going on. Knocking on people's doors, that's a good deed. But were you honest? Really being honest? I raised my kids in a different state because of the way the city is ran. When I was a child, I've known for years that this place is broken. I can see for the communities are and you guys are not
Miss Matthews from across the street from that location state that she believes her son and another male are inside the house.
I see you laughing, Mayor. I don't think it's funny that people are without electricity. There's a lot of elders out there, like he explained, that have to make choices either their meds or their electricity. Now it's their water. A lot of these decisions shouldn't even be made.
Times of the year or seasons when it's less conducive to producing fresh water. I'll explain more of that.
About what did they use? That discredited information? Of course, it was the dossier, about the dossier. Again, the Clinton finance, foreign-authored dossier. But the whistleblower knows is garbage. It was garbage. And then there's one final step. One final step.
Because we haven't gotten
Jim Comey leaves that meeting with the president
and we're having this
and immediately leaks to the press
again
that they briefed the president on the discredited information. They briefed the president on the dossier and thereby giving it some credibility and creating the basis and the predicate for all they did.
Less than a third of the water. That's in reports that the city government's water organization put out. What are we scrambling for? I'm not scrambling. I mean, yeah, my water bill's going up, but that's what expected with the high water usage, except we're not the ones using all of it either. You don't want this to be the answer, and I get that, because you want some like infinite expansive growth in the city of Corpus Christi, but we only have so much space, we only have so many things to use. You ever
whistleblower knows is garbage.
When you don't got no
that
trees,
they know
you
is
can't
garbage.
do it.
And then there's one final step.
Build with nothing.
One final step.
And when we put
Jim Comey leaves that meeting with the president
it's only
and immediately leaks to the press
days of the
that
year,
they briefed the president on the discredited information. They briefed the president on the dossier and thereby giving it some credibility and creating the basis and the predicate for all they did to the president about the dossier.
Compared to
Clinton
like
finance,
myself,
foreign-authored dossier. Whistleblower knows is garbage.
I want to say my bill's about 135
and then there's one final step.
And they get 1,000 gallons.
Jim Comey leaves that meeting with the president
and
immediately leaks to the press
that
they briefed the president on the discredited information. They briefed the president on the dossier and thereby giving it some credibility and creating the basis and the predicate for all they did to the president.
It's about what the FBI was hiding regarding Jeffrey Epstein. In a September 2023 interview with Glenn Beck, you said the Black Book is under the, quote, direct control of FBI. In December 2023, you said, let us know who the pedophiles are. Even for a short time after becoming FBI director, in February of 2025, you tweeted, quote, there will be no cover-ups, no missing documents, no stone left unturned. In June, you told Joe Rogan, quote, we've reviewed all about dismantling conservative institutions. This week, when the president was asked by a reporter about Speaker Hortman, he claimed he didn't even know who she was. One of the most high-profile assassinations of an elected official in recent memory, and the president claims to know nothing about it, hasn't even heard of it. It's absolutely devastating for her colleagues and for her family. And I think we all can agree in this room that we have to stop this political violence. So my first question to you.
About the horrors of what you heard today, and of why it is so important for the survivors
District 2.
that they get justice.
Somebody said earlier
and it
they
needs
hope
to
to
come
hear
in
from
many
somebody who was in industry.
And I think
so,
the fact that
I'm not
Trump
industry.
doesn't want
I make my
us to
living,
vote
I
on
own about
this
5% of the
tells you a
retail
lot,
and commercial office
right?
space in Corpus Christi and operate it.
And why
It's my
are Democrats
investment. I
worried?
have an IRA
We're worried
that
because
has a little
Trump
bit of money in
keeps
it, but I'm
distracting
fully
and
invested in
lying
this community.
about
this being a
I don't
bipartisan
have
effort,
stock
and
portfolio
there being so many
to
Democrat members
this
there.
community fails.
But I also agree that there hasn't been this level of interest in this issue before.
Right.
I've been here a long time.
It dates back, what we learned from today, it dates back to 96. It dates back six prior administrations. So there are many other administrations that could have released it and for whatever reason hasn't. But
we've been working very hard over the last 3 years to cut water use.
And of why it is so
because,
important
there's a bunch of people in this
for
room that
the
want to convince you
survivors
that if we go into
that they get
curtailment,
justice.
industry
And it
suffers
needs
and
to
nobody
come
else
in many
does.
forms. And I think the fact that Trump doesn't
can't
want
operate without ice
us
that
to
gets
vote
made
on
by water
this
from you
bill
guys.
tells you a
My
lot.
office building that
right?
has a huge number of medical
and why are
practitioners.
Democrats worried? We're
cooling
worried
system
because
is run
Trump
by
keeps
by water
distracting,
from the city of
lying
Corpus
about
Christi.
things.
About
No
this
large
being a
office
bipartisan
building in this
effort,
community
and there
will
being
work
so many Democrat members there, but I also agree that there hasn't been this level of interest in this issue before.
Right.
I've been here a long time.
It dates back, what we learned from today, it dates back to 96. It dates back six administrations, six prior administrations. So there have been many other administrations that could have released it for whatever reason, hasn't. But
some of them are my tenants. They're the spouses of my tenants. I saw my son's Boy Scout troop leader here and his wife is my daughter's Girl Scout.
That they get justice.
I mean,
And
I
it
think
needs to come
there's a lot
in
of
many-
people trying to convince you to vote
And I
no,
think
that
the
this is
fact
an
that
either
Trump
or
doesn't
thing.
want
This community needs
us to
more
vote
water.
on this
We
bill.
used 150 million
tells you a
gallons a
lot,
day in 1985.
right?
That was our average use.
And why
We
are
use less than
Democrats
that
worried?
now.
We are worried
The
because
reason we need more
Trump
water is
keeps
because our lakes
distracting
aren't
and
producing
lying
the
about
water
it.
they used to.
But somebody approved
I would love us to have enough
short-term
water to
debt.
grow,
It's all over
but
the
this
place,
is
and it
about
comes due
community
starting
survival.
very
This
soon.
is about how long we're in curtailment.
And if we would lower the interest rates by 1
There's an
point,
extreme level.
we pay about 1 point less.
I'll give you another one. I'm on a board of a
That's
preschool.
$300
If you have an outage of water,
billion
everybody goes
a
on
year.
water.
Can you believe it?
All
1
parents
point.
get called. They have to go pick
If
up
you'd
the
lower it
kids.
by 2 points,
So if we're on Mary Road's
pay
pipeline and the
$600
pipeline
billion
goes out,
a year. That's for
preschool in
years,
this
10
town
years,
shuts down
12 years,
until that pipeline's
whatever we
back
make
on.
it about it. It's basic
And
stuff.
so
And
it's
we
not a
don't intend
game.
on getting
It's not,
one, think of it, not one Democrat vote in the House,
and I
Mike, not one.
understand that
Maybe
there
somebody
are
will come
people who
along.
cannot afford
I don't know how
$10
they can
more.
run for
Were they
office.
to
Please
serve
put
for the
together a
So many
committee.
different
I
things.
will serve on
We're
it,
going
and we
to,
will
very
figure
important,
that out and
Medicare
solve that
and
for you.
Medicaid
It got solved
are going to be
last time.
strengthened.
Last time, nobody
not
who used
hurt.
under 2,000
You know, they're
gallons
using
got
a fake
increased.
narrative. Oh, we're going
Thank
to.
you.
No, they're going to be strengthened. We're going to strengthen them. They're going to destroy them because under their policy about it. But
Rachel Caballero,
today
you've
we're
done. Nobody here
saving
is taking
California
anything
and we're
lightly,
saving our
FYI.
entire country
So
from a
far, you
disaster.
guys
Your
have
cars are
been-
going to be thousands
have
of
been able
dollars less money.
to find some other
And
projects,
even the
we
ones
are at
that, if you
128
buy electric, we're not going to make you do
MGD
certain
that will
things
be
that are
coming
just
to
a
the
waste of
table.
money and
We have a
just
$1.4
time-consuming
billion
waste of money.
tourist
They make you do
revenue
things
that
that
could be
are no good
negatively
for
impacted
anybody.
by
Make the car worse
discharge
and make it
in
much
the
more
Corpus Christi
expensive.
Bay.
Over the
Of that
past 5 months,
128
our
MGD
administration,
that's coming
about
to
2 years,
the
if that's
table
true.
with all these different, through these different projects at a cost of $57 million.
Well, Doug Burgum, I wanted Doug Burgum
None
to
of
head
it
up energy
will
because he was so
take the
successful
community
in North Dakota,
out
he's
of drought
governor.
restrictions.
And he said, so there's one person who's much
is
better than
different
me.
than
I
turning
said,
off the
who?
switch.
I said, Chris Wright.
So
I
don't
said,
be
who the hell is Chris Wright?
filled
Now
with
everyone
fear.
knows Chris Wright.
That's
He's
the
going to be more
propaganda
famous than
that has
me.
everybody freaked out.
But he said there's a guy named Chris Wright.
Is different
About 90%. In fact,
turning
General
off the
Motors
water, which no one
announced yesterday they're going to
intends
spend
to
about
do.
$6 billion
I would also
on
like to,
because
Mr.
of tariffs
City
and
Manager,
maybe
give
because
my
of
name
my election
for
on
the Water
November 5th,
Committee.
but
And I
because of
100%
tariffs,
think that
I
that is the
more than
right
anything, they're
direction
all
to
coming
go.
back.
I
They're
do
coming
not believe
back
the
from
City
other
Manager
countries
is
that
equipped
took them
to
25, 30 years
make
ago.
those
They're all coming
assignments.
back.
The problem that
We
we
have now
have with
almost
this
$15
plant
trillion.
is the location.
They had almost nothing last year. And the year
Port
before,
pulled out of the La Quinta Channel because their far-field modeling proved that it would destroy the Corpus Christi Bay. Why
They're
some
mobilizing
people
more than
are
20
trying to
federal
reinvent
agencies
the
for the
wheel is
largest
crazy. Can
law
you
enforcement
please
operation
do my
targeting
handout?
violent
So I
criminals.
wanted
And
to-
the result of these efforts,
The
violent
Hillcrest
crime
community is
declined
against
nearly
this
20%
experimental plant.
nationwide
Coastal
compared to the same
Conservation
period last year.
Association
And it was the
Texas,
safest
CCA
and
is
most
against this
peaceful summer in
location.
2 decades. And
Saltwater
honestly,
Fisheries Enhancement
we haven't really
Association,
even gotten
SEA,
going
is
yet.
against this
If we
plant.
didn't have to fight all of these
Surfriders
radical
Foundation
left
is against
governors,
this
we
plant.
could have had
Sierra
Chicago
Club South
taken
Texas
care of as
chapter
an
against.
example.
For the greater
They-
good, against. Texas Campaign for the Environment, against. Chispa, Texas, against. Corpus Christi Taxpayers Association, Inc., against. Nueces County Democratic Party, against. Libertarian Party of Nueces County, Texas, against. I don't know. You all are the bosses, and you voted against this 6-3. You have a disgruntled employee who's trying to save his job, bringing a project back that not only the community does not want, but neither do any of these
ADHD, how could there be zero
organizations
cases of
that know
ADHD
water,
in the-
know
First of all, I'd like
water,
to point
and
out
they
that there
know
are
the impact
issues in the
that this is gonna
unvaccinated
make.
population in the study.
So,
There are kids, for example,
I understand you guys are
52
probably
children
going
had
to vote in
asthma who were
favor of
completely
this to
unvaccinated. So
look at
obviously
what is going to
there
be
are other
presented.
environmental insults that can harm
Open mind,
children,
I understand
not just
that.
vaccines.
So do what
right?
you need to do.
But when it comes
and
to ADHD,
also, Mayor,
and I have
if you
this in
could
my
please
submission,
quit picking on
the
me
underlying
because you did
science on
not pick
ADHD
on
shows
your
that it
friend
is a
Bart's
result
wife.
of a
She
form of
said
immune
that
system
Councilman
dysregulation.
Gundu should hang himself.
Please. About its safety and efficacy, spread, and hostility toward vaccines. And
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is David Ayala, Corpus
about
Christi.
this
saying that we have a robust
industrial company
system for
that
safety,
right under 2,000
that the
employees.
system is designed to monitor, identify, and transparently report possible side effects, to review. You explain to me and my constituents how this unfolds and what to expect.
And what I see here is the hardest decision
The way it should work is that we totally support science and we support public health so that we are about not sharing enough of the potential risks and so on. Everyone, and I would say this, everyone, including you guys and us, and these good people, we're all responsible as a society to do our best to communicate. And when I hear words, just forgive me, when I hear words, cartel, and I'm not going to defend anyone, I'm saying that word to talk to you about explosive, okay? And
this is not
it was developed out of first-hand experience.
Care about saving lives. You care about saving lives.
So
everyone in this room, I believe, cares about saving lives. I've seen first-hand children dying from the spread of preventable diseases because of vaccine skepticism, because people lose faith.
You've heard from several
I've seen the lives of some children in one house who are vaccinated live, while children in the house next door who have not been vaccinated die.
They have their own interest
And we saw a lot of this
what they
during
want you to
COVID.
do
Honest
because
about
of what
this, if
they
we don't
need.
systematically dismantle
Now
our public
listen
health
to
system,
what
we'll be okay.
people need.
We'll find
First
common
of all, I
ground.
wanna thank our
Even though
city
I
manager
suspect
for going
that there are
out
some
and
pretty
trying to find a
significant
solution
differences between me and some of the
to a
other
problem that's
testifiers
going to be
on what we would do
long-term.
with the next
We're not
pandemic,
looking at the
we would actually be able to still move
You
forward
got
together.
that
Yeah,
already
and I
in
think
mind.
something you said earlier I thought stuck out to me, the sense of that no one should be ignored. That we think there always has space for more about how we deal with the next diseases, the next pandemics, how we try to move forward and understand how this technology of mRNA and others try to move forward on. So I just appreciate being able to hear this all and try to figure out how best I can be able to relate to the people of New Jersey around this country about the safety of the COVID vaccines that I have seen be able to save lives, but also be able to ensure that we won't ignore people if they have other concerns. We do our best to be as transparent as possible.
But you need to think with a clear mind as to what is in the best interest of we the citizens.
Mr. Chairman, I ask
and I agree
unanimous
with Councilman Cantu that we have to look out for the ones that need the help with paying their
There's an article
bills.
here.
But I know each and every one of you would take that into consideration. Because you would not be in those chairs if people did not believe that you could. Asking you to make decisions based not only on logic and intelligence, but on what's good for the people and how much it's going to benefit
any
them.
medicine.
God bless you in this task.
Thank
you.
Warning should be as prompt as possible. I think we can.
Good afternoon,
all
Michael
agree
Miller, District 2.
And that there ought to be very rigorous review
I am
of
pro-growth.
any kind of
I am
medical
very
treatment
much want to see this
by
city
the
thrive. I
FDA to
want to
make
see
sure
this
it's
city
safe and
prosper.
effective before
There
it's
are
used
people in this room that
about
don't
the
agree with
Epstein
that,
document.
and that's okay.
There are
We
people to
are
bring
a
in and
cornucopia
depose,
of
which
different
we're
people in
already in the
City Corpus
process of
Christi.
doing,
We
including the
have a lot
former
of
Attorney General
industrial
Bill Barr.
partners that are here in this room today,
There are
and,
financial
the one thing
documents that we
I have in
believe
common with them is
we
some of them
can
are my clients. Some of
subpoena
them are, or most of them
get
are
to the other
incredible
meeting where
business
they
people.
have to vote.
And as a business person,
But
I look at
for
this
those
from a
members who
business
do
perspective.
not have to go
And
to
I
the
look
other
at this
meeting, I
project like
ask
we
that
are
you
setting
come
ourselves
back
up for failure.
at about
We have,
7:20.
what I do whenever I
And we-
evaluate a project is I look and see how well this has worked in other areas of the United States.
No,
This has only been
he
attempted
did it, he
twice.
did it. But
Anywhere in the
I'm
United
glad
States,
that
this
you're
is
actually creating
Issues
separation
Tampa
between you
and
and the
Carlsbad
president. And I'm glad
are
that
very
you
different than
have
City of Corpus Christi in
acknowledged
a couple of
that
different
there is
aspects.
violent extremism
Number
on
one,
both
the
sides.
Metropolitan Service, both of those areas
the
are
research
over
arm
3
of the
million
Department
people.
of Justice,
I believe
national-
Tampa is 3.4 million and San Diego is 3.5 million. They also have separate entities from their cities. So if they go forward with a project and there is a problem, or if they have issues or it costs more money or anything like that, their cities are insulated. We talk a
plane
lot
crash
about in the
was
city about
terrible.
our credit
I've already
rating
told
and what
them
that looks
anything
like.
we can do.
If
It's
we
a
go
big
into this
country, it's a
project and we
country,
borrow
they'll handle
$1
it, I'm
billion
sure.
or under, just under
I
$1
let them
billion,
know
whatever it
that
ends up
anything we can
being,
do will be
we
over
don't
there
have secure
immediately. Oil
water
and gas
contracts with our
industry, I'll
industrial
let you know in
partners.
about 2
Our
years if
credit
that's
rating is
true.
going to tank because we are taking on a bunch of debt and we do not have certainty that we are going to have customers. Those customers have options. The citizens of Corpus Christi do not. And by the way, the MSA of the city of Corpus Christi is 450 to 500,000 people, less than 3.5 million people. So we cannot afford to mess this up. And everything that we are doing is setting this thing up for failure. We are picking the worst spot, which all industry experts say is the worst spot. We are also not asking for an RFP for a cost per $1,000.
What your last name is. We don't care how powerful you are. We want to know the truth, and we're doing everything we can. And I hope that the Democrats will work with us in this endeavor.
Everywhere in the world.
And not politicize it.
In the city of Corpus Christi, do we do it a different way?
Petition ensure, one, that members of Congress are all on the record on releasing the files, and two, that petition, as you have in front of you, also ensures that the files actually go to the American public. They're actually released.
Those are two valid concerns, but we have time. This is not going to save us from curtailment, and we have the opportunity to go before the board and plead with them to allow us to redirect these dollars in a different direction, which we have not done yet, and we have not heard from the board. So at a bare minimum, I ask that you table this until we hear back from the
Corruption
Texas
Science
Water
and Federal Health Agencies.
Thank you.
How health officials downplayed and hid myocarditis and other adverse events associated with COVID-19 vaccines.
Some credibility, creating the basis and the predicate, all they did to the president.
About his reputation.
At the end of March 2020,
I should be
I'm
sick, and I'm actually having to navigate the medical healthcare system here. And I just want to say, y'all suck. The choices y'all have made, especially recently, to try to end a residency program. I mean, it's evil. People are dying on your watch. It's unfair, and it's a symptom of
He claimed he
how
didn't
you
even know who she was.
and
One of the
prioritize
most
industry.
high-profile assassinations of an elected official in recent memory, and the president claims to know nothing about it, hasn't even heard of it. It was absolutely devastating for her colleagues and for her family. And I think we all can agree in this room that we have to stop this political violence. So my first question to you,
about the ridiculous of what you heard today, and of why it is so important.
I'm here to oppose the revival of the Christi Salvation Facility,
and of why it is so important
Inner Harbor,
for
as you like
the
to call it.
survivors.
When
That
you
they
pretend
get
you're not
justice.
trying to erase
And
the
it needs
last
to come
historically
in
black
many-
neighborhood in the city.
And I think the fact that Trump
Many
doesn't
people of all
want
walks of life have come up here
us
to
to vote
urge
on
you not
this
to impose
bill.
further harm on
Tells you
Corpus
a lot.
residents, to
Right?
save our bays from brine
and why are Democrats
to
worried?
refrain from
We're
introducing
worried because
PFAS
Trump
into
keeps
our
distracting
drinking
us
water,
blind about
to
this.
further
About
industrializing the
this
area, to stop allowing current industry free rein on our natural resources. To try to sway and change course, but you haven't listened. You're ignoring the vast majority of residents who refuse to adjust to the status quo. You're ignoring true experts in the living conditions that you created. We're sick of competing for water with multi-million, multi-billion-dollar industries that you build here with cheap water that you have no contracts with. Members of this committee, every single state we killed the
about brainwashing.
before, and we're here to
The
do it
CIA
again
secretly
because we're not
commissioned a
giving up
study
on
of
drinking
communist
water without
brainwashing
fight.
methods at the Cornell University Medical Center. A leader of that study was Dr. Lawrence Hinkle. He explains first the Russian method of controlling and breaking a person.
Absolutely isolated from everyone else, with one man whose job it is to get you to write the extent to which you are a criminal. You can get people to do most anything, because you don't have to.
It's time to start paying us back.
Those efforts took American
Corpus Christi is an industry town because you chose that for us.
That's ultimately where this
For
is
what?
headed with the Corpus
So they can
cartels
keep
having
getting richer
American troops in
and we
countries
get
like
The
Venezuela.
cartels are very
There's
coming
grace
in.
while
They
we
were
pay
interviewed,
for their water infrastructure.
recently, and they were asking people what
For anyone
their problem
listening
was,
today,
and one guy said, yes,
I want to point out that the
I'm up for
governor
murder.
had to interfere to revive
Didn't know
this
what he was saying,
plant because of
obviously,
what we're
I'm
building
sure
with.
about the West
We
Bank.
refuse to stop
Israel's
imagining a
not
better
gonna do
world for
anything with the
ourselves
West
and for our
Bank,
future
okay?
generations.
Don't worry about it. Is that your question?
Thank
They're not
you.
going to do anything with the West Bank. Don't worry about it. Israel's doing very well. They're not going to do anything with it.
It is
Yeah,
my
please.
attention. Thanks.
President Trump, are
Christina
there any
English,
safeguards in
District
place to
1.
protect Americans
We're
from
all here
fentanyl
again.
and cartels when you leave
Deja vu.
office in
After a
2028?
6-3
Any
vote
protocols
against
that
this
could be put in
project.
place in case a
Some of you
future
insist that we're
administration
considering
comes in
something new,
that
but
wants open
we're
borders?
not.
And I also have a question for the Secretary.
Mark Munster was right in pointing out that consideration of other bids was offered by staff and dismissed by council the night of the previous vote. So we've been here. We've done this already.
A lot of people
This
say that he
decision
wasn't
has
guilty
been
of
made
anything.
and has
He
been brought
served
back
4
up
months in
for
jail, and they say
consideration
that,
by a mayor
he
who
was
stated
not
on this
guilty of anything,
dais
that
that
what
she
he did,
would
well, you don't know
try
much about
and
this.
bring it back.
Nothing about
Because
this.
she
You know
would
nothing
be
about nothing.
to 1801 Leaders Day, one your memo or
He
whatever.
was somebody that, as I was told, I don't know.
Rachel Caballero correctly pointed out that the council not only voted 6-3, but the community came out and spoke 7-1. We know this project will be insanely expensive. We're not fooled by no-cost first steps and understand that diesel has not gone on sale. And I don't need to know the price of something I don't want.
To respond to these allegations.
I also get really uncomfortable when men offer me things for free. And I think you should too.
I have a lot of respect for him.
We know this project would harm our bay and environment in general. We can't even say for certain how badly because we haven't done the research, and the research we've paid for doesn't belong to us, I guess. Worst of all is that this would still be in the Hillcrest neighborhood. This location is a non-starter for me. It has to be for you. This is a historically black neighborhood. It's disgusting behavior, really. Please do not perpetuate the legacy of environmental and institutional racism that already exists in Corpus Christi. Please do not attach your legacy to it, Mayor and Council. Councilperson Cantu repeatedly has said no to this cost and this location. I agree. Councilpersons Roy and Vaughn have both said it's too much money, and that's not going to change. Eli McKay and Councilperson Paxton have both articulated for the council and the public just how much water this council has already got in the works. We'll have somewhere between a 4 MGD deficit and a 8 MGD surplus, even during peak summer months. All of this is before considering that the water isn't even for residential use. We have plenty of water to shower and wash our cars. It's the industry pulls it from us. We've oversold our resources, and now the mayor and city manager, considerable pressure from the governor's office, are seeking to further exploit our city for profits that belong to billion-dollar companies. I'm asking 3 of you for a change of heart and 6 of you to stand firm. Please do not move forward with any discussion on Inner Harbor desal. No, on item 18, it doesn't fit the character of the neighborhood. Also, members of the public and spouses of city board members who wish out loud that elected officials would kill themselves.
You're not going to win the game. You're going to set the
Thank you.
precedent. You're going to get the blame.
You're ugly.
Or the credit.
He is a decorated post-9/11 combat veteran.
Well, I certainly can't top that, but my name is Eli McKay, and I live in beautiful Uptown District 1. And I really didn't prepare anything today, but a few things that I wanted to mention is that, you know, a lot of times people try to paint out people who are against the Inner Harbor location as against growth or against business, and that's simply not true. Many of us have family members who have worked for the industry. My father spent many years as a derrick hand on an oil rig, and he's told me many stories. And I think that it's been said multiple times that we do respect the workers. We appreciate the workers. We hope the best for the workers. And I don't personally believe that they're getting the best, because if these billion-dollar companies won't pay for water, they won't pay their fair share, why in the heck do they think that they're getting treated with respect? I've spent 20 plus years in corporations also, and I know I never got a moment of respect from any of those corporations, but they sure liked it when I made them millions of dollars.
That'll be my last question, Madam Chair, about it today. You all have talked about it.
So this item has brought forward a lot of strong opinions. Unfortunately, it has not brought forward very many educated opinions, and as someone who pays attention week in and week out, year in and year out, it's frustrating to hear people say we need desal when y'all just bought into 50 million gallons of water that will be coming from the Harbor Island desal plant, which got little to no resistance from the community, as you can see.
No, I mean, look, I'll just reiterate what I said, Congressman, before, which was that
for a lot of people, it's not
we in
even
no way
cost,
oppose
because
any effort
is
for more
money even real?
transparency and
I don't know.
accountability. And if that's If the resolution moves forward, then it moves forward.
So
At the
it's
end of the
crazy to
day,
think
though, every
that some
single
of the people in this
Republican that
room have
wants
lived and
transparency and
breathed this
accountability should
project for
sign the
almost a
discharge
decade.
petition.
Some people even
And
2
every member of
decades,
Congress should
because
be on
some of
record
the groups that
supporting the
Rachel
full release
mentioned
of the Epstein
have been
files.
opposing this project since like 2002
Well, I think the ranking
or
member, I certainly agree with
2003.
him.
Absolute
Which is crazy.
children, just as it is anyone else.
So I think it's
What I
fair to
do
say
know
that what
is
Mary
that no
Garland
matter what you decide
testified
today,
to, that they didn't, that the FBI
many
and
of us
DOJ
will be
did not
back
have the
next
resources to
meeting.
address that. I think that that
And
was
then
an
we'll be
absolutely
back at the next
false
meeting.
statement. Would you
And
agree
then
with
we'll be
me?
back at the next
It's a
meeting.
decision by him not to do
I
so.
think you
That's
get
not
what I'm
my
trying to
decision.
say.
At
Many
the end
of
of
us are not
August, the
just
U.S.
here
Attorney and
for a show.
FBI
We're here
announced
every
that nearly 100
week,
personnel representing
sacrificing
members
our
of the
time
Safe
with our
Trails
loved
Task
ones,
Force
our pets,
operated near
probably
Wyoming's
our
Wind
jobs.
River
I know I had to
Reservoir.
quit my job so I could start paying attention to City Council. Corporate retail didn't like that.
In this particular case, as far as Spectrum.
But we're not here for money, and we're not here for time. We are not here for ego.
This issue has come up a number of times.
We are here for love.
It's critically important.
And I truly believe that's all any of us should need, and we should be kind to our neighbors, whether we agree with them or not. We have love for our neighbors, we have love for our community, we have love for our bay, and we have love for our planet. So if we could just try to embrace that love as a community on either side of the issue, I think that we would make more progress.
Imperative, that is where this disposal of this stuff has to go. It cannot sit in our base systems. There have been numerous studies done. There was just a real well-known gentleman from the University of Florida, Arnoldo Levinson,
either of these chairs right now.
recently
I
released
don't
a
know how
study
I
in
could show my
October
face to the community.
regarding Corpus Christi
And by
Bay.
the
He said
community,
there's
I
just
mean
no way
the
this
people
project
and
can
not
work
like corporate
dumping the brine
interests.
and chemicals back into this bay.
Yeah, at this point, the cost doesn't really matter to me, or neither does like the research needed to prove that it's going to be bad for the bay. No, it is. It's all about Hillcrest.
All of our lives.
I don't know. I was thinking of earlier today.
I'm
when
a
I was
third
talking about
generation
it's gonna
Corpus
be
Christi.
privately owned desal plant. I was thinking of the
in
Lawrence
my-
meeting, where they have to buy
I have
air
a
from a
heart
private business,
for our
like
city.
the O'Hare Air.
I have
Absolutely, it's definitely a priority.
Yeah, Councilman, I would say we need to have everything in order before we begin the next budget, so that's like late next spring, early summer. Contract should be in place by then.
It's just scary.
Can you guys do a P3 and
There's
pay
no
for it and
revision
build
to
it
whether
and
this site
operate
is-
it?
At this stage, I would say conceptually it is possible. What we do, we will have
It's beautiful now. It's half most, it's off most of the.
There are empty driveways where houses were.
No, I mean, look, I'll just reiterate what I said, Congressman, before, which was that we in no way oppose any effort for more transparency and accountability. And if that's, if the resolution moves forward and it moves forward, at the end of the day, though, every single Republican that wants transparency and accountability should sign the discharge petition. And every member of Congress should be on record supporting the full release of the Epstein files.
And not corporate
Well, I think the ranking member, I certainly agree with him.
Absolutely. We're doing what that
and once again, the
discharge
person sitting right
petition
there interrupted
wants
so
done.
rudely
And
because
we're 3 steps ahead of that discharge petition. We've already deposed for.
Absolutely everything we could.
Yeah. Sylvia, thank you. And
Okay, we
like
weren't
Sylvia
using
said, it's a shame that we are here
remdesivir because
again.
we were paid to use remdesivir.
But we're going to win, and we're
And
going to defeat this
remdesivir, I have
again,
to say,
because we have to.
I never thought was, a game changer.
I was talking the other
But
day
also,
about my first
it's not
time I
that-
made public comment. It was in
hospital
2021. I think it was the vote on
And quoting somebody who's a COVID patient as well, but go
I never
ahead.
saw that.
Just think
But,
about all of the beautiful people that were there.
whether or not the vaccine is safe and logical, it's not just
And
that one
Sylvia,
study.
you were
Absolutely.
a
I
huge
think-
part
I
of that
think
day
the
for me,
claim
and you
about,
were like, we want you in this fight, we want you in this movement, and we're going to win. And we're going to win again.
is-
It is just a
actually
shame
the
that we're
epitome
here.
of
Yeah, I have so much more to say, but I think I'm going to end it there.
While this Henry Ford study
Make the right
was
choice.
based on actual data,
no desal.
medical records, immunization
and
registry,
yeah, it's all about Hillcrest.
and look carefully at it. This
I just don't understand why y'all aren't talking about that.
It's just based on
but
guesswork.
Absolutely. And
you know, and we had many similar incidents at our facilities here that have all been sort of swept under the rug. It's pretty scary when you take down
District 2.
and you don't have a better explanation for it.
Independent of that, we're actually just talking about evaluating the entire basis of the nueces of Corpus Christi ship channel. Self-interest. So it'd be.
I find it fascinating that the cost that we were given was
I
over $1
very
billion.
much agree. I think we can all agree that political violence is wrong, it's evil, regardless of which side it comes from, and that we can all adamantly and vehemently reject it, or we certainly should. One of the things that we've noticed recently is that affinity and tolerance for political violence is not equally distributed.
I'm asking about that. Fine. I'm asking about all the other files.
What other videos? Tell me.
The committee's bipartisan record, its reputation for conducting thorough investigations spans decades. Since the 1940s, this subcommittee has been the epicenter of major congressional oversight efforts. I hope to use the subcommittee to build on that legacy by bringing much-needed transparency to the public, reviewing the truth, and exposing wrongdoing. But it won't be easy. Wrongdoers are very good at covering their tracks. And we are already aware of allegations suggesting document destruction and purposeful evasion
to development and industry that stand to benefit financially.
Acceptance and tolerance of political violence. It's amazing to me that the political left today, who were the originators and the cheerleaders of cancel culture, now have the backbone to attack conservatives
because it's working class people that
for defending their assassinated friend.
Enough, we don't
but there's a key difference here. Acceptance and tolerance of political violence. It's amazing to me that the political left today, who were the originators and the cheerleaders of cancel culture, now have the backbone to attack conservatives for defending their assassinated friend. But there's a key difference here.
Accepting planes from Qatar for his post-presidential personal use,
Thank you.
issuing pardons to major donors, and personally profiting from the office of the presidency, the FBI may be abandoning its commitment to investigating public corruption. Since its creation in the wake of the Watergate scandal, public integrity sections has been one of the crown jewels of the Department of Justice, investigating and prosecuting corruption among the nation's public officials, and acting as key safeguards against politicized prosecution. This section's work has been
back to the agenda.
According to victims who cooperated with the FBI in that investigation, these documents in FBI possession, your possession, detail at least 20 men, including Mr. Jess Staley, CEO of Barclays Bank, who Jeffrey Epstein trafficked victims to, victims including minors, such as Roberts, Free, may she rest in peace. That list also includes at least 19 other individuals, one Hollywood producer.
By someone who voted on the prevailing side, et cetera, et cetera. So I just want to point that out. Also, I want to thank those council persons who did come out to the Hillcrest area and talk with the residents, because you understood and you listened to us versus the person who represents that area and need questions ahead of time before they can come out. I just heard that someone asked to be on a city meeting, committee,
These mobile stations
Councilwoman
Campos
mentioned that she had some names as well. My thing is, if you keep getting those,
at the same time, there was an array of airborne instrumentation platforms, both in the vicinity of the island and in the southern conjugate area, to document and record data from vantage points above the clouds.
Hillcrest is the only African area that blacks could own homes.
And who was discussing the planning of a mass shooting with threats specific in nature, as the FBI stated to the press. And the FBI continued to work this assessment investigation to identify the name and location of the user up until September 10th,
and yet you want to put DSAL right next to the park where the kids and families are supposed to play.
On what
those that were affected by the Harbor Bridge who moved early, who probably should have stayed, some of those are now losing their houses because they can't pay the property tax where they were moved to.
Now, after
and so those that want to stay, what is the problem with that?
What happened in the months and years thereafter was
we all know, and it's not being transparent, that they plan to make that port area
it was a human error, and that information was then spread incorrectly by
those type of things. You got to lay down
Mr.
yard
Kennedy
already
before being
over
Secretary Kennedy and the
that
Children's
was there
Health
before it
Defense.
was voted to be there.
that country and
So
their
if you want to
leadership
build
told me
there,
this
then
directly.
pay
They
the
received
people
letters.
what they're
There were
asking
stories
for,
all
and you
across
wouldn't have
some
these
of
issues. The buffer zone was lesser than it was, and then it got moved up closer. We have been dying from cancer, various types of cancers over the years. Do the right thing as council and vote no against this DSAP.
71. 5 heart rate, PGL at 37, 9
Let's put this to rest right now. Statement of fact. Several people have come up and said desal was voted down. It was not voted down. What was voted down and out was key wit. And several have come up here and said that was not voted down. Just to clarify.
Have never seen. The DIA still hasn't released 95% of what was
Good afternoon, folks. My name is Armand Alex, Corpus Christi. I'm here thinking about the thousands of hard-working residents of Corpus Christi, working-class people who expect and deserve basic services from our city, one of them including safe, clean, and sustainable water sources. A vote today in favor of the so-called Corpus Christi desal partners deal is not a vote for people of Corpus Christi. It's a vote for
resident of Corpus Christi. I concur with Dr. Eliza. It's very nice to see that there are council members that are wanting to put forth a press statement
requires a leader who puts public safety and national security and the rule of law first. I'm afraid, Director Patel, you've given us reason to believe you've used the powers of the FBI to serve Donald Trump and his agenda of partisan retribution. You've broken your promise not to do that. You've betrayed Jeffrey Epstein's victims and survivors. You've turned your back on the career law enforcement officers of the FBI, and as a result, you've left all of us less.
Once again, our community wants water democracy, not a secret handshake in a boardroom between the city manager and greedy executives. There's a reason many council members are afraid to take this to a citywide vote. They know our residents are done with the status quo. They're done being lied to about job creation and safety when the industrial plants who would benefit from desal would and currently bring cancer, pollution, and strategic tax evasion. And don't think for a moment this is being done
laboratory
for
manages
us,
the
the
combined
people.
across the
Look
country.
at the campaign
2,100 arrests in the last
city
month
council
alone.
members
DCSC,
who are the biggest
60%
cheerleaders
decrease
for
in
desal.
gun crimes.
Look at the ongoing
75%
investigations
decrease in
of fraud.
carjackings.
If you believe this is about public
53%
interest,
decrease in
tell
homicides in our
that to the
nation's
Hillcrest
capital.
neighborhood that
And rightly
annually
so.
measures
We're bringing that
benzene
fight to the
levels
streets of America.
280
I want to thank you for
the
your
general
support,
population's
and I'm proud
average.
to be the director
Hillcrest
that
is
leads
not
this
invisible.
FBI into a
Those
new
are
headquarters
families,
building that they've needed
those
for
are
decades,
friends,
saving the
and our
taxpayers $3.5
neighbors.
billion
And we cannot
and also
proceed with
providing
this
our workforce a
desalination
safe
deal
environment.
in our
If you don't act on Main Street, we're saying you can do more with less. You can protect them with less money. Yet here in Washington, we're saying we need more money to protect members of Congress.
So halt.
It's a little contradiction here, or maybe, sir,
redirect
you ought to talk to leadership about coming in with your management style to protect the Supreme Court, Congress, and the administration. Otherwise, it's essentially a hypocritical situation. We need more protection, yet folks on Main Street.
The question is, will you stand with us, or will you stand aside as this city double downs on deception?
Consider building
Thank you.
in part on a platform in the Gulf of Mexico and or on our Padre Island. So the intake and discharge waters
Good afternoon, everyone. Jen Gracia, District 1 now, so
the deep flowing currents of the Gulf of Mexico.
Last time I came here, it was exciting, it was food, I was so happy.
Positioned as the primary positioning agency for less critical elements of the array.
I am not going to flip-flop on y'all. When I was on the campaign trail, and thank you to some of the council members that helped.
They were also in a standby status to assume control of all elements should the situation dictate.
I really appreciate
There was steady improvement in the ability of the 121 to operate as an independent airborne controller, but it was gradually phased out of the Christmas operation as the need diminished.
It's just like anything, we have to be careful with what what we're giving our energy to, and the energy in the room is like, if you guys can just shake that off and just kind of reset for a minute, because I know it's been a long day. I want to let you know that yes, I'm involved, but I'm also very dedicated to my family, because I am a family woman too. So I have
An outstanding feat of professional airmanship on the part of the B-52 crew.
But there's
on all occasions, the fusing and firing system worked perfectly, and the device telemetry provided almost complete data on the functioning elements.
place to learn, and I'm
Weather
going
conditions at Christmas Island proved to be quite favorable for this operation.
Please consider the kids to
For the planned total of 24 airdrops, there were only 3 occasions when scheduled operations were postponed in advance.
Survived a combined 17 gunshots. We saw an arsonist set Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro's residence on fire. And of course, last week, we saw the horrific, cold-blooded assassination of Charlie Kirk in Utah that has shaken the nation. 1 minute after Charlie Kirk was shot in the neck, a 16-year-old shooter in Evergreen, Colorado, who radicalized by white supremacist ideology online, opened fire and critically wounded 2 other students. Explosions of
the lives. Killing some deer is not equatable to killing our residents.
Way too much.
2 liters per minute. We all feel tricked, statement of fact. And believe me, we're going to stand together because we're tired of it. People are taking our parks and no one's saying anything for their district. People are trying to put DSAL and Hillcrest, historically black residents, who are dying early, have lower life expectancies. But you're doing things that getting paid. And district, all of our districts, we're District 1, where we are at, by Miller, we're all coming back together. We're tired of losing our resources. Doesn't fit the neighborhood, but this doesn't fit Hillcrest, first of all. And how dare, like, we talk about women being exploited, the prostitution, that act, but we don't have one person saying that we're tired of industrial hookers coming in and stealing our resources and exploiting our people.
Yesterday in the Senate.
We're tired of them.
So I too have some questions I'd like to ask you. These are
here.
Not gotcha
we should ask these businesses how many of the when they start running the plant, how much are going to be in there?
So
right? How many jobs are they actually really giving? And for all the resources that they're stealing, why are they not in the top 5 of the employers of the city? Not even top 5. They're stealing from us. They're leeches. They're not good neighbors.
They're giving American us Steel, which is doing great. American Steel is
toxicity that they're giving
doing
to
great
us.
now.
And then they want to change the narrative. Like we don't have black residents that are dying because of this.
Steel, they were dumping steel. China and a lot of other countries were dumping steel in our country. Garbage steel, dirty steel, bad steel, not structural service, but it was still there, lots of it. And if I didn't put tariffs, I put 25 and 50% tariffs on steel, right? John James, actually, they understood it exactly. They stopped. I stopped that war. With phone calls
we couldn't
and
drink water
trade.
for a week.
And India's here right now negotiating a trade deal, and Pakistan's coming, I think, next week. And very proud of it. Nobody died. Nobody, the nuclear weapons, they each have very severe, very substantial numbers of nuclear weapons. And I think we should get some credit for that. The whole Republican Party should, because that's their mindset. Please.
Actually stupid open border policy. Just anybody could have come in. They emptied out their jails, their prisons, their mental institutions. They emptied them into our country.
Thank you.
And the people behind me have done an incredible job, because if we didn't have that administration, it would have been so much easier. They allowed millions of people in this country that shouldn't have been allowed, including over 11,000 murderers, half of whom murdered more than one person. And many of them are gone now, or they're put in prison. We got the people that we want paid, okay? We want the FBI paid, we want the military paid. We got the people that we want paid. And I'll tell you, the Democrats, they don't talk about this. You know, we're getting rid of programs that we didn't like, but that were negotiated in, but that we didn't like. We're terminating those programs, and they're going to be terminated on a permanent basis. And it's thousands of people, and it's billions of dollars. We're getting rid of a lot of things.
Actually find the common ground to protect our children. Let's find a way to make sure our public health system remains intact, not taken apart by the current approach where HHS is jettisoning many of its people, many of the billions of dollars, perhaps many of the vaccinations. This is our opportunity to come together, and I'm sure we'll talk more about this as the hearing goes on, but I'll say one last time. Vaccines save lives. I've given vaccines, I've taken vaccines, I've treated people that didn't get factored.
Actually, serious. What happens if you're an elected voter and the vote is going down? You're in trouble. And I used to say, remember, I'd get decimated. The audience loved it, but the press would laugh at it. Like World War II. So if I have my choice, we're jumping 5 or 6 yards away from the vote, but there's a shot there. It's like, what do I do? You know what I said? I'd rather be electrocuted. I said
decision the majority made that we did not support. We think that Ms. Maxwell, before she was interviewed,
Actually, I believe the list has been expanded since this first action. In terms of America's military engagement with the cartels abroad, in terms of our intelligence, that designation has had real meaning and has affected some of the thinking and approaches of our military and our intelligence community. Can you talk a bit about how that designation might be affecting or should be affecting?
This is happening all the time because they're not allowed to stay. Destroy 5 nations with 5 balls. But actually, it'll be worse because it was better 50 years ago than. So I said, what are you going to do? I don't win this election. This was before the election. He said, you don't win the election, I'm going to close up my business because I'm not going to lose my. He said, I'm not going to lose my ass. I know exactly what's going to happen. It's going to be a catastrophe. It's the craziest thing I've ever heard.
You cannot get
it would be so bad. I don't know why it would be so bad, but I'm not going to fight. I just want him to, we're throwing him too late.
If a person loses their job,
70% and then you went out to the hospitalization wages.
Or it's making a
serious. What range?
Okay,
I don't and that was the data point that we
We already have a Brenda Flores and also on the bus.
You as a council and we as a people, we need to take a look.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am.
Adam Robert 71590.
Adam 240. Highway's open now. Coming right there.
Adam Henry Paul
Council,
173.
Lamar Taylor,
Delta X-ray
the infamous,
4125.
famous, whoever was going to call me, District 1. I thank you, lady, for calling me out, for me volunteering again to be on the board. I haven't been on one since I was since I left the Planning Commission on the Regional Transportation Board. I haven't volunteered
adamantly and vehemently rejected, or we certainly should. But one of the things that we noticed recently is that affinity and tolerance for political violence is not equally distributed on both sides of the aisle. In fact, right now, social media is filled with leftists who are cheering. We can agree that 3% is far too many, but there's an astounding difference between 25% on the left accepting intolerance
until we had to do the relocation. Unfortunately, wasn't by
adding to the violent rhetoric. That's what I'm asking you. Will you commit to this?
Okay.
But I do still own property in the west and on the north side.
Is the FBI still cooking the books on crime data?
Yes. That particular
crime
area.
data is real.
But one thing
is the FBI still purging agents for conservative viewpoints?
Situation is
no, not the FBI.
Is the only
is the FBI still labeling Betsy Ross flag of the American Revolution a hate symbol?
And basically, I'm looking at this as a racial issue. I hate to say that.
Additional minute of time because that's how much time. You don't get a minute. You'll get some seconds. But we think is
in the city
5 minutes. You don't get a minute. Mr. Patel, that's not how it works. Mr. Patel.
Is there more to be done to uncover that? You want to say that it's
there is, and we're doing it.
Good of the citizens.
There is, and we're doing it.
Those black people over there, they were citizens of the city. They paid taxes. They lived.
Additional construction on Johnston Island during this interim, as well as the scheduling of more shots, reflected the value attached to the testing being carried out on Operation Dominate.
In the very image.
3 more high-altitude effects missile events were added to secure data at different heights. Also, 5 more over-ocean airdrops were scheduled, these to take place within the Johnston Island danger area.
And so you want to build up
Besides the second floor launch pad, the construction included facilities for the launch.
Because you, the city of Corpus Christi, took away their swimming pool, took away their ballparks, and now you want to bring something back to them. It wasn't because of what they did. It's because of what people in that particular area. So, y'all can say what it is, what y'all want to say. It's for water for the people. What about the people that were there living? You want to sacrifice them for
administration targeted Catholics. Could I have been targeted by the FBI as well? Administration targeted Catholics. Could I have been targeted by the Ray FBI as well?
This administration.
Thank you for your service and your continued service and capacity. On April 7th, 2025, Charlie posted on X, assassination culture is spreading from the left. 48% of liberals say it would be at least somewhat justified to murder Elon Musk. 55% say the same about Donald Trump. In California, activists are naming ballot measures after Luigi Mangione. The left is being whipped into a violent frenzy and set back. Whether losing an election or
The administration had the exact opportunities to release this material, they never did. And if you are selling the men and women of the FBI, we're not going after child predators. Hang on, you said we're not going after child predators. 1,500 child predators arrested this year, 35% increase.
I'll reclaim my time.
4,700 child
Mr.
victims.
Chairman, I'm going to reclaim my time. Why have you changed your position? There you were saying it's under the direct control of the FBI director and all of it should be released. Why have you changed your
Everything
position?
that has been lawfully permitted to administration.
To see that dramatic an increase in work under your tenure.
Simple answer is I'm letting good cops be cops. We're working with our state and local law enforcement. We're energizing our partnerships. We're bringing on more task force officers. When you have more cops in the streets, when you're using ground-based intelligence, when you're not weaponizing law enforcement and focusing on DC and focusing on the rest of America, this is what happens. It is not a significant mind shift in terms of how we
Administration.
People around are going to see that this town cannot
totally
provide.
rampant, allowing foreign governments to just perpetrate these platforms, all of these bots, all of the time to weaponize America. You see what's going on here? This is a byproduct of all of that. What's going on in the streets is a byproduct of all of that. What's happening is you see people celebrate Luigi Mangione is a byproduct of all of that. And so if we want to do something, then we should talk about Section 230. We should talk about
administration. If I could just ask Mr. Garcia, do you have any thoughts as to why the Biden administration never released any documents?
I don't, and I'm not aware as to why or what the DOJ was investigating at the time. What I do know is that the current president campaigned on releasing the files, which is why I think it's of such high interest to so many of us now.
But fair enough, but no thoughts as to why it wasn't a pressing issue for the Biden DOJ in the 4 years that Attorney General Garland led it.
I'm not sure what
administration after the subpoena for the records was executed, and how quickly the committee started receiving the information.
Yeah, as soon as the subpoena went out, we heard from the Department of Justice. Their attorneys started communicating with our attorneys, and they started gathering the documents, and I think we got the documents in record time. I can't remember a time when we subpoenaed the Merrick Garland Department of Justice and never got anything from them.
Open borders, men playing in women's sports, transgender for everybody. Everybody's got transgender.
If you can hold 1 second.
What a group of people you had over there. They must have hated our country.
I think that there was just
Under the previous administration, the federal government gave left-wing radicals in California dictatorial powers to control the future of the entire car industry all over the country, all over the world.
Whether or not we go into curtailment and industry
I could go point after point, everything they did, open borders, men playing in women's sports, transgender for everybody, everybody's got transgender.
With the current
What a group of
coming
people
online
you had
on
over
Nueces
there. They must have
River
hated
Wells
our
project
country.
in Evangeline to
Under the previous
to make
administration,
sure
the federal
curtailment
government
doesn't
gave
happen.
left-wing
Right now, the
radicals
forecast,
in
if we didn't do
California
those two
dictatorial
projects,
powers
is November
to
of
control the
26.
future of the entire
So
car
this
industry
project
all
today
over the
has no
country, all
bearing
over
on
the
that.
world, actually.
This is at least a 3 to 4 year project before water comes online.
And so this is not to, the vote today is not to stave off curtailment, nor are we planning on voting to curtail it if we can get our water sources on as currently programmed.
We're not at the point where we're discussing curtailment.
Correct.
Thank you.
But just so people don't think we're focusing on violent crime alone, the national
My name
security
is Jim
mission
Klein. I live at 3501 Monterey Street here in Corpus. I have the Coastal Bend Sierra Club Group. And I've just reiterate what I've said before. The Coastal Bend Sierra Club Group remains opposed to the Inner Harbor desal plant project. We still believe it's too expensive for CC water ratepayers. We believe it's going to harm Corpus Christi Bay. We have a great deal of concern about the impact it's going to have on the Hillcrest neighborhood where this is going to be built.
When you did it
I would ask
in
you
a very
to,
politically correct manner.
Consider
What's the next step in
cheaper
this war on
alternatives.
cartels? And are you
And again, we've had this
considering
conversation
options,
before as well.
strikes on land?
This is what the engineers told me
there was a
when they came to talk to us about this 10 years ago, that the science behind desalination, seawater desalination is sound, but it is by far the most expensive way to make water. Try everything else before you do this. We've not done that. Currently, right now, the Mary Roads pipeline is running at what, 73% capacity. Until 15 months ago, it was at 45% capacity. That's just atrocious. This is a huge asset that we paid for the public that's not being underutilized.
Our administration is seeking to right the wrongs of the Biden administration. Securing our freedoms and protecting faith leaders and communities requires a multi-pronged approach. What would you say in just the last few moments? What does the FBI under your leadership do?
Kind of the big picture here, that this desal plant stands to
11 Jewish worshipers in
accelerate
Pittsburgh in
the
2018.
to industrialize Corpus
Anti-Semitic
Christi
attacks
eternally.
happened.
We also have
There's
the
no
18th
people in Texas City, but I don't want
Administrations, when these so-called cover-ups were going on, why didn't anyone in those administrations talk to any of these purported witnesses? I have every single person to provide credible information.
Time belongs to the gentlelady from Washington.
And I'm going to take another
You
couple
accuse
of
the
minutes.
witness of something, he's allowed to respond. That's how it works.
Listen, he didn't even, excuse me, Mr. Chairman, you have always been fair, but this is not fair. No, this is my time, and he said that the witnesses were not.
42 years. The Mary Roads pipeline, I could see her smiling right now that y'all have increased production on something that was scalable up. I'm really glad about it. I am adamantly opposed to pumping hypersaline water in the inner harbor. Now, I'm all for the desal plant because the only thing that we got plenty of is salt water, okay? And what we need to do is build a pipeline from over there at Hillcrest all the way out to the Gulf of Mexico, about 28, 30 miles. The Mary Roads was 101 miles and done under budget. If you can believe that, I would believe that. So the truth is Mr. Manager has brought a coalition of people, all these contractors, I forget the name, CC something, but it's a good idea. They got the expertise to give a good and well thought out explanation and all of these infrastructure deals, like making a pipeline all the way from Hillcrest, a discharge. I mean, the suction can be there. The suction will enhance the circulation. All these academics, and I'm going to repeat this story when y'all give me a chance again, but all these academics from the Texas A&M all said it's a year circulation. You can't put hypersaline water in a closed system. Any of y'all that ever remembered the red tide, golly, especially over in Baffin Bay and all that other area. There was a company just a while back that wanted to pump hypersaline water into Baffin Bay. What a disaster. Okay, and so,
after the call that you're heading to is your call in your box for GO1 and a patrol for GO1. If you're able to head to either one of those next.
Thank you, sir.
The person in GO1 may be having to go to the phone.
Daniel, bring your
Young Sam 7013.
48 minutes. It's unbelievable to be here again.
After the call that you're heading to, I placed an injured call in your box for GO1 and a patrol for GO1. If you're able to,
you guys have passed them for years. And the only reason you got this far is because you never were honest enough to tell her it was going to be in Hillcrest.
You're Young Sam 7013.
A lot more against you than you do now.
Call 3017.
Dishonesty.
Drive. Animal control's been advised.
Lack of
After the
transparency.
drug trafficking foreign terrorist organizations, because they have
when
unique
did you guys
capabilities
vote?
and authorities dedicated to that mission.
That's okay,
And so
let's
that's
put
the
it in
beauty of the
Hillcrest.
HSCFs.
Let me ask you an
How
adjacent
many
question,
of you were
Director. I
involved in
noticed
that?
in
You
your
gotta
written
ask
testimony,
yourself,
I don't
how
think
did
we
that
talked about it
happen?
yet.
How did the
You
neighborhood
brought to
get
our attention an
voted
expiring Authority 6
decel
USC
plan without
124N
even
with respect
having
to
a discussion
counter-UAS drones.
We've had
You point
councilmen
out that
after
that authority
councilmen like
expires in
yourself.
statute at the end of this
We
month.
haven't seen you
And you
around.
impressed upon us your
Councilman
interest in
after
seeing it
councilman come
extended
to
in
our
some manner.
area
Can you
trying to
talk a
sell
little
us
Epstein is
something.
indicted on sex charges as discovery and nude
Trying
photos
to
is
get us out.
disclosed.
What is it going to take to
Dated July
get you
8th,
guys?
2019.
You know,
and the
that's
Times
kind of
reports a
approach we've
trove
had.
of lewd photographs
Had
of girls
mayors,
was
we have
discovered in a safe
all kinds
inside
of
financier Jeffrey
suggestions on
Epstein's
how
Manhattan
they could
mansion.
help us
Author Michael
rehabilitate the
Wolff has
area,
conducted
you know,
numerous
and
interviews with
revive the
Jeffrey
area,
Epstein.
you know.
I'm going to play for you a video.
What'd you say? There will be no oil. He's not buying his oil from Russia. It started. You know, he can't do it immediately. It's a little bit of a process. But the process is going to be over with soon.
Not a one
And
time.
all we want from President Putin is stop this. Stop
And so
killing
now the city has
Ukrainians
what?
and stop
What
killing
are you guys
Russians
trying
because
to
he's killing a
decide?
lot of Russians. Again,
You know, I thought you decided
after
already.
targeted violence
I know,
is not
I know you're not
criticism.
trying to get rid of the
That's
detail,
incitement.
but you know, you had the chance. You've had
Johns
several
Hopkins
chances already
documented
to do
that
it, then move somewhere
57% of
else.
health
Not even
departments
that.
reported
Fix
harassment.
the problem.
JAMA
The
published
other
data
guys
on
they're
widespread
considering fixing the
physician
problem.
threats.
The problem is
I
nobody
myself
wants the water
received physician
or the
threats,
mess
and I
inside
imagine that
the,
those will go
the
up after this.
We don't
Many
want you,
officials
period,
have
in our
resigned
neighborhood.
from their positions.
But I think
CDC
that
staff
decision's
have
been
described
made a
working
long
in
time ago.
fear since the shooting. This is
Not
not
by-
after
You didn't
day
ask us.
after day. In a brief,
You just shoved it down our throat again.
moment, sometimes
You know,
90
when are you
seconds.
gonna do something? Please
Exactly
look it
what
up.
we had as the best
In your
data.
history
Long
books,
before we
when
had
was
these
the
very
last time you
complex
did anything
reports
for
from
Hillcrest?
Johns Hopkins or USC or
Not
other
that
universities.
district one,
Okay?
but for Hillcrest.
Before we had that, we had our
so
capacity
now
in our
tomorrow
state to share with our
starts
people
the
what we're
problems
dealing
of
with. And so
anytime
what
we speak
happens
against
now?
the city,
People could
then
argue
we'll
about
have the
this, but
code
I will tell you that I
enforcement and
believe
whoever else
we had far
wants
more
to
people
come
get
in
back.
and-
After
and
I
make our lives
presented
miserable, 'cause that's what you do.
under your
It
land in
does for
2022,
Hillcrest.
Thank you, sir.
I was
Thank you.
fired from SSM Health because I brought it to their attention. It was never discussed
Good afternoon,
at
Mayor
a
and Council,
department
and thank you for the
meeting
opportunity to
or
comment
at
today.
a
I'm Bob
division
Paulson, the
meeting
Executive Director
or
of
at
the
a
Coastal Bend
grand
Industry
round.
Association. I live in
That's
District 4
not
here in Corpus Christi.
science.
The Coastal Bend Industry Association supports approval of item 18, and also respects approval of item 19 in the interest of efficiency. I want to thank you for your leadership and commitment to a diversified water supply portfolio and an all of the above water strategy that's essential to protecting existing jobs and ensuring that the Coastal Bend remains positioned for economic vitality and prosperity. It's important because such companies will provide certainty in our water supply at a time when there is much uncertainty. As you are aware, the association has been a long-time supporter of the Earmark Redesign project that continues.
Man who set fire on Shapiro's mansion cited
And strongly supported when you look at the Inner Harbor Desal project. In a time of defined by uncertainty, this project offers a reliable, drought-proof water supply that can strengthen our long-term water security. In our assessment, the Inner Harbor Desal project continues to be the best option for the city to pursue seawater desalination, given that it's fully
I don't know
permitted.
why. And they don't look
a permit
alike.
issued by TCEQ
And they're
and
not
reviewed by the
painted alike,
EPA.
different colors. You have-
I might add,
even if they're white,
it
one's
gets,
a
I think,
beigey
lost in
white,
the
one's a
conversation
darker
a
white,
lot of
one's a
times.
lighter white.
As
And then they
does,
start to rust after 4 or
an
5
appreciation
years.
for exactly what's involved
And then
in
they
the
start to
process,
wear
how
out.
much work
And nobody takes them because you're not allowed to bury the
on
propellants,
the
the props, right?
environmental
Can't bury
responsibility
the props for some reason. I don't
portion
know
of
why, but they
this,
say that
of
you
this endeavor.
them in every single state because they
So
weren't
given
doing it in
that
Michigan
the
alone.
project's fully permitted, there's low interest funding,
the
it's
United
been
States
secured,
be doing a thorough job of
and it's
vetting
still possible
Chinese nationals
that work can resume on this project.
We think it's the best way to add a reliable drought-proof supply to the system.
Turning to spying in America, you know, we heard the stories about Senator Dianne Feinstein's driver who was a Chinese spy.
And that, frankly, is what
We're
makes
familiar
America
with
great.
Linda's son.
We think the plan under consideration today presented earlier
after she exonerated Donald Trump
offers a balanced approach.
So I'm also
Not
6
provide an
times
opportunity to
at
resolve
recharging stations, adding
most
an
recently
estimated
argued
9
chambers
hours
around town
to the
throughout the
trip. I
summer.
don't know too much about the trucking industry, but this is not sounding good.
It wasn't ours. We didn't make it. We didn't know.
Here to discuss a little bit about the trucking
We've got at
industry.
least one.
From the ill
Gina
effects of SWIFT,
Jones,
bond,
Gina,
We do have
a real
which is,
expert on
an important
trucks, I can tell you that. She's going to come up and tell us about trucks.
September
Thank you.
after she exonerated Donald Trump.
conducted by Harris DeVille
pleased to have been
Associates
able to
and
sign the
informed by
district
Perception
petition
Insight
before we
found that
came up for this hearing, so
68%
thank
of
you.
Corpus Christi voters responded to the poll.
Yes, and I don't even know what the hell happened to you that you brought up before we kind of abruptly left early for our cruises. But yeah, this doesn't smell right. And I think we need to get to the bottom of this, and that means that all the files have to be released. I yield back.
Pursue every water option,
You and
including
the
the
Attorney
Inner
General
Harbor,
released a memo
and thank you
claiming
for your
that,
consideration.
quote, no further
Thank you.
disclosure would be appropriate or warranted. In a few short months, how did you go from being a crusader for accountability and
Isabella
transparency
Reza,
to
District
Epstein
2,
files to being a
co-founder for
part of the
Corpus.
conspiracy
And actually, I
and
really
cover-up? The
struggled
answer is
with
simple. You said
what
it yourself.
I was going to say that I haven't already said, because I've pretty much been coming here since we discovered that refineries and
Under this
the petrochemical
administration,
industry was lobbying for industry back when H2O for Texas came to Corpus in 2016. So it was good to hear what everybody had to say. And I just want it for the record, my town, our future, is paid for by Gulf Coast Growth Ventures, who has 600 employees. So I'm wondering who got that survey.
But when you actually drill down into those 60,
The other thing that I want to say is that,
let me give you the breakdown of them, okay?
yeah, we're against desal.
567 of these trials.
Adura gave Mayor Guajardo in 2022 governor really like that turn of phrase, industry is always thirsty.
Have our arms wrapped around all the information
I just
yet.
like listening
And
to that
once we do
construction
that,
worker, my heart
then we
goes
can
out
come
to them,
back and
because
give you our
what he demonstrates is what a lot of people here in this community demonstrate. When you have industry, just like a 30-minute infomercial that posts as an interview, and then the 2-minute, 47-second story that came out about the $2.2 trillion that the city could make off of desal. We don't have the luxury of paying for ideas to get disseminated to everybody. We just build connections and try to talk to people about what's possible in the community. Industry's jobs have contracted so much that now we're reporting industry's jobs with construction jobs, trying to conflate the two. The reality is that there can be other construction jobs. We just have to invest in those kinds of things
for it, and it's not the people who voted y'all in. At this point, it's just clear that some of y'all are evil and just want this bay to die.
That want to be
By having this plant in that location, it's going to kill ideas. So many people have come up here and talked to you, experts, community.
In favor of the so-called Corpus Christi desal partners deal.
We don't know the maintenance. We don't know the timing.
Again, I'm not going
We don't know the
characterize
rate. We don't know the environmental
material
impact.
because it's part of an ongoing
You're going to now
Thanks for
do
being
an
here today. I yield
environmental
back.
field study.
Gentleman yields
but
back.
Anyway, okay, I'm done.
Gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you.
Again, I'm not
Please
going
vote
to
no.
characterize that
Thank you.
material because it's part of an ongoing investigation.
Thanks for being here today. I yield back. Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from California is recognized.
Again, I'm not going to characterize
Trey
that
Cranford,
material
outside the city
because
limits.
It's part of an ongoing investigation.
No, there seems to be a common theme within these chambers.
Gentleman yields back.
Time and time again, the city
Gentleman
shows
from
it's
California
not
is
doing a good
recognized.
neighbor. President of Harbor Diesel, Nueces groundwater wells. Major decisions are being pushed forward with little transparency. No, there's no real community input.
We have 125
for you now. County residents are taking 1 minute to speak to council, 1 minute to voice concerns about projects that could reshape communities for generations. That's not listening, that's checking a box. People deserve a city that responds and treats surrounding communities like partners, not obstacles. It's time for leadership that hears its neighbors and stops pushing decisions on them.
I believe the first study showing negative came out of Denmark.
Thank you, sir.
Dr. Scott, you said you wanted to say something.
Okay, we are going to close public comment on item number 18.
But theirs does not prove causality.
Oh, I've heard that time and time again. So let's take a look at the bottom figure down here. Of those 38,000 deaths, 9,252, 23.9%, it's called 24%, occurred on the day of vaccination.
I kept trying to keep count of how many people.
Prove causation, but man, that's a correlation we ought to look at. Do you know
and out of the
51,
to what
extent? I don't have an MD or a PhD.
I try to keep up with
we also changed the economic and regulatory framework
both sides
around vaccines.
And there was a
and
theme.
COVID-19 vaccines did not fall into a vacuum.
Public commenters
they fell into a very well developed regulatory and economic framework for vaccines that has developed over the last 40 years.
Were either paid
for every
employees
product
or,
on the market,
or had
you
some
can sue the
financial
manufacturer for harm.
gain, for
design
it,
defects.
which I don't blame.
Claim that the
People
product
have to
could have
work.
made
That's
safer.
fine.
Literally, cars, pharmaceutical drugs, everyone.
But we also
throw it all in the
need
hopper
to
and
realize
let the public
that, the decisions
I do
that
have
we
some
make
questions
here
that Dr.
is for everyone.
Speaking of corrupted studies, you mentioned in your opening statement the Shimon-Kura
also
study,
make
which,
sure
by the way,
Again, the Clinton Finance, foreign author dossier. The whistleblower knows his garbage.
I
They know
did
his garbage.
text
And then there's one final step.
city secretary
One
about
final
Robert's
step.
rules of order.
Leaves that meeting with the
And
president.
how that was
And
going to
immediately leaks
affect
to the
this.
press.
This
They
vote.
brief the president on the
And I do want to
discredited
hear from
information.
you just so
They
that
brief the
the
president
public
on
will
the
know,
dossier, and
because
thereby giving
I
it
thought that made
some
sense.
credibility,
What
creating
she
the
said,
basis and the predicate
Tina,
of all
made
they did
sense.
to the
So I
president.
just want to make sure that we are following the Robert's rules of order.
How'd you like to live in a building and you think a missile has a good chance of
And I
hitting
also
your building
wanted to
during the
echo
evening? It's horrible.
that
Must be
what
horrible to
we
live like
are
that.
experiencing
But,
here, I hope,
we'll get it, but
coming
it's,
out of love, because
I'm disappointed that
word
it's
doesn't
not,
come
now
out.
it's down to
I
where
know
it's not so
that we
good
have a
for them
different
anymore.
approach on
No,
how
it's
we
very
think,
important to get that solved.
what
That's a
love looks
bloodbath.
like.
That's a terrible
But
bloodbath
we
that's
do
going
have
on.
love for
Yeah,
our
please go ahead.
community. And even though, I may come out, about industry, believe me, I've lived here. I'm almost 70 years old. So I've lived here all my life. I've had family members that live in the industry. So it's never been about the worker.
me, the validity of this document
What this is doing, what this project is doing, is bringing even more of that type of industry. And again, Texas City is something that I don't think we want. And that's why I stay firm on this vote. And I hope that my fellow council members will stay firm with theirs, because nothing has changed. Okay? Nothing. We still don't have the actual cost. We still don't know, the far field modeling, really the entire modeling. We could have had that done. We would have probably not even been here, because we would have heard from the science that this is not the best place to put it. So, again, I'm grateful. I'm grateful that the people here came out and voiced their concerns. And out of the 50 people, I'm telling you, it takes a lot for everyone to come here and make public comment. And I do agree
against the plant.
I
remember waking up that morning and having the kind of really concerning that.
But again, I don't.
Earlier in the meeting, some of y'all were
I do feel that whoever
praising the city manager for managing the resources of the business. And someone even said,
especially why
I find that so weird and really dumb, because our city is not a business. Our city is our home. And there's been a lot of talk about industry, and we can't survive without them.
Against people with whom they politically disagree, that there is a cultural rot on their side of the aisle that needs to be addressed.
I know that there's
Would you
probably
agree
more
with that?
that we can say, but I stand with you. I stand with our people, with the residents, and
Yeah, it's
I
a
will
very
be
fair question.
voting
Look, I want to
against
have an
this.
agreement with Iran, we're fairly close to an
Councilman
agreement.
Cantu.
We are fairly close to a pretty good agreement. It's got to be better than pretty good, though, but it's got to be, I'd much prefer an agreement. As long as I think there is an agreement, I don't want them going in, because I think that would blow it. Might help it, actually,
Did
but
you,
it
so
also could blow it.
there was a motion that you
I
formulated.
just want to make sure, I want to do just a motion for,
11:15, I'll be working on the
must have a Farfield study done also.
In cooperation with
Okay, so you had stated,
Caribbean with the Department of
was it,
War.
you said you were thinking about making the motion, did you
No, I
make
wanna
the
make the
motion to
motion.
amend? Because
For
he
your
has,
cabinet
so he
members,
made a
for
motion
Stephen
to
Miller,
approve, and you're making a motion to amend?
To make sure that what you
Correct.
did
Okay.
when you consolidated the Homeland Security
Just
Task Force.
for the Farfield study.
Oh, that's true, there wasn't a second to Mr. Barrera's motion. That's true.
And Councilman Cantu.
Is there a second now? Okay.
Yes, so
Yeah.
Peter, is there
Rebecca?
Sir.
Yeah, Councilman Cantu made a motion hours ago, and I think what he's saying is he wants to amend it to just have
There was no
requirement of the
second.
Farfield.
Age 5,
There's
no
sometimes
second
age
to it,
6,
sir.
are at dangerously
Is there an
low
ask for a second?
vaccination rates for
that was
measles.
hours ago.
When it gets that low, you're going to see
Yeah,
What'd you say, Karen?
outbreaks. Unlucky.
There was no second.
The
Okay.
cases could come from
think we
anywhere.
have-
They could come from overseas. They could come from within our own country. But
Okay.
if you get below 95%
where
and
are
certainly
we,
below
Rebecca?
90%,
Okay,
you see these
so
outbreaks.
he-
And then you have,
Mr. Cantu had stated,
1 in 5 people end
it
up in the
wasn't-
hospital. You have 1 in 20 with
this is
pneumonias. You
how
have
I paraphrased it
encephalopathies.
when
You have
you
all
were
sorts of
talking.
damage.
So I said
So that's what
contingent.
happens.
So you were okay with the motion, but you had some contingencies?
Correct.
So what you said was,
Received.
it was contingent upon the Texas Water Development Board confirmation that they will extend, you said it, do you mean the
cancel that
loan?
out, because it's on the 17th, so that's not a long time, so you cancel that out, just do the Farfield study itself.
So just so not the Texas Water Development Board confirmation, instead contingent upon completion of the Farfield study?
Correct.
Okay, is that, and that's
If they
prior to
want to move forward with the price tag, move forward with the Farfield study also.
okay.
Yeah.
So does that make sense?
That's good. You can even add in there, start immediately on the Farfield study.
Okay.
Well, I think
So the
that's the
solicit,
difference.
huh?
Is we're starting it now.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's a contingent upon immediate of the
Maybe
Farfield study?
people will
Right,
find
and that, of course,
ultimately
includes the procurement process to
that
select the
vaccines
company,
cause
but
more harm
that's what it
than
means.
people were able to report at the time. However,
Yes, sir.
however,
Yeah.
it's my firm
It will
belief
begin the
as a
procurement
provider
process to
of
begin the
healthcare
study
and a
immediately.
person who had to make a state plan that there are
So-
value,
I don't
there
want your
is
second, Roland.
value
I want her
in
second.
providing vaccinations like this. And next time we have a
I'm
pandemic,
just kidding.
Yeah,
it's going to be even more serious if it ever affects
So
children. I will
immediate
tell you, people are
commencement
going to
of the
clamor
Farfield
for
study and what- and
vaccinations
what for
if
procurement?
children
Did you
are
say
terribly
something?
affected.
I didn't say that.
Yeah, no, we said we would immediately begin the procurement process to begin a Farfield study.
Oh,
So you're amending the motion to add, to start the Barfield study immediately.
Correct.
With,
Standards, that we
What?
unfortunately over time.
yeah, the procurement
have seen
process. Okay,
eroded
so we have a
in
motion.
certain duty
We have
positions,
a
certain
vo-
schools, certain places.
I'm sorry,
which
please
affects readiness,
stop.
which is what
Yeah.
I care about the most. Readiness
I
on the
appreciate
battlefield.
that. And
I'm gonna ask you to leave the council chambers.
However, agents in this section are the
Yes.
ones who
Thank
stop
you.
an individual stockpiling weapons, who plan to attack schools and churches in
Ridiculous.
Florida and seize bombs made by.
Can rest comfortable this evening.
Zealously protecting
Thank
our
you, ma'am.
First Amendment rights.
Thank you.
And zealously going after those that abuse that right that leads to criminal
All right.
conduct. You will be investigated, you will
Anybody
be
else?
looked at and referred to prosecution every
We're
single
trying to get
time
through
we
this
have
meeting.
vigilance.
And people are
Thank
gonna
you, sir.
sit
One
and
final
act
area.
out of decorum.
Views. In just 32 days, that 32
You can leave
days
now, or I
after
can
you
ask
got
you to leave.
confirmed, maybe you'll just reverse those views.
This
and
is
go
Ava,
back
and I
to what you
Motion?
said
We have a second?
straight up.
I still want to make some comments,
Agree
though.
with a
Okay,
64-year-old
we have
male.
motion in a
Mr.
second.
Hexted,
Cardiac
Two
arrest.
men,
after
right.
they retire, generals should be
We're currently
banned from
working
working.
He
the
wants
facility
further discussion.
protocol.
He's
We
requesting
can-
further
You and I
discussion.
agree
Right, right.
on the
You have comments
corrosive
now,
effects
Councilman?
of the revolving door.
Can I come back to
Days
my
ago, a
comments?
member
Let me
of
get my thoughts
Congress
straight.
of this body, Ilhan Omar,
Okay, Councilman Hernandez.
shared a video on her social media account about Charlie
Mayor.
Kirk's murder, and I'll quote what
I
it
wanna
said.
agree
It
with
said,
a lot of the
Charlie
commenters that
Kirk
Roland
was
is
Dr.
wrong, and
Frankenstein, and his monster shot him through the neck. In other words, Charlie had it coming to him. the words that he said naturally led to his assassination, and that is a reprehensible thing for a member of Congress to say, to suggest, to promote.
Prosecution agreement to be signed as part of that plea deal,
disappointed in this.
prohibiting future
This did not have to
investigations
come for a vote.
from that prosecution and
this
from
was
that
an
evidence,
MOU.
and
You
prohibiting the
sign
collection
MOUs
of
all
further
the time
material.
without coming
That
to
is the
council
original
for a vote.
sin.
And
We are working with
honestly
Congress to produce
created a
more than
lot
any
of
administration ever
division
has material
in the
on
community
Epstein.
again.
And I welcome you to tell us that we are not being as transparent as the law allows. We even went to court and asked the judges to lift those prosecutorial
I mentioned that we have 2
Congress is welcome to do the same and join the fight.
Agreement with
$3 billion.
fairly close to an agreement, so fairly close to a
Counting the
pretty
general
good
obligation
agreement.
bonds and certificates of obligation.
It's got to be better than pretty good, though, but
There's
it's got to
limited
be, I'd
resources
much prefer
to what
an
we
agreement.
have.
As long as I
And,
think there
you know,
is an agreement, I don't want
I'm
them
thinking we
going
can
in
do maybe
because
3
that
or 4
would
projects.
blow it. Might help it, actually, but it
And without,
also
you
could
know,
blow it.
doubling.
But we've had very good discussion
more than
with
doubling
Iran.
everybody's utility bill.
Whether or not we get there, I can't tell you, but it'll
You know, when
it'll
we do
happen
that,
soon.
it won't be this
I
council,
say
it'll
this,
be the
Peter,
next
very
council or the
strongly.
council after
Agua
that
Corporation,
that'll have
USA,
pitchforks and torches
and
coming
Maztec
out
Industrial
because
Corporation
they're raising
to allow
everybody's rates.
CCDP
Hands
to
will be
prepare
tied because
proposals
we wrote the check
with
that they'll
price
have to pay
certainty
for.
for design and construction for the Inner Harbor Water Treatment Campus for consideration at a future city council meeting.
Consideration what people
It's
have
Christi,
to pay.
DSAL partners, and I
ultimately
do apologize. It's
for
not
this
CCPD. It gets a little
You know,
confusing when you're
I'd
writing
love
this
to
out
set a
multiple
target
times.
of $6 per 1,000 gallons or less.
The group is
for the desal plant, but it should be on a per 1,000 gallon basis because that's what we're looking at for some of these projects that we're doing now. Details about it because I know we talked about it.
We have 2 American.
But
We get there, we're going to say the more
it's, you has to pay for all these water sources. Our water budget. Our water budget for this year is $183 million. We owe, you know, $204 billion.
598-1551.
So, you know, and that includes the rest of the utilities, which water and wastewater. But let's do this with financially sound principles and try and make sure that we're making the best decisions for the community that we can afford. The reason we didn't vote for Kiewit because $1.2 billion was way too much. We're getting 10 more million gallons a day from the projects, from the groundwater project and the wastewater reuse project, and it's less than half of that.
Isn't
So
it
let's
true
make
that
good decisions, not just because desal is sexy and everybody wants it, because, you know, be a nice bullet on their resume.
25%.
I don't need that.
on the left,
You got to make the
accepting
right
and
decisions
tolerating
at the right
political
price
violence.
for the long term.
Airdrops to the city.
And
This time
with
over
that,
the open ocean, a couple of hundred miles
I
south
believe
of
this is
Johnston.
going to pass.
This
I will not vote
development,
for
with
it
but 30
because I
days
want to stay
available for
consistent with where I
preparation,
stood
led to the
initially
preliminary
in terms of the
recall of
cost
the
of
widely
this.
scattered air
But
task
ultimately,
group
when this
staff
does
and
come
operating elements,
we need to
and
see
of
how
the
this compares to
indispensable ground
the
support equipment
desal plant that
now
we're looking
en route
for
to the
in Flower
United
Bluff.
States.
Okay? Thank you.
The major new problem associated with operation
I
of the
would like
array
for
over the
Dan's team
open
to come back
sea
up about a couple questions.
The Navy.
Like
The
what?
largest
Dan's team to come.
in
Oh,
the
yeah,
world.
come on up.
and
But in the
only place
meantime, I would say
country where
this.
we are able to verify the
I don't cuss.
reliability of our
I mean, I said something in here tonight and it was a cuss word. I said it was. I'm not gonna say what it was.
airborne
So I'm gonna say
diagnostic
this.
mission
You're
was
danged if you
executed.
do and danged if you don't. Because the community always wants transparency.
The general concept of the air array developed for Everready and proven at Christmas Island had reached maturity 5 times all told. Between the 3rd and 30th of October, the planes of the Air Task Group went aloft from Hawaii and Johnston
We're never going
Island,
to please everybody.
flew their
Never,
missions,
ever. And I am
and returned
convinced of
with
that
a mass
today
of
more than
diagnostic
ever.
data,
I sit up here
sometimes
and it's so
negative.
frustrating to me, and I see our world is because there's so much meanness and hatefulness, and it doesn't have to be that way. We can agree to disagree. And you sit up here and you hear people calling people in the audience, and I'm not, let me tell you, I didn't get a penny from industry, not a penny, not a penny. So when I support them, I'm not supporting them because I got money and I need a handout. I don't. I usually support my own campaign. I get whatever I can get. And what you need to remember up here, they have a campaign to run. Everybody does. It costs $50,000 or more to run a campaign. It's ridiculously stupid.
Airlifted to Christmas
So no,
Island
they shouldn't
and
recuse
adapted to
themselves
the
on $400 or
specific program
$500. We
concept.
do have a cap. I believe it's $2,500.
Still another late
Just statement
arrival
of fact.
was a study
And I
of
think we've
fireball
gotta start
attenuation
doing
of
statement
radar
fact more
transmission.
there, because the stuff
This
that comes
program
up here
required
that you hear,
deployment of
I
up
was
to
guilty of
70
it. I would
radar
hear it when I was at
reflectors
home before I
at
got on
points
council,
in
and it's very
space, where the
frustrating.
fireball would
Half
be
the
between
stuff
the
you hear is
reflectors
not
and
true.
ground-based radars
People read
attempting to
articles, they
track
come
them.
up here and say that there are no one out there that is a expert on desal. We don't have it. Hopefully these guys are. Because some of you think the same thing. Sorry guys, I'm just speaking truth. I am frustrated because I hear this and I hear them calling industrial hookers and leeches. That is not love. You speak of love. Love is kind. You don't say stuff like that.
Alan, we love him,
So
but
those
all the
ladies sitting over there,
lawyers
and that
exposing
is
the
just
deep
flat
state.
out
And of
wrong.
course, let's not
Start
forget
name
about
calling
other
because you have
threats
nothing
that
else
are
to say.
coming before us,
Okay,
like
I've ran.
high-tech
Thank you.
fraud.
And I'm sure I'll get
Local
criticized
senior recently was
later in
talking to me
public
about
comment,
a
but that's quite
text
all right.
she had gotten.
Okay.
Demand by the
so some of the
IRS
things that were said here
to send a
today,
payment immediately,
this was
or
ridiculous.
the
I
IRS
thought, and I'm
agents
gonna
were on their
ask
way
anyway.
to arrest
Has
this
desal
individual.
to your
Pretty
mind ever
gutsy
killed
stuff.
anyone?
By folks probably from
Do you know of
Europe.
anyone that's been killed by desal?
Alaska, and also the very real strategic significance of Alaska vis-a-vis shipping lanes through the Arctic.
Just,
There are many
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay, me neither. Okay. Okay, thank you. Thank you. Okay, eventually, can you give us a cost per thousand? I know you've got a lot to do. There's stuff we're not going to get answers from today, but eventually, can you give us a cost per thousand?
On a probably develop a number, but the better approach would be to use the operator that will get engaged on the next procurement and ask them, and if he happens to be us, ask them to develop their estimate. That would be the best person to develop
Where
that.
you're giving an honest answer. We run out of water. They're going to be up here screaming at us because we ran out of water. So I know we have to have water. You shake your head, you're going to be screaming if we run out of water. Yeah, you are. You're going to be, no, you don't get to talk to me right now. No, you don't. I'm just in this reconcilement area. So mad because we are. I'm in for desal from the get-go, but I want to make sure it's safe and I want to make sure the cost is right. But it doesn't matter what we do up here, however we vote today, we're going to get criticized. Has desal, to your knowledge, because it's another question, been attempted in an inner harbor, closed harbor like that?
In the same conditions like this, I don't think so.
Okay, but you have had difficult places that you put it in that are just different than ours.
Yes.
So you have to adapt to whatever it is, correct?
Correct.
One question that someone said, and it kind of spawned something in me. So you can't fish in the inner harbor in there. And I understand why the fishermen are concerned, I do. So whenever the brine is released, how far out does it go? Because it's got to blend with the ocean eventually.
So part of the effort includes an evaluation of exactly what type of discharge structure and what type of diffusing mechanisms are going to be implemented for that impact to be minimized. Enough understanding on the topic to be able to evaluate it so that a proper solution is implemented.
Okay. I think that's important because I think fishermen need to hear that because that was, it makes you wonder how far will it go because we're with the river water. Okay, that's all I got. Thank you.
Thank you. We talked about a lot of the very tangible questions before public comment, and I appreciate the information provided. I can't stress enough that I really am grateful to each of your companies represented here for your efforts to try to help with this project and try to see if there is any way to salvage it. While there's a lot of elements of the project that there's not a clear answer for today, because that's part of this process is looking at other options. I understand that. I think what we can all agree is that there is still a very direct relationship between volume, price, timeline. The more you want one to go up, the other is going to go up. When this was first brought back to our agenda, I met with our city manager, and I asked him, quite frankly, because in my opinion, we've moved away from this project. It was at a workshop, moved away from the price, the concerns, and everything related to that. His instruction or his take on this was that we needed a mid-range project. The longer we continue to do these studies, which I 100%, I think the far field should have been done much sooner. But the longer we continue to do these very necessary portions of the project, the further out option goes. We don't know what we're building quite yet because now we're adding options, etc. That means that this project ultimately, it does not really meet any of those needs that we've really talked about, which is an immediate water supply, a short-range water supply, a long-range water supply. It doesn't meet the volume needs. And again, please don't interpret that this is anything against you folks sitting here. I do appreciate it. It will not be ready immediately. We're looking at realistically 2029. So it doesn't meet the immediate needs. The mid-range needs. That number was 28, and that's a late number because we're looking at Harbor Island, we're looking at other items that are in that 29 to 31 range, and this is now up there. So it doesn't meet that mid-range need. It's now moved into the long-term range. If it's a long-range item, then it should provide the volume that will support the city's future. And even at 3036, it doesn't do that. To what Mr. Councilman Hernandez said earlier, that barely helps us just cover what we are lacking from Lake Corpus Christi and our western supply. So to me, it hasn't changed in those elements. That's my issue. To me, that we connect with the community. I'm kind of very surprised to sit here and hear from the neighbors who live where this plant is proposed that they haven't had an engagement session that details the proposal. And I know we shot that down this year, but this has been, so I'm very surprised that we never really engaged them on that, what the potential could look like. And I hope that we don't allow that to continue. They need to be included in that conversation.
I would just add that we have had conversations with them. We've had meetings at the church. There's no real immediate road closures except for in between blocks. The SCS, we show them graphics. We talk to them about noise issues if there would be any. We show them designs. And we're willing to continue doing that.
I appreciate that because that's a question to me in this dynamic is we're talking about change of scope for price, volume, etc. But what does this now look like? Because under the previous proposals, there was a big chunk that took into consideration. And I know, again, we're still drafting what the ultimate plan looks like, but there's got to be some speaking to that concern. Okay, I appreciate that.
All right, I'm going to turn this also off of Facebook right now.
I still don't see for me what sets this apart from what we previously selected. And I had a slew of questions, and I appreciate all the information that you could provide at this point. But to me, it hasn't been much, and I'm out of time. But I just hope these efforts don't distract from the progress we're making on other projects.
There won't be at all, Councilwoman, because the three that we're working on right now are for immediate. One will be next year, the other one's a 1 to 2 year timeframe. But we're focus on those.
And I hope that our messaging, we spoke briefly last night, but our messaging remains that this is at MOU, a hypothetical status.
You're right.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Hernandez.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm sorry, I forgot one last thing. I want to make sure to say that I don't want to vilify our industrial partners. They're here. They've been part of this community for a long time. I don't think they're evil. It's a different story, but I see Roger out there. I see Paul. I see Kara out there. I saw Darcy and Jennifer earlier. I've known them for a long time. They're good people. They're here. They got to do a job. They represent their companies. They're here. We made a promise to provide them water. We need to provide them water. All that being said, I still want to say that we still need to do this at the lowest possible price. That what we did with the groundwater projects, wastewater. Hopefully, we'll get to. We should be able to do that.
All for industry
and provide the water for everyone.
I've got a lot of good friends in the industry, and I'm not bashing anyone like that.
Of the location, I don't believe in the location.
Costs need to be shared.
It's difficult. I prefer another location.
Thank you.
Which we talked about. And lastly, I heard that Everett got 1,500 and I only got 400 from Ardura.
I support in Harvard South.
1,400?
I moved here 4 years ago when I retired from my job and local politics. I was on city council for 10 years.
All heard City Manager Peter Zanoni espouse that he's running the city like a business. Right? And so what does running a city like a business mean?
Change to the Monkey and experience a better way to take care of your car. We've refreshed our look and upgraded our sensors for your comfort, delivered by the same trusted team. Enjoy fast, reliable service every visit. Change to the Monkey. Done fast, done right.
To the rest of the workers.
Get glasses in a blink, so you never miss a moment. Find your local store and save on glasses today.
With their water use, we need to find a way to maximize our water resources.
Just kidding. I'm kidding.
All the fishing industry, recreational, commercial.
Hey, I don't want to even talk about your run for state rep and how much you got there. So,
if we think that there aren't environmental impacts, we could do a test and do a proportional amount of brine into Texas State Aquarium exhibits and see what happens.
First of all, I was looking at my campaign reports.
Corpus Christi Dip Bay become the less great Salt Lake.
I don't know where that came
due
from.
to the brine output increasing salinity to a point where no life is sustainable.
I always fund my own campaigns, and I'm going to do the same thing next year. And whoever wants to give me money, that's fine too. I want to thank you guys for coming out here from both sides. I think, you guys mean well. I appreciate David Lowe for coming out. I appreciate Michael Miller coming out. The loudest people came out, except for a couple, like your Mike Pusley, who's the loudest one out there right now, and he didn't come. I wanted to
location was already past the official page and was speaking, talking with us. Doesn't have any complaints of her own. Patient did recently just have shoulder surgery, but isn't having any complications with that for her left shoulder. Current vital has follow a blood pressure of 128/30.
I'm not a flip-flopper, I'm going to vote with my conscience, and I'm going to vote as a reasonable city councilman. I have to
all the time.
Listen to both
That's
sides.
one cost.
I represent everybody.
Now, if you can sit there and say, look, during certain situations, we want to be able to lower that volume during certain days due to various conditions. And we might put out 28 MGD instead,
or 25
This vote
MGD
today
for this
is
short
not
period
the
of time.
vote to get
And then
it
when
done.
needed, we ramp
This
back
is
up to
just
30
a price
MGD
tag.
when it's needed.
This is to get a farm field study done.
And that's what we're really saying by
And I think
we want to pull these levers.
we need to get that done no matter what because we have the permits.
Give me a call back at
And everybody does understand this. If the council doesn't approve the council well because we have the permits, you know, it's always going to be until it gets done.
Give me a call back at 512-598-1551.
I'm not a big fan of the Inner Harbor project. I'm a bigger fan on the Barney Davidson site. I think Barney Davidson is a way better site.
Go ahead and get
But I
some
want to
updates,
see
so I can
the
go ahead
science
and
behind the
do
Inner
that.
Harbor,
For approval,
and I want to see the
give me a
price
back
tag. I want to be open-minded, and I want to see it. I always hear it's great location, and I hear it's a bad location. So I want to hear the science, and I want to put people on that board that really care about Corpus Christi and about the Bay, from both sides. You know, so it's a hard decision, but you know, at the end of the day, it's not that hard because this is not a vote for Harbor. This is just to move forward and to get If Loeb doesn't win, Michael Miller doesn't win, nobody wins. All we're doing is getting press to and making sure it's safe for the Bay. And we move forward with that. There's certain people that say that, you know, a certain person put it back on the agenda. Who put it back on the agenda is the city manager. He's doing his job. He's trying to look for water. He's trying to find solutions. And so I appreciate everything you've done. I appreciate everything that Nick's done in the water department. I mean, they're working overtime and trying to find water for us. We're going to be okay no matter what. I talked to Jesus today, and he says he's going to dump some water this week, so we're going to be okay. We're going to be okay. So, that being said, thank you guys.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
All for industry.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second.
I've got a lot of good friends in industry, and I'm not bashing anyone.
And ask everyone to please
Motion, the only thing we're adding is to start, to change the procurement process, so we start Fairfield modeling.
And the motion passes. Let's see.
Then we just need to pass it as amended, Mayor.
From the Better Business Bureau. I was reaching out because we have a current hold on your.
Just for the amendment. That was just for the amendment.
Correct, that's right.
Okay.
So now we're just going to pass the whole thing, including that amendment. So
hold
there was a
on
motion and
your.
second, correct? Okay, here we go.
I'm sorry. Mark votes yes.
Okay.
We have two calls. 15 copies. Again, that's 1-14-26.
Embrace Gibson Energy Patrol.
Okay, so 6. So it passes as amended.
What was the first one?
Ma'am?
Mary George Frank,
On the
86,
amendment?
58. Mary George Frank,
It was different than
8658.
this, wasn't it?
Red
17.
Nissan SUV.
Mary Charles Williams.
162, I'm direct on all traffic. I'll be en route to Lexington.
Okay, Gil. Okay, the motion carries.
Information out of item number 19.
Okay, there's a motion and a second for item number 19, one reading ordinance awarding a master services agreement for reclaimed water for industrial reuse project to Ardura Group, Inc., Corpus Christi, Texas. Is there anyone that would like to make public comment on item number 19? Okay, I'm closing public comment. Please submit your vote.
They're advising no injuries.
Mr. Scott?
I vote yes.
Okay, the motion. Yeah, the motion carries. Okay, well, we still have a very long day ahead of us. So far, it looks like we have about 4 hours of public comment, the people who have signed up. That is to start at 5:30. We're going to take a 10-minute break. And actually, we have e-sessions items. So we're going to have to, we'll do that, I guess, after? Is that
right? After public comment, because public comment is at approximately 5:30. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All righty. Well, I want to thank everybody out there who's here, who's not, to continue on. But
all of law enforcement relies on our CJIS operation out of West Virginia, and what that does is allow 19,000 agencies to come in and say, "Hey, does this guy have a criminal history? Hey, is this an illegal firearm? Do we have a DNA hit like we did in these recent assassinations?" That's what the FBI brings to bear, because local and state law enforcement agencies doesn't have that capability. And we're doing it 24/7, 365. CJIS does not close for 1 minute.
Anything what?
Anything else we can
All of our
move
questions
over
and
to the next
concerns.
council meeting?
Will you bring this letter in short order
nothing?
so that we can understand what factors led to this
Let me just check
decision
with Nick on
and
the
how it has
Wicked 3. Can
impacted
we
the
move that
ability to
one
hold
the-
corrupt officials
I know, I'm
accountable?
double checking with Nick.
I will review
Miles,
your letter with my team and respond.
You will respond. Thank you. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back.
Well,
Gentleman
maybe
from
they
Arizona
won't
is
be that
recognized
long,
for 5
something
minutes.
like that.
Thank you,
It's
Mr.
the
Chairman,
contract
and
that
thank
we
you,
just
Director,
voted
for
on.
being here. I appreciate the change
item.
in the FBI.
Men, including those that might be on this committee.
I can yell through,
Are
Mr.
you
Chairman.
going
I
to
don't
them
want
to
The time
testify?
belongs to the gentleman from New Jersey. I
Are you
appreciate the
going to allow
gentlelady
them to
yielding
testify,
back.
Mr. Patel?
Go ahead.
Will you allow them to testify to you, Mr. Patel?
Mr. Patel, thank you for being here. I know it's been an interesting and difficult 2 days. And I wasn't going to talk about the Epstein thing because there's a lot of other issues that affect the FBI. But I have to say,
all of us know that a lot of these domestic attacks are by lone wolves, but yet they do leave clues, social media or elsewhere. Director Patel, you're it. You're the thin blue line. The FBI, your job to protect our citizens back home from those that would harm us.
All the materials related to that.
thank you.
All of the photographs that you have, you're saying that you're not releasing those because there's a court order requiring them to be sealed? Is that your testimony?
I never said that about the videos. On the totality of the videos, of the thousands of images that were seized pursuant to the search warrants executed at the time, the overwhelming majority of that video is pornographic material that was downloaded from the internet and child sexual abuse material. All of those are being currently investigated through our cell phone analysis and through our witness interviews, and the state of Utah has now announced charges, seized penalty against this suspect, so we're a little limited in what we can continue to do.
Sure, I understand. And the suspect, like you referred to, is then captured on security footage jumping off the roof of the alleged shooting location, the Losey Center. Do we have any idea how the suspect got up on the roof in the first place? I think for members of Congress,
All this, have you been able to uncover any information there? How do we make sure our sources are good in the future?
We have reviewed the source processes that infiltrate any institutions of faith, and they will no longer be going into institutions of faith. They will be directed towards criminal activity and protecting the homeland, the two most important missions the FBI has, and that's what we're going to continue to do.
Good. And I'll say this, there was a lot of bull today, a lot of you know what, and I'm not going to say it because
all of law enforcement relies on our CJIS operation out of West Virginia, and what that does is allow 19,000 agencies to come in and say, hey, does this guy have a criminal history? Hey, is this an illegal firearm? Do we have a DNA hit like we did in these recent assassinations? That's what the FBI brings to bear, because local and state law enforcement agencies just don't have that capability, and we're doing it 24/7, 365. CJIS does not close for 1 minute.
Right.
All of us know that a lot of these domestic attacks are by lone wolves, but yet they do leave clues, social media or elsewhere. Director Patel, you're it. You're the thin blue line. the FBI, their job to protect our citizens back home from those that would harm us.
All right, well, I have to say, all of these cases have been adjudicated. As I said, these are not gotcha questions. These incidents were national news. And as director of the FBI, you have access to all of this information. So in 2022, Peyton Grendon walked into a supermarket in a black neighborhood in Buffalo, New York, and started shooting. He murdered 10 people that day. And on September 10th, your friend Charlie Kirk was assassinated. Tyler Robinson has been taken into custody and
All you got. I'm asking you to any other sex traffic, any other people engaged with Epstein in underage sex.
That's correct. To my knowledge, no.
Okay. Let's talk about the witness interviews. 302s of witness interviews. Those are not subject to the court order. Those are not subject to any fictional sealed order for a search warrant. Why aren't you releasing those with the redacted names of the victims?
You're releasing as much as legally allowed.
Law was involved in the sex trafficking. What big names were taking advantage of those girls, and was the government involved? Those are the three questions, and I hope we'll be able to get as much information as possible. Look, this dates back, according to what we heard today from the victims, as far back as '96. So, let's hope that there's still documents
all over the world. Now we're not laughed at anymore. But they wanted to shatter our domestic supply chains and literally grind civilization to a halt. We would have gone so far back. It's hard to believe, actually. Hard to believe when you don't have enough electricity to give a person a little air conditioning in the summer, and now they have electricity and fire up all these cars. But we're not going to let that happen. All things that are like common sense, they're all good. There's nothing tricky about it. It's basic stuff. And we don't intend on getting one, think of it, not one Democrat vote in the House, Mike, not one. Come along. I don't know how they can run for office. So many different things. We're gonna very important, Medicare and Medicaid are gonna be strengthened, not hurt. They're using fake narrative. Oh, we're gonna all over. They've never seen anything like that. They're leaving from Mexico. They're leaving from Canada. They're leaving from other parts of the world. If they want a Mercedes-Benz, you're going to have it made here. It's okay to have a Mercedes, but they're going to make it here. Otherwise, they're going to pay a very big tariff. They already are. That's one of the reasons we have $88 billion. It's a lot of money. But that's peanuts compared to what we're going to be making in another few months. They haven't even kicked in yet. But we're not going to let any of these bad things. Brian, yeah, please.
In Southern California, Rustack Automotive Group.
Good.
They're messaging you. They're 100% behind you right now. They know they're going through some soft sales period.
It's true.
1533 South County Boulevard, 156 County Boulevard, County Staff Community Health Center.
Yeah, they're going to do better than ever. All manufacturing is surging. And I might go up with that tariff in the not-too-distant future. The higher you go, the more likely it is they build a plant here. Ford has just announced that it's going to invest $500 million, and some of the things involved in what we just did. General Motors is going to spend $4 billion. They just announced that yesterday. Stellantis announced that it's going to reopen its Belvedere assembly plant. That's good. I know the plant very well. Had a lot of problems. All the crime, all the borders. You have open borders. I mean, his whole philosophy is a disaster. That's not representative of the people of Georgia. I know the people of Georgia. I won Georgia 3 times, but they say twice. Okay, I won it very big the last time, and I won it big the first time, and I won it big the second time. But we had criminals that didn't allow. I mean, I hope they're going to go into that. I hope they go into the votes which are being stored in Fulton County, and take a real look at those votes. All there is, I mean, his whole philosophy is a disaster. That's not representative of the people of Georgia. I know the people of Georgia. I won Georgia 3 times, but they say twice. Okay, I won it very big the last time, and I won it big the first time, and I won it big the second time. But we had criminals that didn't allow. I mean, I hope they're going to go into that. I hope they go into the votes which are being stored in Fulton County and take a real look at those votes, okay? Because I'm all over the world. We did a great job. Probably never get credit for it. Look at the therapeutics, Regeneron, all the different things, the vaccines, all the things we did. We did a great job, but we had to focus on that. But we had the best economy in the history of our country. We're blowing it away right now. Look at the stock market. It hit another all-time high today. That's 48 days out of the few days that I've served. 48 days have already hit record highs. And we have, maybe most importantly,
Do you believe that we were literally, had it not been for vaccine, 5 million Americans would have lost their lives in 2021 and 2022?
Yeah, I believe that's credible to me. I mean, were you on the front lines? Because it was awful. I honestly cannot express how terrible it was. And there was a dramatic,
It was terrible in 2020, and the total death toll was 3.4 million. All those numbers that are confidently spewed.
All the HHS criteria, and if you don't, we will destroy you. And your professional career will take your license away, and we will decertify you. That went out to 60,000 OBGYN doctors. So
we probably should have expanded the title of this: corruption of science, federal health agencies. What would you call those? Professional organizations?
These are the three organizations that essentially govern obstetrical.
Again, that's going to be all 19 inbound, off McCardle, left, 11, right on SH access, right onto Lane, left on McCardle, back to regular route, all There is a toilet sitting up
Right? First of all,
holiday, I got a fan over here. On the most American holiday, we're gonna cook a turkey, by God, because that's what Americans do. We cook this gigantic American bird, and we do all kinds of crazy things to make it taste good. I talked to a soldier today, who she said she's going to deep fry a turkey, and I'm actually going to deep fry a turkey myself tomorrow. And look, here's the thing. If you've got to deep fry something to make it taste good, it probably isn't that good. That's a pretty good rule of thumb.
All right, here we go, Javier. We gotta solve a marriage dispute here. We have one from TC saying, my husband wants to brine our butterball prior to smoking it on the grill. Is brining necessary?
Not really. Butterball turkeys come pre-brined for convenience. But people sometimes still want to do it. You can definitely pre-brine it. We recommend that you cut the salt from the recipe in half.
And since we are in that
how 5,577 new agent applications in March, and more than 10,000 since January.
Objection. Gentlemen from Kansas.
Through all the discussion in this hearing, I've reached two top-line conclusions. First, I am glad I don't have your job. And second, I am glad you do. Thank you for being willing to step up and serve in this role. I'd like to plow a little bit of ground that we've not spent a lot of time on so far and explore. I mentioned, and I'm well aware of your drug space. Another is in the forensic laboratory space, where both you and a lot of local and state agencies cooperate in terms of evidence analysis.
hold the future of the entire car industry all over the country, all over the world, actually, administration. I could go point after point, everything they did, open borders, men playing in women's sports, transgender for everybody, let's go transgender. What a group of people you had over there. They must have hated our country. Under the previous administration, the federal government gave left-wing radicals in California dictatorial powers to control the future of the
call that you're heading to, I placed an intercalling marker.
Okay, I'm going to stop right now. Try restarting this.
If you're able to head to either one of those next
issues as well there, but yeah, it's definitely any other tips that the
Young Fan 7013.
Sure, like, with family members being at the house, giving information for Thanksgiving and stuff like that. Just make sure they space out the shelves.
All the fishing industry, recreational, commercial, and increased red tide risk. If we think that there aren't environmental impacts, we could do a test and do a proportional amount of brine into Texas State Aquarium exhibits and see what happens. I don't want Corpus Christi Bay on the left grade Salt Lake due to the brine output increasing to a point where no light is sustainable.
From all over the country. I want to introduce several of the great Americans representing the millions of people whose livelihoods we're saving with today's action. I just can't tell you how incredible this action is, because nobody thought. This was one that I wasn't so... I would have rather had it than almost anything, but I was... And Mike, I think you're doing some investigations in that in Congress, but we're going to find out who they are, because they're really sitting there.
We have medic 10.
And then
all right, so I'm confused because Governor Green said he helped the children who would have died from COVID, but that's crazy because evidently nobody died of COVID who was under 15. We're talking about, but see, that's the confusion. See, when we talk about COVID vaccines and we stick in other vaccines, we get off topic because COVID-19 wasn't about measles. Now, Dr. Thorpe, do you think, good idea or bad idea, that you should close schools?
Batteries are...
Call for engine 8 for a round down. Use 1101 at 4738 SKE 4738 SKE. Fourth fire dispatch 2354.
We're having an
I think the contractors are already gone, but I know there was still some coaches there.
Adam 440, crash number's not been added yet. Did you want me to add one?
Over 2100 area. 14, allergic reaction at 5010 High Meadow, 5010 High Meadow. Call for engine 3.
CNBC. And
all they have to do is two things to not get sued, just like you do with drugs.
Been getting it right for a long
One,
time.
make it as safe as possible, and two, disclose the risks.
And Joe Kiernan's been very good at CNBC.
And you can't just failure to warn.
Other people aren't so
Why
good.
don't they just lift the immunity?
I will say
let
that,
them make it as safe as they can.
They
and
are
disclose
just,
the
they can't
risk.
believe what's
Even drugs
happening,
given
but
to small
could,
populations can exist and
because
make
we
a
can
profit.
discuss
Because
all
they do those two
press. We got
things.
a lot of
And why, after
cameras
40
rolling
years,
they were littered all over the road where the cars got stopped by concrete going through the front windshield. These are bad people. If we didn't go, Los Angeles right now would be on fire. It would be a disaster. And we stopped it. And last night was very good. Nobody showed up. You know why they didn't show up? Because we were there. If it was just the police, because the police are great. I know those police are great, but they're told not to do anything. They're not allowed to.
All sides that your primary qualification was your unwavering loyalty to
history that
she was
are
savagely attacked. She's dead.
Facts.
Now with us.
That you cannot
Terrible
dispute.
person.
That you can come at me all you
Outstanding
want.
every single
Thank you, Director,
way
for
in
that.
every
And
department.
we appreciate your service. We appreciate
It's horrible.
the results speak for themselves,
As
I
you
think,
know,
pretty
the
plainly,
other
and your
young
commitment
man
not only to results, but
is fighting for his life. He's in very bad
transparency. So
shape.
we
He's
do
fighting for his
appreciate
life,
that.
and hopefully
Director, who was John
We'll get better
Durham?
news with respect to him.
He was a former federal prosecutor.
I think it was the vote on the SWIFT loans. And I just think about all of the beautiful people that were there that day. And Sylvia, you were a huge part of that day for me, and you were like, we want you in this fight, we want you in this movement, and we're going to win. And we're going to win again. It is just a shame that we're here.
I think we all do. You guys are doing a terrific job to bring information.
Yeah, I have so much more to say, but I think I'm going to end it there. Just
by the U.S.
It's not the right choice.
All the issues we had, blood clotting, we ended up seeing.
Identify the horrific murder of the DC intern Eric Tarpinian. And I've spoken to his family, and we are working to bring them justice. And Mr. Chairman, my 16 years, now my 17 years of government service, if anyone has any questions about my service, bring it on.
Thank you, Director. We will now proceed with the 5-minute
Went to a bar.
Director, delighted to have you here. You are a breath of fresh air.
Identify those intern.
All of them. On one of these particular tests,
No, I'm sorry.
UFO
Janet,
looks like a
2021 IFC addresses the use of propane in the mobile food trailer. I'm not discussing the use of the propane in the food trailer. I'm discussing installation, which is the connectors and the hoses and things required to do during installation, whether you're taking part of their
installation. Apprehended and in custody at 10 p.m. local time. That's less than 2
corruption among the nation's public officials and acting as a key safeguard against politicized prosecutions. This section's work has been supported by an elite squad in the FBI devoted specifically to rooting out corruption. According to reports, our public section has now been decimated, and the FBI's public corruption squad has been disbanded. I would like to submit for the record a New York Times article entitled
cities across the country, the largest sporting events we used our counter-terror capabilities to not only secure stadium locations, but we're fans of covering we call base camps. And thankfully, because of the success of the FBI process, we had no significant security incidents. And flipping to the World Cup, it should be 3 times as large, and that'd be so large as running into the LA Olympics in 1988. Interrogated specifically stated to
these cycles of political violence that have traumatized the country.
I now recognize the gentleman from Kansas, Mr. Smith, to lead the...
I'm 9225 SPID, Candle with Suite. Local Fire Dispatch 1754.
All evacuation first will be main entry motion, and second will be entry door.
All of our questions and concerns, will you commit to answering this letter in short order so that we can understand what factors led to this decision and how it has impacted the ability to hold corrupt officials accountable?
I will review your letter with my team and respond.
You will respond. Thank you. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Arizona is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Director, for being here. I appreciate the change in the FBI.
And since we are in the end,
that 5,577 new agent applications from March and more than 10,000 since January.
Objection. Gentleman from Kansas.
All the discussion in this hearing, I've reached 2 top-line conclusions.
Come here to the Raleigh Park, RV Park, for Lincoln Raleigh.
Contractor that does a lot of construction across the world.
The best strategy for this particular tranche of funding,
and so he's engaged. He gave feedback to the most recent letter that was sent in terms of the terminology that was used in the letter sent to Brian McMahon.
He's off duty in my backyard with 2 other police officers. Our cyber threats, ransomware attacks, those harming our children online. We've nearly a 20% increase in indictments and arrests this year. We're going after those that harm our malware, infrastructure systems, telecom systems, and energy structure. Combating SALT and Vault Typhoons are just a little bit of the examples we're doing. Maybe most importantly, under the counterterrorism and domestic terrorism girl. He is now in custody. Transparency remains one of my main priorities.
All Republicans vote on the massive kind of resolution so that they can say, we want to make sure it becomes available to everybody without it going through any process of redaction. I think that's investigation. So it's good to have other things to do.
Ms. Ledger-Fernandez, do you want to vote tonight?
Resolution as an amendment to the, to make it in order under the rule, and we could then all.
Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman from Missouri.
Mr. Chairman, I would like to submit for the record an article from The Hill, Massive Crime Drop in D.C., City Sees Zero Murder Week, dated August 25th, 2025. And I'd also like to submit for the record an article from the New York Times, dated April 18th, 2025. Man who set fire on Shapiro's mansion.
At least 6 billionaires, including a billionaire from Canada.
All airborne diagnostic concept. Other aircraft recorded thermal radiation, radar attenuation, and chorioretinal effects for eye damage studies. Specially instrumented KC-135 aircraft also recorded a variety of experimental data. Aloft, too, were search and rescue aircraft and for ocean basin. All were prescribed for completion in the shortest feasible time. Here, from the high priority inception of the operation to its successful termination. Operation Dominic was triggered by the Soviet resumption of atmospheric nuclear testing in September 1961. The Department of Defense, under presidential direction, on 24 October 1962, Task Force 8.
All over the country, all over. There's never seen anything like that. They're leaving from Mexico, they're leaving from Canada, they're leaving from other parts of the world. If they want a Mercedes-Benz, you're going to have it made here. It's okay to have a Mercedes, but they're going to make it here. Otherwise, they're going to pay a very big tariff. They already are. That's one of the reasons we have $88 billion. It's a lot of money. But that's peanuts compared to what we're going to be making in another few months. They haven't even kicked in yet. But we're not. We'll do a few more and we'll go home.
Wonderful.
Everybody's going to go home. I'm going back to the Oval Office, however.
Speaking of Democrats, there's a report that there's a grand jury on Adam Schiff for apparent mortgage fraud. If he is indicted, should he step down as a U.S. Senator?
Well, I'm not going to comment on that. I would just say Adam Schiff is one of the lowest forms of scum I've ever dealt with in politics. He's a horrible human being.
All of these great men and women are on offense, so they better get ready. We're dismantling the cartels, and we are taking the leaders into custody and all of the gangs. We are going to supercharge this work. This is not a pilot program. This is permanent. We are here to stay.
Okay, so we're going to move on to public comment.
Thank you all
and,
so much
let's see
for
here.
everything
Let me read
you're doing
my
around this table, working tirelessly. President Trump, thank you for giving me.
All glory, regardless of the outcome, belongs to our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. His grace and mercy abounds each day. May His will be done.
All that, fought in the Battle of the Bulge, and what they went through, it was hell. So I have a lot of respect for him and for everybody that puts on the uniform and serves in battle and has to lead people in battle, because being on a ship, that didn't happen to me, but I had a lot of friends that happened to, and it clearly happened to my dad. I've served on this committee for 6 years, 2 years under President Trump, and the past 4 under President Joe Biden.
All about, though, you're a tough guy. Been here for a while. Never seen this many people that.
Are they trying to be the meta-analysis? Also, you're working on.
That's impressive. I met with a lot of them yesterday, and they are very passionate. So thank you for willing to take this on, and congratulations on your nomination.
You want us to return to the...
Okay, so we handle very significant matters concerning taxpayer dollars, making it imperative that we uphold the highest standards of decorum and adherence to our policies. Our core principles of openness, transparency, and inclusiveness guide our actions, and we aim to achieve them while respecting our city council, which has been 30 years council policy. Public comment serves as one avenue for communication, but it's certainly not the sole method. You may also reach out to members of this council by phone, email, or even by scheduling an in-person appointment. I also want to take a moment to reemphasize these council chambers this is a place of public business, a forum for civic discussion, decision-making, and service to the people of Corpus Christi. It is not a stage for personal attacks, disruptions, or vulgarities. Violations of the law will not be tolerated. Repeated instances of individuals using profanity, shouting over others, and showing blatant disregard for the rules that govern our proceedings. I have allowed space for the differing viewpoints, but I will not continue. I will continue to welcome respectful disagreement, but I will not allow this council or the public we serve to be disrespected. Additionally, I want to reassure everyone that from time to time, council members may step away from the dais for brief periods. Please know that televisions and audio are available in the back, ensuring that members remain fully engaged and attentive to the discussion, even if they're not physically seated at the dais. At this jurisdiction, if you could please recite the rules of decorum for us.
In that time frame, so that's a big problem. We're losing data in real time.
City Council rules of decorum. All citizens must be courteous, polite, and respectful of one another, including the City Council and City staff. The mayor and council members shall be referred to by title and/or title surname. All remarks must be addressed to the mayor and City Council and not to the council members as individuals. Citizens are only permitted to speak on city-related subject matter. Speaking on any non-city-related matter is prohibited. Language or behavior is not allowed. Citizens must refer to any demonstration or other act disrupting to the City Council business.
Thank you, Mr. Please take a name of the city in which you live before you begin your Residents of Corpus Christi will be given priority in speaking over non-residents. And if you have a petition or any relevant information, please present it to the city secretary before you speak, and she will hand it out to us. So if you have spoken on the item, there are some people that I will recognize that have already spoken on the item. And so if you've already spoken on the item during the council meeting, you can't speak on that same item moving forward here in public comment. But I'll just let the person know if I see the name that's highlighted here. So we have Robert Landig.
What flew over Washington, D.C.
Okay, Robert Landig, Tom Taglaboo.
We've got to break that allow you to follow where it really goes.
We're looking at it, don't even know what they're looking at.
2014 was coming. I would agree with the 52-year-old now. Currently,
Tom Taglaboo, District 2. Last week's City Council meeting, several of you were on the dais, I recall, and walked out when the mayor called upon Rajan Zaid of the Universal Society of Hinduism. Instead of listening prayerfully and opening your hearts and minds, you were in the back hall. And as soon as he was gone, you made your way back to the dais. People of all faiths, spirituality, and beliefs deserve to be treated with dignity and respect from their elected representatives, especially as an invited guest delivering the invocation. I want to recite a few words from Mr. Zaid that some of
Same
you
exact journey would require an electric truck drive in America. Also,
every
American at recharging stations, adding an estimated 9 hours
by devotion to selflessness.
We as a country
Do your work with others' welfare always in mind.
Basically,
may we be
leaning
protected
into our
together.
competitive advantage
May we
with
have
this
knowledge
repeal,
together.
on
May
oil
we
and
work
gas.
together.
Why don't you try spelling it out if you're going to mock me?
Peace unto all. In the future, I hope you'll respect everyone's constitutional rights.
But no, you have to.
Thank you, Mr. Taglaboo.
I always got along with
Bruce
Gavin. I like
Landig?
Gavin. I've liked him always.
Okay, Bruce
He said I
Landig,
never
George
called
Finley?
him. You know, they asked him a question on Fox, I guess. I never spoke to him. He doesn't remember the call. He doesn't remember. I never spoke. And then I produced a phone call. I had it. It took me about 2 minutes.
George Finley.
I said, well, here's the call. It lasted 16 minutes and 4 seconds. And it was at 12:50.
Almost 2 weeks before the CDC decided to issue clinical consideration,
very
rather
immediate
than
thoughts about
a
what's
con.
going on
Almost
in
as
terms
much
of
as the
water
11.
and water requirements
And
for
every
Corpus.
one of the 11 is much
Many
better
years
than
ago,
the
I
one.
was involved with